Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome one, welcome all to the final week of the North American Challengers League here in the spring of 2026, as we have some awesome matchups and some playoff spots to start locking up as we look ahead towards the postseason. And you'll have myself, Slayer, and for the second time ever, I am joined by my good friend, Ben Hawking, Mr. Hawk, on the cast here. Man, it's been too long since last time we got together and did this thing, my friend.
Dude, it's been a while. I love how every caster I cast with has to just change my name, like in some capacity. Slayer, you're carrying the torch.
Yeah, I had a funny unique one.
Yeah,
I had a funny
exactly.
We're running out of options at this point, right? I've had too many stolen by this point.
Yeah, I've gotten Ben Hawkington the third. I've gotten Mike Hawk. I've gotten Ben Hawking the Hawk. Like we're all over the place. Slayer, it's an absolute pleasure to be on the show with you. Yeah, for the second time ever today, which is just crazy.
Yeah, it is wild, and we could not have a better set of games to get into here. And a ton of fun playoff scenarios for you, both at the top of those standings and at the bottom as well. But before we get into Week 8, let's take a look back really quickly at all the action we had last week here in the NACL.
What's up, everyone? 4x4 here, bringing you the Week 7 NACL recap. Playoffs are right around the corner, so let's get caught up on what happened last week to get you ready for the home stretch. So the first order of business, unfortunately, is that Blue Otter and Apex Mission Impossible are locked at the bottom of the standings, meaning they'll participate in the summer promotion tournament after playoffs to fight with the 4 teams coming up from OQs to secure a spot in the NACL 2026 summer split. Blue Otter fought like hell in Game 1, Samikin with a almost deathless Ari game before he got picked off in the crucial soul fight, but it wasn't enough. A massive re-engage by Munchie after he was left for dead around the soul fight brought Game 1 back against Conviction, but alas, that was where the good times stopped, as Conviction took Games 2 and 3, putting Blue Otter in the bottom 2. NRG continued to be very good. They took down Conviction 2-0 and CCG 2-1, but that CCG loss meant that Supernova has officially crashed the top 3 party. After dropping Game 1 to Dorado, Porter said, "Everybody get in the backpack, time to get carried." He was 5-0-1 on his Ambessa in Game 2 before the 11-minute mark, but Game 3, Game 3. By the 21-minute mark, Dorado were up 14 kills to 2, 3 dragons to 0, and almost 5,000 gold. And then in the blink of an eye, Supernova found 3 shutdowns, leading into a Baron take that wiped out Dorado's gold lead. And just a few minutes after that, Dorado positioned to get Cloud Soul, but Shochi's Rise had Actualizer, and you know how that usually goes. Heading into the last week of the regular season, NRG, Maryville, Supernova, and CCG have locked top 6, but everyone down from Conviction to Dorado could still clinch a playoff spot, so there is a lot riding on these last few matches. And there you have it, your Week 7 NACL recap brought to you by Philips Norelco One Blade. Make sure to follow us on socials, and of course, tune in for Week 8 as we wrap up the regular season on twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Well, thank you very much there for Henrik for that recap. And of course, the Phillips Norelco One Blade. Very interesting week 7 there, Ben, nonetheless. And got some stats to reinforce how intriguing, especially that last series was. You get to see, obviously Levitate popping up on your screen there in the fastest kill time. Supernova and Dorado, it was a banger last weekend. Well, we're going to get a look at both of these two teams today, and they have some pretty big stakes on the line for week 8.
Yeah, pretty big stakes. That series ended up being really consequential for both teams, even though very different directions. Kind of them themselves not directly competing with each other, but a lot of game 3s last week, a lot of really good action. And before we get too far into the stakes of this week, we got to take a look at not just the stats, but also the players that dominated the previous week, where I think we are really starting to see, Slayer, who the best players in this league are, because I think there's a very strong argument to be made that these are the individual best players in each and every role across the NACL that ended up being your dream team for week 7.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Hawk, that this dream team from week 7 obviously contains the two teams that feel like the biggest threat for the title in NRG and Maryville. And also across the board, probably just how a lot of people are feeling the best premier players are. At every role you're seeing on your screen are all of these guys across the board. Zamudo, Yuji, 5-Mini, Scary Jerry, Ob, Stenatus. But of course, these MU Saints are the guys that we are going to get a look at today here. Ahead of this matchup up against Supernova. So Maryville, it really feels like, NRG were the team that ran out to a really awesome start. But Ben, we both feel like these recent weeks, the form as they try to get ready for playoffs, Maryville have been the kings of the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, look, NRG, they're locked first seed. Make no mistake. They are the number 1 team by standings, no matter what happens here today. But Maryville, they lost to them all the way back in week 3. And since then, it has been straight domination across the board. Teams like CCG have stepped up to the plate thinking they can handle what Maryville brings to the table, and they have gotten absolutely destroyed. Maryville is 8-0 in game score ever since that match against NRG. And against Supernova here today, they are playing for second seed. So a playoff bye is directly on the line. 1 best of 3 to determine that one. And as Henrique so eloquently said, although Blue Water and Apex Mission Impossible, they're locked into promotion, playoff stakes are still completely on the line for everyone in the middle of the table. From Winthrop all the way down to Dorado, there are 2 spots, 4 teams. Every single team can make it, and it starts here today. Conviction against Dorado later on. Conviction, they win, they're in. If Dorado wins, well, the 4-way tie, that dream still survives.
No, it does, Ben. It gets a lot more interesting, but we'll focus in on the bottom, or I guess the middle, the meat and potatoes of that standings a bit later in today's broadcast. Let's still focus on that playoff bye and get some insight from Maryville themselves ahead of their matchup against Supernova. So we can, I believe, swing things on over to our coach's interview if we are prepared for that. And we will bring in Mr. Niles himself, the head coach of Maryville. Hello, Niles. Appreciate you stopping in with me ahead of your series, my friend, up against Supernova. Just want to, get a decent vibe check here, because obviously you guys have right now this very important match up ahead for NACL, locking up that playoff bye. How much have you really instilled in the guys that this kind of feels like a playoff warm-up series, a best-of-3 playoff warm-up series ahead of this match?
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I mean, both of us have qualified for playoffs. We're basically just playing for seeding at this point, and we haven't scrimmed versus Supernova very much this year at all. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how we stack up and what we can learn from these games today. I think it'll be a pretty standard story for us. Bot lane, Kingdom, K, don't die on weak side. I think those would be the vibes today.
All right, well, Niles, hey, you mentioned the bottom lane, and obviously you say you haven't scrimped Supernova a little bit, but there's some clear familiarity, especially talking about the bottom lane. So talk to me about how it's been, has there been a little, playing up against Zyko here, has there been a little bit of friendly banter, friendly trash talk, or is there anybody on the team that's really excited to go after the guy?
Yeah, no, I mean, I love Zyko. He's a great guy. He had a great Bard performance last week versus Dorado in the Clutch series, and I messaged him a screenshot of like some of his Bard stunts and GIF of Carria. So he's
Nice.
we still keep in contact. So yeah, no, he's a great player. Obviously, I love working with him. You know, after you graduate, then we got to send you off into the real world. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Obstinatus stacks up against Psycho today.
Yeah, it feels like a really awesome matchup in the support role for sure with how well Obstinatus has been playing as of late. But I do want to kind of pivot a little bit towards the rest of your week calendar and get your gauge, because obviously NACL, this matchup a big priority, but you guys have that, CLOL championship to once again compete for this weekend. How's it been prepping for that big match here, that big best of 5 to see if you can defend your title?
Yeah, I really like the way that the schedule turned out this year because NACL and CLOL playoffs are at the same time, whereas usually CLOL finishes or NACL finishes much sooner. So we're able to like still scrim versus the NACL teams, and we're going to be playing against Winthrop for the 7th time this semester, I'm pretty sure, in a best of series. I think the overall it's 6-0 so far series score. I think the game score is like 15-2. Maybe 15-1, something like that. So we're always going to take down the Throps. They got us once a couple years ago, and we took that personally. So we're looking forward to playing against them again and hopefully defending our national championship title.
Yeah, that should be awesome. Niles, use that as fuel as well going into these NACL playoffs. Kind of my last question for you, my friend, is there's any sort of statement that you want to put out there for the Saints fans going ahead of this big week, like Maryville supporters, like just letting the people know exactly what is coming for Maryville this week with these 2 big series you've been talking about.
Yeah, I just hope that we can show that with a different roster, some of the same pieces, that we're still at the top of the standings for NACL. I hope we can take down Supernova today and just show that, like, going into playoffs, it's really just us and NRG. And hopefully, if we win today, then that'll make those series even more exciting in playoffs.
Awesome. Well, Niles, it was great getting to chat with you, my friend. We're gonna let you go, get ready for that draft prep ahead of this Supernova series, so we can say sayonara to Niles and bring Hawk back in here to get set up as we get ready for the draft that Niles is soon to cook up here, my friend. Yeah, and classic statements here from Niles.
Oh yeah,
very confident both about this series and of course defending that CLOL title this weekend.
Look, the Maryville guys are always confident, and I mean, deservedly so. We're talking about how they might be the best team in the league, especially over the last 4 weeks. I will say, I don't want to make anyone feel old here, but a couple years ago, Winthrop getting the better of Maryville. Winthrop beat Maryville in the CLO championship 5 years ago.
Yeah.
It has been half a decade since the Throps stormed onto the scene with their Throps out, Doxa Div taking down the Saints in an upset final. So that is some serious collegiate and North American League of Legends history right there, and I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy to think about that it's been that long, but luckily it won't be too long until we get to see them in that rematch like you've been hyping up, Hawk, ahead of this one. But before we get there, of course, we have Maryville's face-off against Supernova today. Get a quick look at today's schedule. Obviously, we kind of hyped it up as our first matchup is the top-of-the-table brawl for that 2-seed bye, and then Conviction Dorado will be taking place later to see if we'll have a much crazier outlook for the bottom of the playoff standings.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the best of both worlds. What more could we ask for in a single day of games? We get a top-of-the-table matchup with direct stakes heading into playoff seeding, and then we get a more mid-match with, again, direct stake heading into the playoffs. Dorado has to win to stay alive. Conviction, they have to win to guarantee themselves a spot, especially because out of the teams in that middle 4-pack, their tiebreaker scenarios are not exactly looking the best, and we are split for that series amongst at least this part of the casting team. But Leo, my friend, you are unfathomably based for sticking with me on the Dorado hype train.
Hey, listen, you aged us a little bit, Ben, talking about reminiscing Winthrop Maryville. Now we can age out Zell and Cubby a bit, saying, hey, all right, Unks, you've got the wrong pick, but hey, at least it's nice to see that Rafa and Beatdown are also aligned with us on the Dorado side. And you know what? Speaking of base things, Desrux base.
You know he's riding with his boy Shochi.
Yeah,
you know Desrux is riding with his boy Shochi. I respect that a lot. We'll talk about Shochi in a few more minutes, but man, I love how we're evenly split on Conviction and Dorado. And Slayer, I want to cast your mind back to the meetings we were having before the split and the conversations early on the NACL broadcast that some of our colleagues were having. And it was that Conviction, the expectation is they're a title contender. They're number one. for Dorado. They're lucky if they don't relegate. And now here we are, a matchup between the two of them with playoffs on the line for both, right in the middle of the standings. And we're split on the prediction. There's no consensus on who's the better team. Just how much can change over 8 weeks is incredibly shocking, but incredibly amazing and setting up for a pretty dramatic final week here.
Without a doubt, and a dramatic finish to our day, but we won't get there just yet. We've got the heavyweight belt first time round here for the 2-seed matchup. So let's introduce kind of formatically our matchup. Maryville taking on Supernova. Ben, let's start deep diving this matchup in particular as we get a look at these rosters. I'm glad that we got to hear Niles bring up Obstinatus, because really I feel like bottom lane is where the conversation needs to start with Maryville, because his huge breakout on the NACL, along with what we know Scary Jerry does so well in the lane, has made MU such a bottom lane first team, and it's been utterly dominant, like you mentioned, since that NRG loss.
Yeah, Zyko, Maryville alum. There's been conversations had about how we feel like he's back to his 2024 self, but his replacement after graduating Obstinatus, conversations that he might be the best current support in the NACL, and he's paired up alongside an AD carry that is on average up a BF sword at 15 minutes. That is an absurd average gold advantage for 15 minutes for one player. Jerry has been completely dominant in the lane phase alongside his new support, and that's discounting the rest of the map, where Spyrax has still been, alongside Yuji, the best mid jungle in the league. Yuji, I think, has a very strong claim for being the current best player in the league, to the surprise of absolutely no one that has watched NACL over the last 5 years or so. And just, in case you're worried that Maryville maybe wasn't taking this series seriously, they have K starting in the top lane. So they clearly want that first round bye in the playoffs. They want to prove that they can keep up this 8-game win streak. They want to do to Supernova what they did to their standings competition in CCG.
Yeah, Supernova have a daunting task ahead of them, but they certainly have a roster battle-tested for scenarios like this, as we could get a look at the Supernova lineup shortly as well. A lot of guys that have played reps against this very squad before. Of course, obviously have some familiarity with music in the jungle here. But we've really started to have some standout performances. It feels like you mentioned support, but I really want to start the conversation with how these solo lanes have looked. It's really felt as of late that Hoarder has been able to take over laning phase and dominate throughout the game, and we're always good for some Shochi pop-offs, especially in those late-game team fights. His game sense in those scenarios has been pristine, even if Supernova's early games have gotten a bit rockier as of late.
Yeah, I mean, needing to come back from 8,000 gold down against Dorado was definitely not what we were expecting in that game 3. I want to give credit to Lojaz and Adam for how they played that game, but Supernova showing great resilience. And I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I think everyone on this team stepping up on an individual level compared to where they were at the start of the split. Levitate and Zyko have started laning well. I already mentioned Zyko. You mentioned Hoarder. I think picks like the Rek'Sai have really shown out and been extremely strong for this player. And Shochi has just been, alongside Fi Mini and Spyrax, one of the top 3 mids in this league. I don't think there's really any conversation to be had about that. He's been strong in the lane. He's been getting caught out less than he has in the past in his career, still happening sometimes, but carrying extremely hard. The most important thing for me for Supernova, though, is they've not needed Shochi to carry every game like it sort of felt like the first couple weeks of their season. I think they've really come alive as far as how they do want to play as a team.
Yeah, and they, I also think that we've seen Levitate always kind of be able to play as like a later game insurance policy in a lot of these games. I really liked the ingenuity we saw from both him and Zyko, or into the middle of this split when a lot of people were trying to figure out how the hell do we solve Ash Seraphine, right? The biggest problem in the bottom lane. They brought out the Misfortune Nautilus. I actually think that's gotten a lot of traction. I think Nautilus kill lanes have gotten a decent amount of traction on the newest patch to try and answer that. So they've got, some good reads on the meta, and Levitate is always good for a carry performance of himself. But let's now go face-to-face on this matchup, Hawk, and we talked a little bit around it. The mid lane has to be the focus. Spyrax and Shochi, they faced off so many times before. They faced off in grand finals when Shochi was rocking a much different banner. And the way these two guys are playing right now, it was an easy spotlight head-to-head matchup for this one.
And let's not get it twisted. When you're watching a Maryville Supernova series, the two most hands-checky teams in the league, every lane and every lane phase is going to matter quite a bit. But we would be amiss to not talk about Spirax and Shochi. I already mentioned how I feel these are two of the three best mid laners in the league. I'm going to make the argument that this is top 2 and Mini is number 3. That might be a hot one, Slayer. You're welcome to fight me on that. But I mean, these two guys are just massive carries for their squads, and their champion pools have quite a bit of overlap as well, really preferring to layer in the damage from afar. Things like Azir and Mel, Aurora, Victor, all very strong picks for these guys. Picks that can dominate the lane, that can scale well, and that can just take over in the 5v5.
I will push back a bit. I got to stand up for my boy Mini. That guy is evolving at exponential levels, but I can agree, especially on the champion pool part. These two players, when we think back to their careers and how the NACL has evolved, well, just maybe how competitive League of Legends has evolved thanks to the Fearless format. These two guys are two mid laners in particular when we look at the North American Challengers League that I feel like have benefited most. I still remember the Cincinnati Fear days of Shochi where this guy was breaking out Katarina mid alongside the mid marksman. He can really play everything like you talked about. And, well, of course, we have a graphic to really showcase their deeper champion pools. Shochi's played a lot more things, you know, looking for that really clutch Vladimir game he had. He's gone to LeBlanc occasionally. But the shared champion pool is where it's going to be really fun to have conversation talk once we get into this Game 1 draft. And the last note I'll make about Spirax, that Cassiopeia on this current patch has gotten a lot stronger. So I'm curious how often he'll try to pull that unique champion he has out over Shochi in this one.
Yeah, it's very strong into the mid lane mages. I do think that's a good shout out. Definitely a pick we're going to have to keep our eyes on. Once upon a time, there was a day where I said that Shochi was the Swiss Army knife of League of Legends. That was a nickname that I gave him back in like 22 when he was on AoE, or I want to say Cincinnati Fear days as well. So, I mean, this guy, he's always been able to play everything. It's no surprise that he's the one with the technically deeper champion pool. But of course, you always gonna have his preferences, right? And I do think there has been a slight difference between Supernova's success when Shochi is on something more standard versus the more outlandish picks. A lot of these one-offs, like the Vladimir, like the LeBlanc, they've looked decent at times throughout the game, but they haven't actually been able to secure wins. But undefeated on Aurora, undefeated on Victor, undefeated on Rise, those more standard picks, in many ways feeling like they're what Supernova has the most practice with. So always something to keep our eyes on whenever a spicy one does get pulled out of the garage is, does the team actually know how to win alongside it?
Yeah, that's like an interesting theory about Shochi, right? Is that he is a level of chaos, as we've obviously preached for many years. So when you give him a control mage, you control the chaos correctly, and then when you give him his crazier picks, you know, it's just too much chaos. That maybe that's the theory here for Mr. Shochi. Obviously, though, we're kind of talking a bit about some pretty powerful meta mid lane picks in the mid lane, Ben, and we are into our second week of this very influential 16-9 patch. So I think as we get set up for this draft that should be coming shortly, it's time to pick our brain about maybe some things that we've seen from last week on the patch that you really like, maybe some stuff you've been seeing from other regions, maybe even in your solo queue flex games that you feel like we might get to start seeing in the NACL as we evolve on this patch. I really want to quickly shout out that I do think Senna in the AD carry position is a lot more viable. We saw a little bit of it. I expect to see a lot more of it, especially as we start heading into those best of fives later along in the postseason.
I think in general, the AD carry position in the marksman pool is actually very wide open right now in terms of what can be played. You know, the classic combos like Yunara Lulu, Karma Ezreal, Ashe Seraphine. Those are all still extremely strong, and they're going to be prioritized early on in these drafts, but we're seeing the setup pop up. Also, Smolder, I think, is criminally underrated, especially as an alternative pairing to Karma, as opposed to the Ezreal. Is like that lane is really strong, and Smolder's looking extremely broken right now. So it feels like just a lot of things are viable on the bottom side of the map at this moment, because I also think we're going to see more tank supports than we've been seeing. Like, yes, the classic enchanters, again, of things like Bard, also still really big, the Nami, but I think Nautilus, Leona, even Braum, these sort of champions are slowly bubbling their way to the surface as the meta kind of opens up a little bit, and especially as we go deeper into Fearless. Again, we're still playing best of threes today, but we are less than a week away from best of fives. You know, who's going to get the reps? on the Nautilus, on the Rel, on the Alistar, should push come to shove as we start going deeper.
Yeah, and that's such a good point to make here, Ben, especially for our two teams in Maryville and Supernova, the best of 5 conundrum. Because when we talk about who we really think can threaten as being a spring split champion here in the NACL, it's best of 5s that really need to deservingly bring a lot of edge, right? And I think this matchup in particular is fun because Maryville is a team, almost every one of these guys, even if Upsanas is a newer face to this team, I even trust him with his champ pool that we've seen with track record he had over in Europe in a best of 5. There's other guys on this team that, Yuji, Spyrax, Scary Jerry, we don't need to even talk about. We trust most of their champion pools at best of 5. But a team like Supernova, who we are saying if they win this series, they can take that second spot from Maryville. This is a team that a lot of these players I don't necessarily trust a ton yet of their best of 5 champion pools. So that could be a really big decider, even though these two teams are very close in the standings. How much do you trust them in best of 5, fearless format, very deep champion pools? I would definitely give the edge to the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the ones with the experience at that level. That's for damn sure as well. And I do think for Supernova, we're still... They feel like a team that's just like one step behind in their development, which is probably why we had 7 of the 8 of us on the casting team predict Maryville, because we are sitting here saying these teams are right next to each other in the standings. Maryville at 7-1 and Supernova at 6-2. Yeah, that's right. And if Supernova wins, they'll have the head-to-head, so they can still just snag second place for Maryville. But even though the standings are so close, it really does feel like Maryville is the team to beat here today. They've been so strong in the early game. They play the full court press so well. They've been doing it for years, and many of these players have been a part of that program for that period of time. Whereas for Supernova, they've liked to full court press themselves. They've been enjoying the 4-threat compositions. I think they're a little bit more geared towards the team fight, but they have a lot of mouths to feed on their team.
Oh, they do.
And when it works really well. And they've proven that they can get it to work against most of the teams here. But against the top 2, that's where the questions really start to emerge. Can they string it all together? Can they survive the absolutely brutal early game that the Saints have? We're not so sure, right? And I think Supernova has a lot to prove here today. We were looking for CCG to maybe be a team that could stall out, slow down, maybe look to compete in the team fights, and they couldn't at all. Maryville just rolled over them. Was that a fluke? Perhaps, it could have just been a bad day. But I think Maryville is looking to prove that it's not a top 4. It's a top 2. CCG, they managed to take a game off of NRG last week. They were maybe making the argument that things are close. But I think if Maryville 2-0s here today, which honestly is my expectation.
Yep.
It's looking tough.
It is looking tough indeed. And you talked a lot about how early game is such a difference maker for these two teams. And it really can show up in things like the bottom lane stats. I think Levitate has done a pretty good job having his spotlight moments in those very chaotic later game Supernova scenarios. He's had some big carry performances there. But like you mentioned, don't know if Levitate is going to consistently be able to meet those markers that we've seen him of later game itemization. If Scary Jerry runs him over in this early game like he has been doing against really every single AD carry that's come to bat. You mentioned, obviously, the stat that he is basically a BF sword up at 15 minutes, almost that marker at 14 minutes. But it's the thing that maybe some newer NACL fans don't realize is this is Scary Jerry's bread and butter. This is what he's made his name on. This is what he got him up to the tier 1 level for a bit before. He is by far one of the best 80 carry laning prospects we have seen in NA in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, he's just such a force to be reckoned with in this phase of the game. And it is a bit of a concern for me for Zyko and Levitate specifically, where I do think that the lane has still been the weakest part of the game for these two players specifically. I mean, Hub and Redemption just last week in that 3-game series against Dorado, they were getting their licks in against this 2 versus 2. So you have to believe that Scary Jerry and Obstinatus are going to do the same thing, as there is heavy jungle focus in the bans. Jarvan looking like an obvious first pick, but lots of power then available in the bottom lane, as although the long range bullies have been taken away, things like Karma, things like Ezreal, Ash Sarah, all available. It's actually just going to be this permabanned Orianna.
Yeah, also, it was interesting to see the Orianna is like the Exodia mid lane pick still, one of those huge mid laners, even on the newer patch. 2-10 is one hell of a stat line for Oriana's in the NACL, if I saw that correctly. So I do like this, though. If you're going to take the Oriana first, maybe this is what Maryville was betting on with their ban phase. They thought either we're going to get Spyrax, the Oriana, or we're going to get the Jarvan ourselves. So Yuji's going to break up that classic pairing, and then they'll also lock in the Ezreal here for Scary Jerry, which does potentially signal that they'll play for the Ezreal Karma, but there are options like Obstinatus picking up the Bard, where we normally see a Bard try and leave the Ezreal a safe AD carry in the bottom lane, try to create plays on the map, but what we saw the last time Scary Jerry and Obstinatus played Ezreal Bard, they played kill lane just like it was Ezreal Karma.
I think I'm expecting to see Karma Bard traded back and forth from these teams one way or the other. Whether Supernova wants to pick the Bard or their Karma is their choice. They are going to go for the Karma for Zyko. Now, I did mention the Smolder. I don't know if they want to bust this out in game one. It does have the ability to escape the Cataclysm, which is a rare trait amongst the AD carries that are still available in the pool. Yunara has been the other more popular one, but that's more traditionally paired with the Lulu. That is a harder pick to pull out in game one. It does cede a lot of the lane to something like a Karma Ez, and in fact, they just decide not to reveal their AD carry pick. Save it for later, get a strong jungler, because that pool has already been pinched so much amongst what have traditionally been the 6 strongest bruiser junglers.
It is always a little bit weird seeing the Vi locked in against the Ezreal, because that is a bit of a harder target to obviously make the CC to assist work on. But like you mentioned, it's just the fact that Music wants to get a powerful jungler, and the pool is so pinched. So I also don't hate leaving AD carry, especially for that Smolder talk. I wonder if they want to see if it's a safe enough game to go for that Smolder with the rest of the Maryville draft. So they're going to save that pick potentially for later on in this one. Love the Jhin ban, though, coming across here, as if you can't get yourself, if we're looking for champions that can dash out of the Cataclysm, we're running low on options, you could see Levitate go for the Jhin that just does outrange the Jarvan in most scenarios, so you can't get Cataclysmed yourself. That's a really smart ban, and hey, we might even see the Smolder ban come across here from Maryville in that second phase to really make it hard for Levitate to find an AD carry that can avoid Yuji's Jarvan ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, we're really pinching specific pools here, as Supernova obviously is going to have the opportunity to fire back at Spyrax. Honestly, with this Oriana showing, you mentioned the Cassiopeia. I don't know if you play it with the composition that Maryville has, just because it is not as long range as something like the Ezreal Bard Jarvan, which wants to follow up from so far away, but it does have a decent lane matchup into that Oriana.
It does.
That was blinded by Shochi. So it is at least something to keep in the back of our minds. You also could just go towards something a little bit more standard, like an Azir. Still available. Rise, good ban here from Supernova. That's another one I was looking at.
We'll have to see exactly what Spyrax wants to take control with this pick on. Yeah, I would expect it to be mid lane here. They definitely are gonna say, "All right, Kay, we're gonna hold out your pick. We're gonna get you a counter pick matchup into Hoarder." As that
unless they want Rumble.
Unless they want Rumble, that is obviously that is a great shout. So we'll see if we'll leave that one off and just go to blind the Rumble. Nope. Good call there, Ben. You are in your bag early. It's good to see. The Azir will be locked in here to, level out the scaling matchup and provide extra playmaking for both Yuji and Spyrax with their ultimates now.
I've been casting these players a long time, Slayer. What can I say? I know what these guys like, but we'll see what Hoarder likes. Not been casting him quite as long. Embezzle's been his most popular blind, but we've seen priority on it fall quite a bit. Rumble obviously still available should he want to go for it. Cassante, another very strong standard blind.
Hey!
We do get the Smolder. Okay. So here we go. I like what Supernova's put together. They just need something that can dive in with this Vi. I'm really looking at Cassante here. It makes a lot of sense to me as a blind. I do think it opens you up to getting countered by Obstinatus, but you might just have to take the L.
Yeah, so this is hilarious. Okay. I'm glad we did not go with the Vayne, because we picked an AD carry that can avoid the Cataclysm, and if we lock in a Marksman top, that then is the easier target for the Cataclysm, it would be pretty funny. I know you could condemn the Jarvan off his own Cataclysm, but you're still trapped in it with them. So they're going to grab the Rumble and pick up a very powerful damage-dealing comp like we talked about for Supernova. But what I will say for Supernova is I do think they've kind of left their Vi hung out to dry besides an Oriana ball. So a lot of pressure on Music, especially early game, to create for Supernova here.
There's also negative early game pressure from Supernova in general, though. I mean, yes, once level 6 comes through, you have Vi, Shockwave, Ori combo, but love the Galio. This is an old school Rumble counter right here. I was wondering what KO was going to go to. I like this frontline choice, and it's something that's less slow than the Cassante, more ability to close onto the Supernova backline and create space for the strong hyper carries of Spyrax and Scary Jerry. But going back to my original point, I'm really worried about Supernova in this early game. Again, Maryville, they're the ones accustomed to the full court press. Funnily enough, very little pressure on them to actually do so with the composition that they have drafted. A very standard team fight comp here for Maryville. But they've still got Yuji on a very proactive pick, in my opinion, has much more enticing prospects for early game proactivity. And I think Supernova really relying on comboing ultimates onto individual members of Maryville to make forward progress in this game, but it's going to be very difficult when you've got a Galio and a Bard that can be so reactive around the map, and Ezreal and an Azir that can create safety for themselves, and a Jarvan that just doesn't really give a damn.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to see the Jarvan-Orianna combo, but I would argue cinematically the Jarvan Heroic Entrance Galio combo is a bit more fun if we're talking about stacking circles with some clutch ultimates. I do want to take a second before we get into game to fanboy a little bit here, Ben. Of course, seeing the Smolder get locked in. Let's see if Levitate, like the caster myself, can get pentas in competitive games on Smolder when playing this champion. I also, got to pop into Levitate, who I really support how much he streams his solo queue, how much he's grinding, and we were talking a bit about Smolder and seeing if he can get into competitive play. So how poetic is it that he sees this angle on my first Levitate cast of the year? It's sometimes sweet when you can see your champion pools align with the very awesome players that you get to see on the Rift. Is we do hit the Rift here for game one, Maryville taking on Supernova.
And you know what, Slayer? I'm looking at Levitate to be the big carry this game. I do think this is a good Smolder angle. A lot of front line from Maryville that you can splash those Qs through, and a lot of safety afforded by this pick to try and kite it out and carry later on into the game. Lane going to be a massive question, as always, when you're laning up against Obstinatus and Scary Jerry, but especially on the Smolder. General consensus is that the lane is not weak enough for how hard this pick scales, but despite that, can the Smolder Karma avoid getting rolled over by this incredibly strong 2v2? And also, of course, looking at our featured matchup presented by Philips Neuralico One Blade, Spyrax against Shochi. Mid lane, the highway of Summoner's Rift. If you're looking at two teams that like to get proactive, whoever can get control early, it's going to dictate a lot for the rest of their team.
And going back to those conversations you talked about with the early game, as we look at our jungle pathing, both the junglers pathing top down, Vi is definitely that champion that, while we feel very proactive level 3 ganks, obviously the cease and desist comes through, very gank heavy jungler, but early first clear, definitely like to have some protection. And in a meta where we've seen a lot more invades start happening with junglers, they're getting a lot more aggressive, this is really pertinent that we see Music get through his first clear pretty comfortably, and there's no shenanigans, even despite the fact that you can see the bottom lane, Levitate and Zyko have to play with respect here into the Ezreal Bard, and you can already see topside with the counter pick. The K has been able to get decent push here into this Rumble from Porter, so Music hopefully will be pretty untouched through his clear, but even mid lane is getting a bit spicier with Shochi very, very low compared to Spyrax's health bar.
Spyrax doing a great job trading at that lethal tempo, despite the clockwork windup for Shochi, just losing out on the health trade regardless, so well done from the mid laner of Maryville University. I do think Music generally pretty relieved to see that he's on a match clear with Yuji. Both junglers do know they have information, but of course, Yuji has push in all 3 lanes, so he can try to walk in at best, maybe deny a double crab, or even look to dive mid.
Oh man. Shochi is in danger that he doesn't even realize.
He's investing a lot of time here.
Yep, he's definitely not going to be able to go for any invade, so he's going to commit here to this dive. Emo to let Shochi know that he's got a dive coming his way, and he doesn't even use an ability to throw down the flag and drag. Nope, none of that needed. Yuji just walks up, bops down Shochi, and grabs himself first blood.
Yeah, I mean, very well played by the Saints right there, and Spyrax early laning making the difference. We talk about the hands check of Maryville, and it is starting early. Now, Yuji will lose out on a lot of clear time for it, and Music, I think, going to be pretty happy with that to complete his full clear, take a base, be accelerated on his way to level 6, but I think overall the Saints obviously going to be the ones feeling a little bit better about that early trade. Mid lane, all-important lane going the way of the Saints early.
Do get a look at the bottom lane trades also going for Maryville. Very big health bar difference, especially in the support. I do like to see that Levitate is doing a really good job at the classic Smolder strategy, the most anti-push you possibly can get. Try really to make sure you're not ever hitting the minion wave unless you're throwing out these super Scorcher Breath Qs to try and get that evolved as quickly as possible. But this is still a pretty hard task knowing what Scary Jerry and Obstinatus want to do. So they're constantly trading harder on the wave, but Scary Jerry does get caught a bit far forward. I like that heal push from Zyko. Levitate gets a ton of solid damage down. But the problem with early game Smolder, of course, is that takes a lot of mana. So Levitate does have the wave crashing towards him now. They've got a lot of pressure relieved on the bot side, but mid lane, it's just all of the Spyrack show. Yuji showing up, not just to look for a kill, but just to further show that Yuji has set up a home in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, when you're crossing jungle quadrants, why not up here in another lane? Shochi at least holding on to his summoner spell and his life, but getting chunked out again, just going to give Spyrax even more priority. And oh
nice
my goodness,
yep.
That could have been a game-changing interrupt.
Yeah, that's a classic that we're seeing all over the place with how early bottom lane's willing to trade the non-flash summoner, use that barrier just to guarantee the back. Levitate will come back out with that Cole, just showing that he is playing fully for the Q stacking, which we'll have to keep a track on as this game evolves further. But looking to push the early game further here, Ben, we have that first dragon, a Hextech Drake spawning in just a mere couple of seconds, and to see Yuji come back out with 3 longswords definitely gives him a bit more fighting power compared to Music's inventory.
Jerry individually up 20 CS already. This is a huge lead in the bottom lane for Maryville as Levitate's coming back to lane with a...
Yep. You know, I will... Yes, but for Smolder, it's a little less daunting. It is right up the alley of what this champion wants to create here. And do get to see a rare window where both Levitate and Psycho get some push. We were curious to see how much Obstinatus would try and play for the lane with how dominant him and Scary Jerry have been, but I'm glad to see him on the Bard, getting out on the map. This is why Bard is such a premier pick in the meta right now. He's a premier roaming support. So going around getting those chimes, and with the lead we saw Yuji already grab with the highest gold outside the bottom lane so far. See if Obstinatus can link up with Yuji, maybe around that Grubs timer later on. But right now, he's once again looking to brawl alongside his AD carry. Levitate taking a flat flipper. Obstinatus flashes, gets the Cosmic Bind up against the wall. Levitate will have to flash back under turret. The Q will not hit from Scary Jerry, but he's got the lethal tempo going. And if he can land these Mystic shots, Psycho might just be next. Another great Cosmic Binding from Obstinatus, and he'll take the kill onto Levitate.
Wow, I mean, Levitate ends up dropping True Shot Barrage. Okay, Zyko sees it. Not going to fall, but I think a mistake from Levitate right there, disrespecting some of the damage that could get fired back. And I love the flash there from Obstinatus. I think really just trying to trade flashes and get some HP off of Levitate by flashing in. But Maryville ends up getting the kill. And I mean, this game already looks over. This is the 2 lanes that we talked about being important. Spyrax, he's up 10 CS, and Shochi has a death. And now in bottom lane, Scary Jerry's got double Levitate CS and a kill of his own.
In top lane, they have the counter that you could say, oh yeah, I know K doesn't have like a huge lead, but he's even with this very powerful Rumble pick. I'm with you, Hawk. It already feels pretty dangerous for Supernova's game clock so far into this one. And it's only going to get worse, especially once we get that Cataclysm online. You know, K is a bit more jailed than normal. Galio's playing on the top side, but that hero's entrance is always a semi-global threat you can see on the map. Expect the playmaking, especially from this top side, to tick up further. And luckily for Yuji, he'll have his pick of whatever neutral objective he wants to go after. The Dragon hasn't been taken just yet, and we'll have those grubs in about 30 seconds also up and available.
And you talk about Obstinatus being on the Bard, being able to get active. You know, not only is Bard so good because he can get out of the map and be proactive, which is often what people look at, but he's so good at being reactive. How do you find a target as Supernova when the Tempered Fate can always look to interrupt the burst or stall out time and prepare for a collapse from Maryville? It makes the game so much harder to play just on a reactive level for the Saints, affording that extra level of safety in CC. So that's another thing I want to track and see if Obstinatus can really try and box Music out of this game, as Yuji has a very creative angle here. He's snuck in behind. I don't know if Music knows. Okay, he knows now.
Yep, knows now. Yuji's going to threaten him and just easily push him off of that blue buff. Only has, you know, 2 long swords to the Ruby Crystal. They're both holding onto that Tunneler, but here's that Maryville full court press. Obstinatus off the bot wave. Spyrax can move up for mid lane, and it makes it impossible for Music to even think about going for a Vault Breaker steal. He'll lose access to his blue buff, and Just look at the blue wards as well on the spot side. I wouldn't be surprised, Ben, if Yuji just starts up this first dragon on his own.
That's my expectation as well. I don't think any reason he can't. He's got push in all the lanes that he needs it. Music gonna go get at least one grub for his trouble. Maybe he can try to take all 3, depending on how quickly Maryville gets this dragon down. So still not the end of the world from Supernova. You know, maybe I was being a bit of a doomer. They're still in this game, but still 2,000 gold lead at 9 minutes gonna feel pretty difficult to overcome, let's say.
Yeah, and we're on track for that Scary Jerry BF Sword diff of 15 that you kept reaching in the early game, as he is up 900 gold, not 9,000. That would end the game.
9,000 would be pretty outrageous. Is he Naruto or whatever? I don't watch that show. But you know the one where it's like, his power is over 9,000.
Oh, did you just call that? All right. Hawk, they might cook you for that one.
Is that from Dragon Ball or something?
Yeah, that's definitely Dragon Ball. So we're going to ignore that for a second. We're going to see over 9,000 amounts of damage come out here from Scary Jerry as he nearly takes down Levitate with a full rotation of spells. Tempered Fate is used to turn off that turret. Doesn't necessarily manifest much further, but all the pressure is the main thing here. It's going to force another reset here from Levitate, and that means Scary Jerry is going to get even more gold in plates. And if Zyko sticks around, I'm spotting Yuji hovering the area as well. They can look to dive this Karma. Levitate also cancels the back. Doesn't expect Obsidianus that far up, so he eats a Cosmic Binding off the minion wave. And this dive now feels inevitable.
There's no wave yet. But, I mean, Yuji's got all the time in the world. There is no escaping this for Supernova. They do have TPs on Shochi and Hoarder if they want to try to match. They even got Spyrax walking down. Maybe Music could find him, try to turn something around.
Levitate doesn't have flash. You have to flap out of the Cataclysm, but not the Cataclysm just kills him off. Obsidianus gets out of turret range as well to make the dive successful. Flash does have to come out from the Maryville support to get away from Music, but he is too little, too late to save his AD carry, as the ADC gap has gone pretty far and wide already over at 10 minutes, and it might even push towards the mid lane as well. Shockwave having to use this Shochi as he's one Mirror Auto away from dropping himself.
Yeah, there's the BF Sword diff, by the way. 1.4k up in the lead for Scary Jerry as Obsidianus on this Bard, man, he is doing it crazy nasty style to Supernova right now. I mean, this is a really nice Bard performance from Obsidianus. Definitely looking good as he's putting his AD carry up in a really good position.
We're starting to see, you know, as we talked a lot about the new meta and how maybe some champions might make their way into the NACL. It's also time to talk about some of these items, and I love this from Scary Jerry. He probably loves that we've got these Omnivamp boots coming into the game with how dominant he's been in lane and how it rewards kills. So he's already picked up those boots early. He's sacking time to get to the Triforce because he recognizes, Hawk, hey, I'm getting kills early, I'm getting assists early, takedowns. It's going to give me some seriously good Omnivamp, and that's what he values most here.
Yeah, getting that 10% Omnivamp really going to be game-changing. As now Hoarder, he's under fire. Maryville, they're saying, hey, Kate, you've not been involved much this game. How about we get our boy in?
Well, you know, Music tries to cover for Hoarder. Yuji spots him out, so it's, again, the similar situation where Music doesn't really feel like he can match into Yuji, and he doesn't even win the smite fight. Oh, there we go, the Flag Drag Heroic Entrance combo we were looking for. Music is going to Vault Breaker out of that scenario, but he loses access to more camps nonetheless. And more pressure exerted on the map from Maryville, but yep, the crossplay comes across as Shochi looks for a roam towards the bot side, trying to hold on to that Shockwave. Scary Jerry's got Arcade Shift on top of him, tries to flash out the Shockwave, but it still lands. Luckily, Obsidianus has a Magical Journey to try and get them out, but all of Supernova are following. Flash from Shochi, and he will commit on the kill, but Spyrax over the wall. Emperor's Divide down, and now he gets to pick off all the low health members. Shochi able to pick up the double kill on the backside, but he's immediately traded out for a Maryville double, and here comes the Maryville triple, dunked down from Yuji, and they win out on the cross map.
Everybody get up. It's time to slam now as Yuji dunks Zyko. Makes it a 3 for 2. A little bit messy from Jerry right there. K even teleporting in just for good measure. I would say at least Hoarder's getting free time on the top side of the map, but Jerry's got to teleport just to make sure he holds onto the tower, collects the wave, and K, oh, Levitate, you don't want to come back to this lane, buddy, unless, okay, Yuji perhaps not going to reach his hand too far into the cookie jar. Just going to go reset. He's probably a better man than me for that.
Maybe, I think Levitate's also just the weird scenario where he's like, yes, please take my turret. I need a longer wave.
Honestly,
so I have more time to freeze, so I get more Q stacks, because that's all the early game is for Smolder, no matter how bad it has gone.
It's crazy that Scary Jerry is up on average 1,300 gold at 15 minutes, and that is going to go up after this game 1
up a lot
against Supernova. Might get even higher as we have a dragon in 20 seconds. I really doubt Supernova fights this. They do have item spikes on their top side if they were really feeling spicy, but yeah, okay. It looks like they're just trying to find a counter punch onto Spyrax or something along those lines. Obviously, UG actually not on the bottom side of the map just yet, so this is at least not going to get ripped on spawn here for the Saints.
You're going to try and use more mid-pressure, right? They're trying to open up a lot more of the map first that makes those vision lines move up. And I love this, whenever you got the Ezreal up and ahead, even if the quest wasn't completed, once that bottom lane tier 1 turret goes down, move this guy out towards the mid lane, his top side. Spyrax gets jumped on from Music, who finally gets to use that cease and desist onto a target, but Spyrax flashing out, so it's a good look, but it's still not a kill, and we need gold to start coming into the Supernova team.
I will say, not a bad look for Supernova in the sense that UG dropping Dragon priority to actually look to counter the expected cross map from Supernova, but ends up being a little bit late to the play. Not a combination of words we used to typically when describing UG, being late to things. So well played from Supernova to at least make sure that they don't get counter ganked and end up giving over kills of their own. As okay, Music, this is
oh no, Music, he doesn't even have that Vi ultimate. He's gonna face check into UG, does get the Vault Breaker off back over that fat wall, so he will get himself to safety. But taking that nice chunk means that I would expect UG to feel like he can just go for the Herald, but he is gonna reset alongside the Supernova jungler and maybe try and make his way over towards that dragon like you talked about.
I think with Spyrax being so low, UG understanding that Maryville not having the map state to start up any of these neutral objectives. And again, they're not in a huge rush to do them. Although Maryville, they're this early game dominant team, it's not like they're playing a composition that doesn't scale. In fact, I might even slightly favor their scaling outside of the Smolder, to be honest with you, just because of how beefy their front line is. But regardless of that, Spyrax going to keep pushing up, but Supernova just going to continue trying to make cross-map plays because they know that the neutral objectives themselves are not startable. So they need to try to pick off these pushed-up Maryville members. But Maryville, we said it, they've been playing this style for years. They know how to keep themselves safe. They know how to not give over freebies.
And I like how we're seeing Obstinatus really play on the edge, because Bard is one of those champions where it feels like your best ability is your bait ability to kind of just make this Supernova single target comp chase him around, even if he is going to die to maybe a cease and desist combo coming across with a shockwave. At this point, if Obstinatus is trading out those clutch ultimates for Supernova, it's usually going to be a winning fight for Maryville on the backside. So we'll see how much Obstinatus wants to play on the edge like we see some of those classic Bard players do. We heard in the coach interview from Niles that off a last Obstinatus performance, he was sending in pictures about Keria as well, but we're seeing a play on the top side being made nonetheless after K. That was a lot of teleports invested there just to get the Galio flash.
Yeah, I mean, Supernova are already at a point of desperation just trying to find side lane picks. As nice burn.
Fades, Obstinatus. Oh, the Q was a bit early, though, so Levitate is able to flash, but UG will just follow with the Cataclysm. All of Supernova overload towards the top side, and Maryville make a cross-play of their own to knock down Levitate once more.
I've seen a little bit of disrespectful positioning from Levitate this game. I think he just got to flash that Tempered Fate. Unfortunately, does end up getting hit by it. And a good conversion as Obstinatus continuing to just look amazing. Slayer, we were making international references on the pre-show. You know, you talked about the Keria comparison. I also was going to say, I feel like these are the two teams in the NACL that are closest to the LPL. I don't know. How does resident LPL caster feel about Maryville Supernova? Do you think they could join up?
My heartstrings. You know, I think
they gotta be better than like LNG or something, right? Or one of the bad ones.
Whoa. Hey. Well, let's not disrespect my boy 1xN like that. That guy's going group ascend at this point, the way he's playing. But hey, I like the comp. I think identity-wise, yeah, this is definitely similar to watching, if you're an LPL fan, maybe like a BLG, where they're just all over the map. And instead of making cross plays like you were talking about, Maryville feels so strong that they're always going to try and lean into Supernova's strong side play, because they're like, your strongest play doesn't match what we've got. So we've seen constantly in this early game that UG is tracking alongside Music, and Music has been really ineffective. We've really only seen one Vi ultimate come down in this game so far.
Yeah, it's been a quiet game, and that was the concern we had with the Vi all the way back to the draft. I think it's just really coming to fruition now. Spyrax still has no flash. if they wanted to really try to commit for this. Has the tower, has a
Equalizer.
UG.
Oh, man. I mean, he gets the protection done on his own. He gets Hoarder away from him with that turret, and Music, yep, goes right back out the way he came with a Tempered Fate from Obstinatus. Hits onto 2. Double flash, but there's the flash falling from UG. Shockwave is Shochi to try and save him, but he's going to the Great Screen one way or another. UG goes unstoppable, and Supernova have to use all their flashes just to get away from the Maryville Parade.
Goodness gracious. I mean, UG is just the best player in the NACL. There's absolutely nothing else to say. He is so good at covering everything Supernova's tried to go for. Him and Spyrax, this dynamic duo for so many years, in a 3 versus 4 on the top side, essentially, getting it done as
Levitate.
They still can't kill him.
Levitate caught in the picture-in-picture. Spyrax with a nice little Shuriman shuffle, and Supernova are tossed off of their pick play once again. Flash forward from Obstas, gets the double Cosmic Binding, gets himself his own kill. The flag dropped down from UG, and Spyrax will grab the last one. Maryville are running this map, and the way they're running the NACL right now should scare all of the league.
How do you beat these players? Obstinatus linking up with the dynamic duo of Maryville University and making it look like they've played together for years. As here's the initial, or rather the follow-up play as Spyrax. He's got the Seekers and a nice pushback to always keep himself safe. Azir just does that. The slows from Obstinatus, the commit forward, and Maryville just flies in over the top. They're now up 7,000 gold, make it 8. As this is a wrap. It's over.
We saw, it's just housekeeping duties now, Ben, for Maryville with these neutral objectives. They got that second Drake as well off of that entirety play, and they're starting that push even further. All gas, no brakes. You're playing full court press until the Nexus explodes, so they're starting to already threaten that mid-tier 2 turret, and I'm with you, Hawk. The optimist in me will say there's always a Smolder in the game, and on this patch, he can really go Exodia, but unfortunately, the way this game state's going, we're never going to reach that type of Smolder. Do see Tempered Fate pick off onto Shochi, doesn't land. He has to use the Shockwave defensively, and look how little damage I did to UG. He just shrugs that thing off like a gnat flying around his ear and bops down once again Shochi for UG to go godlike.
Bad habits from Shochi resurfacing in a one-sided game as you just cannot be up on that side wave. But, I mean, at a certain point, maybe when you're so far behind, you just make the call that you can afford to risk it for the biscuit.
UG, he's everywhere looking for picks. He once again uses a Cataclysm to find a kill, this time onto Zyko. Hoarder's CPN is too little too late, and it's another feast down for the Saints.
All right. If Maryville's BLG, and BLG's change junglers like every split, keep it real with me. You taking Shun or are you taking UG right now?
I'm taking UG, man. He can't look at this. He can't look at this scoreline and be afraid of this guy. Yeah, exactly. It is. Oh my lord, he is already sprinting towards potentially. If you thought he was playing aggro before, then this guy might complete a GA in short succession, and that's gonna make his playmaking go to the maximum level.
This is like the richest Jarvan I've ever seen. Normally, junglers, they complete one item and they're like full build. I don't think we ever see them get to this point, like where they actually have more items than the rest of their team. Oh goodness.
Well, now we have a Baron to look forward to. Yeah, it's like going through the progressions, right, at this point. We're just like, all right, we're this strong. What's up on the map? They'll A, either give us a huge buff, or B, force Supernova to come fight us. All right, it's Baron. So we'll just see them set up for this, and for all the hype we had about this being a potential map for second place, it doesn't feel that way through one game, and that's because Maryville are just the hottest team in the NACL right now.
And I think Knowers knew that it might look something like this, but I mean, even this is more one-sided than I was expecting, and I was expecting a 2-0 for Maryville, as, I mean, the map just collapsed for Supernova everywhere. Hoarder was really the only lane that remained somewhat stable, but I mean, even against the Galio, like, it's not like he was really winning. As Levitate, that's Flash Force just off of a Tempered Fate. Obstinatus, he is continuing to shoot 100% from 3, if you will.
Yeah, he's hitting from downtown nonetheless. And that pressure, again, the dial just keeps going up off the back of that playmaking. The mid-tier 2 turret follows a bottom lane, similar structure there to drop. And the point that really is going to hit home how dire this is now for Supernova, you're going to start seeing their jungle, well, not really become their jungle. It's just going to be all blue side wards to make it completely dark for Supernova to walk into. I mean, it's such a dominant performance. Look, they've got a blue ward on the furthest back Phaelite that is on the map here for Supernova.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think Music's jungle's been his jungle since like 7 minutes into the game. We saw Yuji contesting like the
Great
second or
counterpoint.
third blue buff.
Yeah, that's also true.
It's definitely a sad time to be a Vi. Let's just put it that way. I'm honestly surprised Maryville hasn't started the Baron. I mean, understandably, you know, they're crossing their T's, they're dotting their I's. The one way you could throw this game is by getting like super Omega comboed by Shockwave plus Equalizer plus Mom when you're grouped up at the Baron. So making sure they can push their vision line up. They've got a lot of pick tools between Eugene and Obstinatus to try and catch somebody out. Levitate, as mentioned before, having no flash, and not like this Karma can face check anything.
Nope. And how about a two-man Baron? That's just how ahead both UG
Just
and
3-item
Spyrax
Azir
are.
Jarvan, Slayer.
Yep.
At 24 minutes.
3-item Azir at 24 minutes. They don't even need their 3-item Ezreal at 24 minutes either, as he's just holding down the mid lane. They are going to actually come off of this Baron. I wonder if they saw that pink ward drop towards the top echelon of the jungle. They were worried that Supernova were going to weasel their way through that.
Ward?
Yeah, or the
them
blue
off.
ward.
They do have 4 blue wards on Supernova, so it's going to be hard to get all of them out.
Man,
Okay, there's number
one.
2.
All right, this time Supernova are going to walk in. UG and Spyrax are not deterred, though. They're just going to hunt down this Baron, and nice blast code from Obstinatus, so it's going to be a music flash. He goes over all the season says, can he steal the Baron? No, the Tempered Fate won't come down. It's Yuji that grabs it. The Shockwave does force him into the GA. Scary Jerry's getting jumped on from Horner, finds the shutdown. Scary Jerry is the one to be picked off as Maryville spread out as 5, and now it's K that has to try and run towards this magical journey. He will get through. Obstinatus and support are on the other side. Yuji going to flag and drag, re-engage. Yuji goes legendary. Yuji's healing is ridiculous. He flag and drags out of his own Cataclysm, and now they have Spyrax TPing back in. It's Supernova on the back foot now as they desperately try and run out of their own jungle. But they have made gods bleed, or have they really? Because Yuji and Spyrax are still on the hunt. Another great Obstinatus Cosmic Finding finds Spyrax the double, and Yuji wants more blood. Finds his legendary kill onto Music. There is no way to keep the Saints down.
It's 12,000 gold now in the lead, as it's just this trio. Yuji, Spyrax, Obstinatus. It doesn't even matter that Jerry kind of threw his life away, shifting into 5 members of Supernova, because, I mean, they don't need him. They're so far ahead.
This is going to be a hilarious stat line, by the way, as we'll get a look back at that Hail Mary coming across from Supernova, thanks to Phillips Norelco. One blade, but the Hail Mary
the extension
falls flat, because of that extension.
I mean, it's just, they killed Jerry, and they think, like, guys, we've got the 5 before we could fight, but I think as soon as they took the Bard Tunnel towards a teleporting in 3-item Azir, and also this incredibly strong Jarvan, the fight was always going to be a little bit difficult. I mean, credit to Supernova, they tried. Right? I think Music was able to creatively get into the pit, but
Psychonos that flash.
Yeah.
There's that dunk down we were looking for.
Gold.
Double dunk. Oh, the flash in place just to get the knock upon to Levitate. Yuji is in his bag on this Jarvan. And they get K onto the multi-kill counter as well. And this should just be the final blow here, Ben. As one-sided as we could get in the NACL, Maryville have come to play once more, knowing the stakes. If they grab this series win, they lock a bye in the playoffs, and they are one single game away. It didn't even take 30 minutes. Stat padding just to make sure Scary Jerry gets his first kill of the game, by the way. But Maryville will win resoundingly, 22-4 in the kill count to take a 1-0 series lead.
Yep, not really much to say about that one, other than that it is a clinical rundown from Maryville. 27 minutes, 22 kills on their side. As Supernova, you come at the king, you better not miss. And, oh my gosh, it went right there, right behind me. I missed entirely.
Yeah. You're gonna have to get that window patched up. Hawk will give you some time to do it.
Gosh, that's expensive,
listen,
I think.
Listen, to get a little personal, that was, I'm sure you know, as my coach for Hearthstone Castle, that was the Slayer 80 carry Super Bowl right there, Ezreal versus Smolder. If there was ever a sign from the world that I should stray away from my main, Scary Jerry reminded me that it's always the Ezreal.
Supernova looked like Hearthstone Casterlope when they tried to play scaling. It's tough, though. Maryville everyone looked like that. So
yeah, true.
All it's showing us is that shoot, maybe it's not a top 4. Maybe it's just a top 2. We'll see if Supernova though can bounce back.
We'll see if Maryville can top a game once again, one more time, to find this series a win. And we'll see, like you mentioned, Hawk, if Supernova have an answer. They'll obviously have side selection available to them and first pick selection for that Game 2 draft. But we're going to take a quick break before we get into Game 2, Maryville Supernova.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
What's up, everyone? 4x4 here, bringing you the Week 7 NACL recap. Playoffs are right around the corner, so let's get caught up on what happened last week to get you ready for the home stretch. So the first order of business, unfortunately, is that Blue Otter and Apex Mission Impossible are locked at the bottom of the standings, meaning they'll participate in the summer promotion tournament after playoffs to fight with the 4 teams coming up from OQs to secure a spot in the NACL 2026 summer split. Blue Otter fought like hell in Game 1, Samikin with a almost deathless Ari game before he got picked off in the crucial soul fight, but it wasn't enough. A massive re-engage by Munchie after he was left for dead around the soul fight brought Game 1 back against Conviction, but alas, that was where the good times stopped, as Conviction took games 2 and 3, putting Blue Otter in the bottom 2. NRG continued to be very good. They took down Conviction 2-0 and CCG 2-1, but that CCG loss meant that Supernova has officially crashed the top 3 party. After dropping Game 1 to Dorado, Porter said, "Everybody get in the backpack, time to get carried." He was 5-0-1 on his Ambessa in Game 2 before the 11-minute mark, but Game 3, Game 3. By the 21-minute mark, Dorado were up 14 kills to 2, 3 dragons to 0, and almost 5,000 gold. And then in the blink of an eye, Supernova found 3 shutdowns, leading into a Baron take that wiped out Dorado's gold lead. And just a few minutes after that, Dorado positioned to get Cloud Soul, but Shochi's Rise had Actualizer, and you know how that usually goes. Heading into the last week of the regular season, NRG, Maryville, Supernova, and CCG have locked top 6, but everyone down from Conviction to Dorado could still clinch a playoff spot, so there is a lot riding on these last few matches. And there you have it, your Week 7 NACL recap brought to you by Philips Norelco OneBlade. Make sure to follow us on socials, and of course, tune in for Week 8 as we wrap up the regular season on twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
So glad to have you back with us here on the NACL live stream as we are into our penultimate day, one day away from our final day, and we still have some playoff scenarios to shore up, both at the top and bottom. But if you missed game one, maybe the battle for second seed isn't much of a battle or way too one-sided, Ben, the way Maryville dominated that game one up against Supernova.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were calling it the battle for second place, and hey, it still is. Supernova could come back 2-0 the next couple of games, and they could be the second seed, sending Maryville into the main bulk of the bracket. But the way that first game looked, it's not really feeling like a battle for second place, as that was just another Maryville clinic, despite what the standings would suggest. And the biggest thing is that the map just collapsed for Supernova, specifically mid lane and bot. Spyrax, Scary Jerry, and Obstinatus just gapped their opposite numbers. I mean, there is no other way around it. And that cannot happen for Supernova in game two. If they want to show that they're competitive against Maryville, you at least need to try to get to some mid-game fights on somewhat even footing. It can't go that badly that fast.
Exactly, Hawk. And I do respect the play here from Bach with that draft. You know, if in theorizing from the draft, right, you go for the Smolder pick, you bring like an Oriana Vi to try to make plays a bridge for some mid-game playmaking, and then you can try and play for your Smolder scaling, which on this patch is obviously just so deadly. But I hope they don't necessarily go for that approach again here in this game too, because it's obvious that you cannot really sit back and let Maryville do what they want early. The game will end. So as we get into this game two draft with a pretty similar scenario, just Maryville with that first selection, we have a traditional draft, traditional B1. I want to see Supernova try and just swing early, try and see if they can slow down this Maryville all-out early game blitz and throw hands, because if they try and repeat whatever that similar scaling draft we saw from game one, this may be a quicker series than even we thought.
And they need to put Music in a better position as well. We were critical of the Vi lock-in. Obviously, you know, it was the best available bruiser, best available playmaker, but really just did not have options to be able to play the game. And this time we don't have the similar jungle focus in the bans that we had in game one. So Wukong and Xin Zhao, now the two, again, somewhat obvious picks. We've also been seeing some other ones start to crop up, specifically into the Xin Zhao. Things like the Trundle have been making a bit of a rise, but it's just going to be Lucian prio for Jerry. Bit of a departure from what we've been seeing, but if we're talking about winning out on 2v2s, well, it's a pretty good start.
Pretty darn good start. Usually see that Melio get paired up with the Lucian as well, so expect that one to come out from Obstinatus. You know, a bit of a sigh, I would say, as it does really limit his playmaking if we do see that one come across on that Melio, but hey, it's that powerful bottom lane like you were talking about. Rise going to be the response here for Supernova, likely going to go into the hands of Shochi, so very powerful scaling champion, one of the strongest with the Actualizer on the 3 items, but also with that Realm Warp, you know, allows for some early game playmaking once that one comes online. We'll see what they decide to pair with it, and they'll lock in the Nautilus. So maybe we'll see the Misfortune Nautilus that we talked a little bit about, that we saw Levitate and Zyko kind of pioneer here in the NACL.
Yeah, has traditionally been played into the Ashe Seraphine. Maybe could work into the Lucian Milio. Nautilus can be a bit difficult into Milio, though, due to the ability to interrupt the passive auto that can come through. I do think the Rise is interesting. It does put Maryville in a position where they essentially have to pick between an early jungler or an answer to mid. As, you know, obviously going to have the opportunity to ban one or the other out, and you want to be able to pick up the Milio. So they end up going for the Wukong, not the Xin Zhao. And on the Rise as well, not only does he kind of force that interesting position, but I feel like this Rise pick, it's still been strong, but I feel like we've been seeing early Rise prio start to taper off a little bit around the world as this Season 16 has gone on. So it is interesting to see that Shochi is prizing that one so heavily, especially when compared with something like the Aurora. that we've seen early picked quite a bit.
Very intriguing nonetheless, but a very powerful jungle pick to come through here for Music. Interesting to see that Yuji would rather grab the Wukong compared to the Xin Zhao. I think both are in similar-ish jungle categories. We talk about power level, but I think it's routinely been Xin Zhao a lot stronger compared to the Wukong. We'll see exactly what Yuji wants to pair up with this. That Cyclone, obviously a much better playmaking tool, I would say, than the Crescent Guard, but I just kind of adverse what we saw in the game 1 jungle matchup here, Hawk. I think early game Music's going to have a lot more potency in those early levels, especially if we see more invades come across, be able to try and fight back against Yuji compared to that Vi game.
Yeah, I mean, the Xin Zhao just has so much more individual agency than the Vi, so I do... concern is still going to be what happens in the bottom lane and what happens in mid, because I don't know what AD carry you go for here as Supernova to try and break this Lucian Milio. And although you've got a couple of bans to throw Spyrax's way as we see that Cassiopeia come out, he's still going to get a counter pick, right? So we're looking at another situation where Maryville is likely going to have priority in the same 2 lanes that essentially won them the game in 10 minutes just last game.
Yeah, and also like you talked about, those AD carry bans now kind of making an interesting dialogue to have about what does Levitate want to go for.
They're not even afraid of anything else.
Yeah, I mean, next to this Nautilus, because, yeah, they're not a good call. It's really just, we've seen the Misfortune come across here. We'll see, maybe, I mean, Sivir is always like kind of a plug and play into the rest of the comp, but I really think that...
destroyed by Lucian Milio if you play Sivir.
Yeah, you do get destroyed. But, so I'm just looking at, you think it's champion pool, right?
Misfortunes. Can you get away with a Senna here?
Ooh, would be his first Senna game of the split, but we were kind of hyping that up as a pick that has gotten some relevancy in the AD carry position on this latest patch. And they are. Good call, Hawk. All right, you might not be dialed in on your anime sayings, but you are dialed in on picks for drafting here in the NACL.
Yeah, even though I'm definitely the part of this duo that watches more anime, I somehow fumbled the Dragon Ball Naruto. Look, I haven't seen either of those shows, but at least I know my picks in advance. We get a Kali for Spyrax. Whoa! So we're seeing a bit of a new look here for Maryville. This is 3 new champions on the split for Maryville in the Akali, the Milio, and the Lucian. But I'm going to be honest, man, even though I was looking, I asked the question, can you get away with Senna? As it does have decent ability to sustain itself in the lane, play at range, but I feel like Supernova just gets deathballed in this early game again. You're against Lucian, Milio, Akali, Wukong. What do you do?
Yeah, just survive and hopefully thrive. So we have seen, like we kind of talked about, that Supernova are going for a very similar style of slower approach. You can just look at it in the mid lane, Shochi on the rise, and like we talked about the Levitate Senna going to be coming across in this one. I'm just glad that, looking at this draft, you talk about how many, first-time champions of the split. We all see the Senna is a first time here for Levitate, so this really is a draft that embodies the fact that we've shifted a lot in the meta and should be an early indication to everyone getting hyped for playoffs about some champions that you should expect to see routinely come back for those playoff matchups, like the Senna, like the Lucian Milio, and of course, maybe Spyrax, like you mentioned, that extra edge with the Akali. This thing could really run wild. I think the lane could be really rough here for Shochi, and yeah. Number 1 nightmare scenario for a Senna, even with that untargetable shroud, is just an Akali dashing right over your face.
I think the one saving grace here for Supernova is that Spyrax going for this Akali, which, by the way, is an old school Spyrax pick. One of his best champions historically. I think back to like the FlyQuest years was really when he was playing the Akali more. And part of the reason he's not played it as much as Maryville is because it's not a just push in and bully Shochi in the lane style of pick. So it isn't just going to give Maryville free access to the entire map automatically like he was able to do on the Azir and the Orianna in game 1. So even though I agree with you, I think this composition is problematic for Supernova to deal with as a whole. If they're able to just fight back for push a little bit better, it'll allow them to actually start getting out on the map, making plays as a team, and attempting to fight back. So in that sense, it is a bit of a saving grace. They do have very good scaling with a monstrous front line supported by a Senna, and great scaling damage between the 2 carries, but I just don't think Supernova has the stats to win out in these early skirmishes, early 5v5s. And that's the biggest concern that I have. I don't think you can get away with this kind of composition against Maryville. It's been proven multiple times already this NACL split. It's been proven in past splits. And I think it's just going to be another game where Maryville is able to take over.
And, you know, I agree that the laning might be a little bit easier, but where that creates further problems into the scaling conversation is maybe the mid game is the scariest part here for Supernova. In the fact that Lucian is going to spike really hard in that aspect, but also something we haven't touched on just yet, Hawk. Good luck side laning this game if you are Supernova. I know the Cassante is a little bit more survivable, but the more that a Jax is able to scale up can be a real threat in the side lanes if you try and just 1v1 into this Jax. And then the real power of this Akali into the Rise is that Spyrax will consistently be such a threat to just kill off this Rise. And maybe, you know, we've seen Yuji really pair up well with Spyrax historically, both in this series. They could jump on this Rise. So I think side laning is a huge problem for Supernova. Curious to see. We saw Maryville prioritize that first dragon in game 1. I'd be shocked if Yuji isn't trying to sprint to play pretty heavily for the Grubs with this sort of draft.
Definitely can be done. I mean, my expectation will be its priority in the bottom side, though, for Maryville. So maybe UG will just play towards that side, really, because that's where the push is coming from. I think time will have to tell on that front. I do think a lot of responsibility on Shoshi's shoulders on this Rise. He needs to have a better laning phase than game 1. He is the answer in the side lanes later on as well. But to your point, I mean, it can become very volatile, even with how well Rise scales in these 1v1s. And I'm also looking at Zyko. He was kept completely out of the game in game 1 on that Karma, but he's on Nautilus. We have seen the best of Zyko. Zyko the Psycho when he's on tanks, when he's able to find the creative engage angles. If he can get out on the map. If he's able to leave Levitate somehow against this Lucian Milio and create plays for the team, create picks, create winning situations. There's no front line on MU. If you're able to single out an isolated member, if you're able to lock them down, they can be blown away. I think that responsibility falling squarely on Zyko's shoulder. So win conditions are at least findable here for Supernova. It is just really going to be a tall order as we are hopefully getting underway pretty soon.
Yeah, hopefully. You know, it does give some time for me to once again talk about 80 carries in this one and maybe deep dive a little bit further into the Senna if you are maybe not as privy to what the new patch brings. Obviously 1609. With Senna coming back in, there's a couple of factors that have really let this champion back into the meta. The first one I want to talk about, hopefully we see from Levitate, is the most popular rune change we've seen from Senna is that Deathfire touch. We feel like the Senna can play out with that. And then there's also the static shift changes as well. Have really made Senna so powerful in the meta right now. We'll see if Levitate can outscale, because he will outrange all of Maryville. But we didn't get to the Giga Smolder in game 1 for Levitate. It was just a Maryville routing. We'll see if history will repeat itself here as we are back onto the Rift once again for this NACL match. Maryville and Supernova, and already Yuji having a flash away from a Zyko hook. That's what you wanted to see, Hawk.
Well, there you go. I mean, yeah, Zyko making his impact felt early. Wukong flash pre-6, not really going to be the most impactful, but it is still a free advantage for Supernova. They are going to give up a lot in the bottom lane for this, though.
Yep, a ton. Complete position. Zyko has a feeling that this brush is not safe. Double auto going to come across here from Scary Jerry. He went with the first strike to get as much early burst as possible. Scary Jerry wants more. The heal speed up comes across. Getting these double bop light autos, and it's first blood to Obstinatus. Levitate doesn't even get to sniff a wave, and Zyko has to dredge line out to safety.
You know, in some parts of the world, Slayer, I think First Blood would be classified as a lot. As, oof, boy. I mean, this is what I was afraid of in the bottom side. This is why I was not sold on the Senna pick.
Yeah, Levitate didn't even flash there, knowing that Scary Jerry just followed with a flash of his own and has to gallop his way back towards that bot side. As we do get a look at some of these runes, and I talked about the Deathfire touch out of the Senna, but Levitate recognizing, well, what he's already realized, which is the lane is going to be a struggle, is going to go with that Fleet and Scary Jerry with the first strike. That is how electric you can play this early game on the Lucian. So already, you called it out in draft. Maryville's bottom lane going to have push, going to have priority, and there's no sign of that slowing down as they take over level 2, and Scary Jerry gets a couple more double tap autos down onto the Supernova bottom lane.
Yeah, I think Zyko and Levitate are going to be playing under their tier 1 tower for the foreseeable future. But at the very least, in mid, Shochi doing something similar to Spyrax, as unsurprisingly, the melee versus range matchup he has been able to get a decent amount of push and some nice trades onto Spyrax, finding himself a pretty solid health advantage. So well played to Shochi.
The classic range melee early game, right? You need to be able to take advantage of that. That is some good push to see coming across from Shochi. As we see our junglers mirrored on their clear, so no tracking from either of them. Going to be a pretty comfortable handshake, which I do think helps out Yuji. Again, this Wukong really wants to see it to level 6 to be impactful with the Cyclone. Xin Zhao, one of the greatest early level junglers we have. So the fact that Yuji just gets to trade top crab for bottom crab and go through a full first clear without any interruption is a good start here for the Maryville jungler.
It's interesting to see mismatch paths. Hoarder getting very low. We already saw last game an early dive come out from Yuji. Wouldn't be too surprised to see it again as Shochi, oh, he's out of mana despite having Spyrax low. Calls his jungler over as there's no look bottom. Here comes both junglers.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an awkward run into Yuji coming around from the enemy side. He's going to dash into the minion wave. Doesn't like this 2v2. Wants to respect Music's damage. So he dashes onto the wave and then he uses the Trickster get out of dodge. A Scary Jerry can use the barrier and force Levitate to flash the Light Slinger passive. One auto short from grabbing another kill on the bot side. We see Spyrax is going to die off to Shochi, gets the blind Q, and bottom lane Levitate and Zyko are able to pick up a double of their own. All of a sudden, all the pressure leaves the map from Maryville.
Wait a minute, we're so back. Supernova, they just found 3 kills around the map as we didn't really see what happened to Spyrax, maybe extending a trade when he should have just taken a base, zigging when he should have zagged, but then in bottom lane, we saw Zyko flash away, or Levitate rather. I don't really know how that trade got extended in the way that it did, because it looked like Maryville had just won the engagement. Perhaps Jerry and Obstinatus disrespecting what Zyko's Nautilus was bringing to the table and trying to run past him a little bit.
I think it was a really good job of Levitate abusing the vision difference as well. There were no wards in those brushes, so it forces that low-range Lucian to have to kind of walk in. And Levitate able to buy enough time, but here comes the revenge. I mean, look at this monster wave. Levitate's going to get dove. He is dead, but the bigger loss is the fact that this is a multiple stacked-up caster wave that Levitate now loses access to as he does drop after his valiant first kill.
Well, turns out even when you mess up, Yuji can always bail you out as a really nice dive, really well timed on the bottom side from Maryville, as Music did have to go for a reset. Funnily enough, despite losing that double stacked wave, Levitate is actually up CS on Scary Jerry, who's been missing a lot of creeps going for these aggressive trades. So something we're going to have to kind of track as things move forward if Jerry is really impacting his own income in a negative capacity, as it's the Milio that's getting very fed on the bottom side. 2-0. Obstinatus going to be racing his way to his first item.
Speaking of racing towards first items, maybe not a full item, but a boots conversation, Levitate has went straight for the plated steel cap. So once again, he is kind of waving the white flag for any kill lane threat with the Senna, not that we were expecting it, and just trying to survive to stack as much as possible. We'll, of course, keep track of those Senna stacks, because I think it is really pertinent in this game. Again, especially now that Supernova have kind of staved off a really bad early game start.
Oh, not again.
Oh, boy. Same brush, but this time, you're going to bring some help with Music here nearby. Scuttle Crab is up for contention. Curious if this Scuttle Crab will get either junglers over to level 6, but they're not going to fight over it.
So I'm realizing, by the way, the difference in mid, I didn't even notice Shochi has Ignite on this rise, not opting for the teleport. So the Ignite difference really ended up being pretty big, and I think that's the biggest story for me this game. Despite the fireworks and bottom lane, that lane is overall close, which I guess is a win for Supernova in and of itself. But I think Shochi having a lead over Spyrax, that could really dictate the future of this game, especially when we do look towards Maryville's win conditions in that side laning.
Ledge line from Zyko. Nice kickback there from Obstinatus. They are going to get the center route down, though, as Music is here. He's going to flash strike and 3-town strike, knock up Crescent Guard to block any incoming damage, but Scary Jerry lives. Levitate too low to further commit on the play. And there'll just be a lot of summoners burned. Flash off of the Milio, traded there for Music's flash.
Significant investment from both sides. No kill landing, though, as Jerry being willing to stand and fire in the face of the Xin Zhao and Nautilus, just trying to force Levitate back, trying to turn the play around, especially as UG was on the way. Main result that I see on the bottom side of the map is that it is Maryville that controls the vision in the river, but the dragon getting taken from Supernova means there's not really much to fight for. So we might start to transition attention towards the top side of the map, where we've talked very little about top lane as a whole so far this series. I don't know if I've said K's name really at all, but he is laning very well against Hoarder on this Jax in a matchup that is generally early on considered a little bit, Sanse favored as Zyko is far up.
Zygo's trying to create a flank, but I think he doesn't want this now, especially the UG is nearby. Gonna dredge line up against the wall, and that does come through before UG can go for that Cyclone knockup. Topside, though, Shochu with that first Realm Warp, looking to go after K. The wind becomes lightning, ends up short.
Way.
Order able to walk out as well. Both top laners with blinking health bars as the overload comes across, and once again, nobody drops.
The 2v3 on both sides of the map. I don't know how K managed to walk away from that one with his life.
Oh,
They're still
Jerry!
looking for Spyrax now.
Dredge line under turret. He is able to dash back out with the heal coming across from Obsidian, but the root again lands from Levitate. Zyko taking quite a bit of harass, and Levitate right now with his build path doesn't have the damage to really threaten a kill. Obstinatus soon to drop is in the picture. Shochi has gone down. 2 Spyrax. Will be a trade of junglers as well off the back of that, but Levitate does find the kill onto Obstinatus. It's pandemonium on the map as kills break out on all sides.
Oh yeah, well, we're in the NACL now. It's starting to get goofy. 3 for 3 across the map, or 2 for 2 maybe, as it's Spyrax that gets 2 on the top side with the help of his jungler on the counter dive. But on the bottom side, it's another mistake. Obstinatus and Scary Jerry, they are giving over a lot of money to the Supernova bot lane in a lane that they should be winning.
I mean, just look at the item difference between the AD carries. There should not be a world where Levitate can ever really threaten a kill unless something has gone seriously wrong. And every minute that Levitate is able to kind of just survive and stay up, even a couple hundred gold, that is immensely more valuable than the number tells you, because this is such a stark difference in power curve when we talk about these marksmen. Going to see Levitate likely try and go over towards something like a static shiv on that first item, as Spyrax comes back to lane with a whole bunch of gold of his own, trading decently into Shochi.
Didn't miss a cannon for it, so, -1. Right there. Shochi's gonna be like, worth. We're 10 minutes in though, man. Yeah. And Jerry, he's not up a BF sword.
He is not up anything.
He's down like most of a dagger.
Yep, and we talked about, hey, that number was going to go up a lot after how much gold he was up before 15 in game 1. Well, now we see balance as all things should be coming across here, unless Scary Jerry still wants to look and fight. Despite the gold difference, again, the items that Scary Jerry holds make him a lot more potent, but it doesn't really work out if he eats a dredge line there from Zyko. Nice heals from the Cozy Campfire from Obstinatus. Make these trades decent. Scary Jerry won't look to all in with a culling to push any further, but Zyko gets another dredge line. Nice kickoff. Comes across from Obstinatus, but the center root does land. Depth charge going to come down here from Zyko. It's Scary Jerry going to have to barrier, but the Dawning Shadow finds its mark, and Zyko flashes for another nasty dredge line. Levitate will pick up the double as a TP comes in, but that TP is a one-way trip from Spyrax. 1 versus 3. Can he make anything of it? No, because Zyko has another nice dredge line. He goes into the Shroud, but the center root will come across. Sure, it's 1 kill back for Spyrax on the shutdown. And both Fusing and Levitate have to let him walk out thanks to UG.
But Shochi's going to be able to push it in mid to Supernova. They're still winning out on the play big time as Levitate, 4-2-1. He's becoming a bona fide win condition. As it's a massive level difference in bottom lane. Why is Maryville trading so aggressively when their Melio at the time was only level 5? This Nautilus is level 7. I don't understand that from Maryville, and Zyko has really woken up in this series. In the extension, Maryville does get a dragon. So the game is still very much in the balance, but Supernova much more filled with life in this game too. Shades of Winthrop in their second game against Maryville last week.
Great call there, Hawk, and that means the mid game is going to be the real deciding factor instead of the early game. Improvements made from game 1. Nonetheless here for Supernova that still want to compete for a second place spot. You see the lane assignments start to switch up a decent bit here. Zyko likely trying to pair up with Music. I thought they'd try to go for a Grubs look off of this, but we see upriver that Yuji's already on top of these Grubs. Maybe thanks to the fact that K has gotten so much push here on the top side.
And that's the saving grace for Maryville, is that they've been able to get a lot of gold back for
Grubs is big.
Spyrax, and their top side is just sort of naturally winning. So the gold overall remains completely even. It's really going to be this Senna pick, which is accelerated into the game on all facets for Levitate. Trading aggressively early not only gives, this gold back to Levitate, but also more souls. As now, Supernova, they're going to try to make a play to try to get something back on the top side.
Yeah, and there's the all-out. K trying to use a ward hop flash combo. Slow does land, though, on the Wind Becomes Lightning, but Hoarder is far too low to commit under turret, thanks to his resistances being shred. Nice look to get the flash off of K. Again, like to see that Music and Supernova feel comfortable this match making plays through their jungler, because that was completely absent in Game 1.
Still, though, just a flash off the Jax. Supernova so far, whenever they've gotten a cooldown advantage in the series, they've struggled to really punish it effectively, as that is the second time we've seen action up towards K, and not really much come of it. For me, I'm looking ahead towards what these team fights will look like. We have a Herald in a minute and a half, as well as the Dragon in 3. Maryville's composition spiking now, but Supernova, they've got great scaling, and they've got a bottom lane that's coming well online. I mean, the big story here is just look at the level difference. It's 7 for Zyko. He is just too thick for Maryville to really be able to deal with, and this level 5 Milio not offering nearly as much in these plays. So I don't care, Jerry, that you're playing Lucian. You have to respect that difference, and a great flash hook follow from Zyko to ensure that Levitate gets the double.
I'm yet to see Zyko missing dredge lines as we come back live. Scary Jerry gets caught once again. Spyrax trying to jump on this beefy Supernova combo, but he's sent packing as well. Levitate goes on a rampage. It's a 3-0 wipe down from Supernova.
I mean, we did not see the setup for that, but Jerry going down first as he's 0-3. This has not been a good game from the Maryville AD carry. We'll get another look as it's Maryville trying to make an aggressive play out of the Supernova bot lane, but Shochi, he realm warped in deep. He found the flashless Lucian. That is a nice play from the leader of Supernova, getting involved on this rise. 3 kills, and I was just saying that this 15-minute one-item team fight, this is when Maryville wants to go. And Supernova winning out at this timer, I mean, I don't want to count my chickens, but there is a world where there's a Game 3 in our future.
It's getting more and more likely by the minute. 2,000 gold lead for the scaling side of Supernova. Behind this Senna. Would love to see exactly where we're at stacks-wise with Senna. Is the 20 per 5 minutes is usually the mark you always look to hit here. And again, I think it's really important to talk about, as we do see Supernova in the current present going after this Herald that will be uncontested, but something we didn't get to touch on a ton, Hawk, because we didn't know if Levitate would get there. If this Senna scales well with this early game, he outranges the entirety of Maryville, and the gap will be cut down further with the way Zyko is landing these dredge lines. They won't look to go further onto UG. You can already see the range difference problem with this Senna becoming an issue. Scary Jerry gonna have to burn the flash and dash along with the Breath of Life just to respect the music Zyko engage.
I mean, Scary Jerry just loses his flash again because he got tagged with the Wind Becomes Lightning. This is just a lot of mistakes coming out from the Maryville bot lane. Lucian, usually a champion that I think Jerry has been pretty strong on. Not been a part of the repertoire of this split, but this has been a real struggler, and Supernova continuing to find themselves advantages. We now have a Dragon in about 15 seconds.
Oh no, he face checks into K. I'm surprised K doesn't just jump on top of him to get that third auto to find the kill. Definitely one of those rougher side lane scenarios here for Shochi. Gonna have to respect. I think he's just gonna have to give this turret. There's no way to really hold it from K.
Should mean Dragon, though, for Maryville, as Yuji's gonna come up to hover his low HP side laner.
All right.
And the low HP with Hoarder being so tanky, he's actually gonna threaten him off. So Maryville's gonna get nothing from the sequence other than a Krug camp. As Supernova gonna be very happy to continue delaying any sort of Dragon stacking to come out from MU. They already got the Herald as well. to the objectives, the map control being in favor of the Heart of Amateur. My expectations continuing to be exceeded.
We get a spotlight here on Levitate with the lead that he has had. We are past 15 minutes, so the BF Sword diff was almost Levitates at this point, especially now that he'll take down that mid-tier 1 turret on his own, grab the plating. Yep, there we go. 1.3k lead here for Levitate, and this is the moment we can kind of talk about, again, why Senna has made such an impact on the meta. It's thanks very much so in large part here, Ben, to the static shiv, being able to apply all of those on hits. It's exactly what Senna wants to do for, again, the obvious game plan of more stacks the better. And also the Dawning Shadow to help across the map, but Shochi is going to be picked off there. Yuji and K find that one. Depth Charge going to come down here from Psycho. He's going to land the hook onto K. Counter-Strike, though, makes him a very hard target to jump on. Yuji going forward. The Crescent Guard going to hit 3 off of Yuji. Spyrax dashes on in, but the Dredge Line is going to find its mark. Spyrax has to go into the Shroud. Another route comes across here from Psycho. Re-engage on top as well from Yuji. The Trickster, will it get him back out? No! Psycho finds another clutch Dredge Line, and it's more kills over to Supernova.
Now, Maryville Love really making his presence felt as we are seeing the juxtaposition of these two compositions. Maryville, they have the ability to attack sides, and they take down Shochi before the fight really starts. But Supernova, their front line, doesn't really die. Maryville, in the extension, not able to convert. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Trade of towers as well. As Spyrax, I don't think you win this, buddy.
You don't want this. Yeah, that's a way too beefy of a health bar here from Porter, but Spyrax still aggressively leaning into it. We did see in the picture-in-picture that Scary Jerry was the only one not present for that bot lane escapade, so he is able to pick up a ton of gold himself on that mid-tier 1, and he is able to get over to the Flicker Blade. So this is, despite the fact that Scary Jerry is behind the bell curve, where we talk about Lucian spiking the hardest when these 2 to 3 items come online.
Man, and how cool is it watching Supernova come back to life in a matchup potentially for second place? K going to be forced to see the tower. These are the 2 longest tenured organizations in the NACL Slayer, and they have history dating back long before that. I reference Kings of Collegiate versus Hearts of Amateur. This is 2 of the most storied organizations in North America, going blow for blow in this game too. Supernova trying to prove that they are no little brother to Maryville when it comes to the NACL.
There is no top 2 without a Supernova conversation to be had. Nonetheless, if they can pick up this game to win. Taking a look at the map state, though, we do have a Baron arriving to the party in a couple of seconds, but maybe pause to take some time to recognize some of these items, especially maybe looking at our mid laners here. Spyrax is up gold over Shochi, who doesn't have the Roa completed, and he doesn't have the Seraphs even purchased yet, and this is something we kind of focused on, that in the side lanes, Akali into Rise with this much innate burst is a serious threat that Shochi needs to respect.
Supernova really starting to take control of the mid waves. Remember, a big part of the reason you pick Lucian is to be able to control these mid-game mid waves, make sure you always have first access to the river. Maryville losing that, really putting themselves in a different position. Spyrax!
Just delete Shochi. They were trying to make a side lane play onto Spyrax, but now he's going to just completely pull and mess with Supernova. He flashes to make sure the depth charge gets him out of the dredge line angle. And he is in his own little great escape, but he's got the cavalry coming. The push from mid from Scary Jerry and Yuji alongside means that Hoarder is not walking into a Kali alone. He's walking into a big brute Saints push through. Spyrax going to dash back forward on top of Hoarder, who's thankfully tanky enough to not be assassinated. But a nice little response here from Maryville, grouping back up with their mid laner after he picks off Shochi.
Oh, but Maryville will not go quietly into that good night. They will rage against the dying of their light as Spyrax. Big find on a Shochi, and it gives Kay and Jerry free time as Supernova. They were trying to set up the side lane pick of their own, but they were caught completely offsides by the counter push from Maryville. That is a massive swing, and just like that, game back to even, Dragon and 40.
And that's going to be a very contentious Dragon. A Hextech Soul, very powerful, especially for a composition holding that Senna that, again, at this point, Levitate is up to 80 stacks, a little bit behind the 20 stacks per 5 minutes bell curve, but his range is very problematic, especially with that Hex Optic. So if he can get those big Qs from a distance with a Hextech Soul, Rise can get, a Q to find that Hextech slow as well. That's a serious win con for Supernova. And you can already see them. They get control of the mid wave. They get some serious vision set up. And, well, they might look to pick off Spyrax. This didn't go well the last time. And Shochi's going to look to have revenge on his mind. Spyrax, though, catches out Levitate alone. Looks to re-engage. Is holding on to that perfect execution. Levitate able to kite back towards the alcove as Yuji goes in with the Cyclone, but he's got no follow-up. Spyrax gets knocked out from the depth charge, well bodyguarded by Zyko. K off to the top side, trying to make a 2 full flank, but Yuji's out of this fight. Crescent Guard is going to go up here from Music as he looks to re-engage on top of Scary Jerry. Dawning Shadow keeping all of Supernova topped up. Scary Jerry, though, has the culling back. Zyko with the Drench Light tries to re-engage. Maryville are so low, and finally they start dropping as all of Supernova coagulate around Levitate to push them through for another fight win.
Maryville can't kill this front line. And I have to question the decision of K to re-engage in the 4v5 after Yuji had already been forced away. It does not matter how hard Spyrax may be gaming in this series, as this Akali is trying real hard to find the assassinations. It just does not matter. They don't have the damage. Supernova now on Hextech Soul Point. Hoarder, he's going to be fine. And the game right back into Supernova's control.
They've got the Soul Point. They've got the Baron to look to play for. And they are only getting stronger, Hawk. We're nearing a 3-item spot here. Oh, it just got completed here for Levitate off that 1-fight win. He's got the Phantom Dancer. We've got Shochi scaling up. I expect the Actualizer to come through next. But let's get a look back at what you said best, Hawk. There's no way to push through the Supernova front line right now.
And I just don't think there's any winning fight formula for Maryville if you're not able to touch Levitate. Not only is he just the strongest member in terms of gold, but the utility that the Senna provides for the rest of the front line is too strong. Supernova will not die if this Senna is alive, and Maryville will if he's hitting. So I just think Levitate is absolutely the president right now for Supernova. As we see another attempted pick, good fireball right there from Obstinatus, but they're still chasing.
They forced Yuji to use everything. Trickster, Dash, and Flash. Zyko hunting his former jungler and pushing him out of the river.
MU on 3 lanes, though.
Yep. It's the split push here for Spyrax. He gets some very valuable gold back. Supernova are getting put between a rock and a hard place here, Hawk. Do they answer side lanes or do they force the Baron for now? They're not able to really disrupt Maryville, who are able to gain some pivotal gold back through their mid laner.
It's just so difficult for Supernova. The game is not an easy equation to solve at this point because they are pretty much forced to fight around Levitate. Otherwise, Maryville, their prospects of winning go up astronomically. But in order to fight around Levitate, you're forced to play on 1 to 2 lanes, and it allows Maryville to spread the map with that excellent side laning that you've so mentioned. Now K, caught in a 2v2. Here comes Music, here comes Yuji.
Obstinatus trying to top off his top laner. Make sure that he is as healthy as he can be. The Seraph Shield was popped there from Shochi, so that could be pretty pivotal for one of those team fights. Love to see that Maryville, of course, are not backing down, but are playing into what they recognize, like you called out, the really only win con they can go for. Try to avoid a straight-up 5v5 as best they can until they can get more innate damage in their Jax, more innate damage for this Akali to try to assassinate Levitate. They can't afford to play a 5v5 setup right now.
And I think we're going to continue seeing more situations where Supernova is going to try to make side lane plays picks of their own in order to isolate out these squishy members of Maryville. But Maryville is going to try to continue to buy time, keep yo-yoing Supernova around the map. You can see they're still grouped up as 5 around this mid wave. They're going to drop top temporarily, but somebody's eventually going to have to answer that. They get these one-time looks to find a pick. But Zyko hook into a wall, doesn't find it this time. And if Maryville's able to regroup, someone's going to have to answer, so they keep going.
Realm Warp gets Music right on top of Obstinatus and Scary Jerry. Double flash comes across. Re-engage from Shochi. Flashes for the Root Prism. And he's able to find the kill onto Scary Jerry, who drops for a 5th time. And that means it's a go towards the Baron for Supernova.
And there's the Rise, once again making his presence felt. Supernova, they look for the first pick and don't find it, but they continue going deeper. They're forcing the response out of Maryville. And AD carry down with Supernova grouped up as 5. I don't think there's a hope in hell for the Saints to take this Baron, but you'll be damned if Yuji doesn't try.
Yuji goes over the pit. He doesn't want the steal. He wants to look for the fight here as Spyrax does get Shochi very low, but Music's able to push off Yuji. He gets the Cyclone knockup. A bunch of roots come across as K gets a huge counter strike, and Levitate is shut down. Spyrax finds that big kill, and now there are no damage dealers left up here for Supernova. Maryville haven't just stalled, they have completely flipped this Baron play on its head.
And it's Maryville right back into the gold lead, 1.2 of their own, but they can't start the objective, and there's a Dragon Soul in 55 seconds. Levitate critically did preserve Flash when he went down, but Spyrax being able to find him, that's what has to happen. That is the fight for Maryville. They have the difficult task of replicating it, though.
Yep.
Kay, he's got the Flash. He has to be the one to find the access into the back line. Waves are pushed in, so Maryville will have first control.
First control and also key item coming through here for Kay. He gets that Seekers. He's going for Azanias because he knows he needs to throw his body on the line to get that Counter-Strike stun onto Levitate. Recognizing that he needs to pair up with Yuji for that engage. When the Cyclone Counter-Strikes can stack together, the window opens for Spyrax to find that key assassination. But it's right back to the same method here for Supernova. They are strong as 5. Try and fight through Levitate, and look at his range at this point. I mean, Scary Jerry can't even step up to Waves. Breath of Life have to be using off one center route. His music does take a pretty decent chunk here from the Colon Quarter on the front side. Takey as ever, trying to hold everyone at bay, but there's Yuji going forward. Spyrax is marked with that depth charge. Levitate cutting back much better this time round. Spyrax can't get in. K goes into the stasis. The Counter-Strike will not save him this time. It's a double dash out from Spyrax, and Supernova going for an uppercut of one big proportion. Realm Warp's on top of Spyrax. Another root lands from Levitate. He's clicking Maryville from a whole screen away.
One mistake you can come back from. It's 2 that you can't. And this time, Levitate, no such mistake, untouched in the team fight as Maryville found a decent engage onto the 4-man brick. But the Senna is too strong. Hextech Soul going to make him even that much more powerful.
Every one of these Qs from Senna now. Hextech slow on top of the Static Shiv. Rise Q gets another slow. All these little poke and prod setups now could mean a kill for Supernova. That was big. Hextech Soul really makes the gold being so close not even a conversation anymore with how much raw power it's leaning over towards Supernova. This is now their game to lose, Hawk.
And for me, it's the slow on the Hextech Soul. It's going to create so much extra space for this Senna to be able to operate, as we don't have an exact stack count, but Levitate is hitting from...
He's got to hit 120 on this wave, likely. Yep, there it is. Holy moly. This guy's actually clicking from half the screen.
It's right down next to his portrait. Yeah, he's hitting from far away. So, Maryville, I mean, despite having a marginal gold lead, 3 items on everyone, I think critically K right now, broken arm guard. So this Jax, if he attempts to go in, not going to really accomplish much. And I think Maryville, they need to go back to the side laning a little bit, trying to look for picks onto Supernova, or allow Supernova to overgroup and respond, as there is a pretty gnarly flank here from Yuji and K as this Baron gets started up.
The rest of Maryville, they're kind of late to this party. It's a TP from Spyrax now. They're just going to jump on Shochi, K and Yuji, but they don't find the kill. The Seraph Shield does keep Shochi topped off, and Music's able to find the big kill onto the jungler. K's trying to find these Counter-Strike stuns. Hoarder gets himself out. Shochi, can he realm warp out to safety? Yes, he can. Spyrax goes into the stasis, but Levitate is healthy, trying to heal off the wave. Dredgeline comes through for Psycho. Breath of Light has to be used from Obstinanus. Maryville playing very patiently without their top laner, trying to force their way back into this fight. And Yuji's looking to try and split them apart. Oh my god, he finds Shochi! Trying to recall on a wave! Clutch kill found from Yuji, and now Spyrax is set free! Shutdowns start coming! Psycho throws a Dredgeline forward, but he didn't want to do that because he puts himself right in the jaws of the beast that is this Maryville Cup! One trade back comes through! Can they get towards Levitate? Look at this range. It's completely oppressive.
He's out of mana.
Scary Jerry can't dash forward. Levitate doesn't need mana. He's just got range and autos. He's pushing all of Maryville away from him.
I mean, this is essentially 1v5.
Oh my god, Levitate!
So low. Oh my goodness!
Spyrax back forward. Public execution does come through. Spyrax with the clutch double. Gets rid of the range and aces Supernova.
Can they Baron, though? Everyone's up in 10 seconds. Maryville, they're going to look towards it. It took so long that K respawned and TP'd into the fight. Here comes the Baron attempt from Maryville. They've got their Milio to keep them healthy. I think with the Jax, it's going to die too fast. Supernova's not going to have an answer. And just like that, Maryville, they are winning.
Man.
We can get another look. As critically at the start of the fight, Shoji got chunked out by UG and K on the flank. K dies for it, and it was a culling from Jerry that chunked out Levitate, and he was forced back to heal off the wave. Supernova lost so much position for it. A critical mistake from Shochi to get picked off from UG on his recall. And despite Levitate's heroic efforts, there's just not enough gas in the tank. Spyrax on his Akali is just unleashed in this game. Look at the movement to avoid the CC from Hoarder and get autoed to death by Levitate. A double on the back end. I think altogether it was 3 or 4 kills on the play from Spyrax. That is outrageous Akali gameplay. 8-2-2.
Now he's got 4 items. He's got the Zanyas. Allows for even more aggressive looks onto this Senna. Baron, such a pivotal pickup here for Maryville. Don't know how much they'll actually be able to get done with it on some of these pushes. Their side waves need a lot of help, a lot of fix here. So half this Baron power play is really just used to get the map state into a better spot. But Hawk, I fear that we are going to ping pong into a likely Elder unless anyone overextends and disrespects these sides.
Maryville with this Baron, though, they're going to have so much additional control on those side lanes. It's going to be a lot harder for Supernova to find favorable fight setups. Oh, man. And this is where it's like, oh, did we take this all too quickly, right? Because now you're going to be forced into a really difficult Elder position. Levitate is not going to have Flash for this fight. UG, Spyrax, and K are all going to have access to that Summoner spell to try to party on him, and that is a terrifying prospect.
At least for Levitate, he does get the Infinity Edge done, so you talked about how close of margins that last fight has. Didn't have enough gas in the tank. Well, he's got Diesel now. He's playing with Diesel. With this Infinity Edge, is really going to kick this Senna damage into another gear. And he's almost at 140 stacks, another range upgrade. So while, yes, it is very scary with all those flashes, it's still going to be difficult to get all the way back towards this Senna.
Difficult, but definitely not impossible. I mean, just so much riding on the positioning of Levitate. I think the front line of Supernova has played well. They've created a lot of space for their carry, and that's the big thing, is the ball is still, for me, in Maryville's court to outplay. But Spyrax has been outplaying. And, I mean, could you get any better than this? 34 minutes into the game. This is one of the longest games on the split for Maryville, as they've ended so many in sub 30 in their dominant victories.
Yeah.
Hoarder, he's tanky. He knows he can just walk in. Got an elixir of iron.
Trying to bully out UG. This old Greybeard hits the rift on the bot river. Elder to decide this game. The fight soon to ensue. Hoarder getting decently chunked out. They're trying to set up Supernova. Some more poke from Levitate as the dredge line will land on Decay. He is safe, but there's the jump through from Spyrax, and UG going right after Shochi. Able to flash away from them. Great crest guard from Music. Psycho able to kite back safely as well. UG goes down. They jump on top of Spyrax. Goes into the stasis, trying to make sure to get rid of him before Levitate drops. Levitate surviving and thriving, and K cannot get him. Stasis comes through. Levitate stands tall. Supernova roll the fight.
Somehow, against a Jax, the Senna ends up winning out. The team rallying around their carry.
They're going for the end.
He's going to put his body on the line. I think that's Game Slayer. I think it's over.
They have the mid lane wave up. Scary Jerry double tapping onto Hoarder, but it's like paper mache tickling this big bad Cassante. The bottom lane for Maryville, that has struggled all game long, needs to hold it, but a dredge line again, just as it started for Psycho, could end it. Music jumps on Scary Jerry, does dash away, but Supernova, they don't need to worry about the Lucian. They'll just let Levitate take control. Scary Jerry drops, and the battle for second place will go the distance. Supernova bout back in this heavyweight battle. We're going to a game 3.
May as well kill Yuji. Just for good measure. My word, what a game from Supernova. What a game from both these teams. As Spyrax put it all on the line for a squad, but it wasn't enough, and it's Levitate. He's the one that floats above the rest of them. Somehow Space gliding his way through the final team fight, not getting taken down by K. And man, oh man, what's there to say other than that?
What's there to
say?
say?
A series.
Yeah, we've got a series. We've got to bounce back. That is awesome because we were spending that whole game 2, the early game spot a bit, and going into that early game talking about what were we saying in game one, Hawk? Oh, is this even really battle for second place? It doesn't feel like it. Supernova shut us up real quick with that performance.
Yeah, they did. And I love to see it. Questions as we go into game 3. Maryville, looking like a different team when their bot lane doesn't slam.
Yep.
Levitate and Zyko, you got to give them their flowers. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss game 3 between Maryville and Supernova.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
What's up, everyone? 4x4 here, bringing you the Week 7 NACL recap. Playoffs are right around the corner, so let's get caught up on what happened last week to get you ready for the home stretch. So the first order of business, unfortunately, is that Blue Otter and Apex Mission Impossible are locked at the bottom of the standings, meaning they'll participate in the summer promotion tournament after playoffs to fight with the 4 teams coming up from OQs to secure a spot in the NACL 2026 summer split. Blue Otter fought like hell in game 1, Samikin with a almost deathless Ari game before he got picked off in the crucial soul fight, but it wasn't enough. A massive re-engage by Munchie after he was left for dead around the soul fight brought game 1 back against Conviction, but alas, that was where the good times stopped, as Conviction took games 2 and 3, putting Blue Otter in the bottom 2. NRG continued to be very good. They took down Conviction 2-0 and CCG 2-1, but that CCG loss meant that Supernova has officially crashed the top 3 party. After dropping game 1 to Dorado, Porter said, "Everybody get in the backpack, time to get carried." He was 5-0-1 on his Ambessa in game 2 before the 11-minute mark, but game 3, game 3. By the 21-minute mark, Dorado were up 14 kills to 2, 3 dragons to 0, and almost 5,000 gold. And then in the blink of an eye, Supernova found 3 shutdowns, leading into a Baron take that wiped out Dorado's gold lead. And just a few minutes after that, Dorado positioned to get Cloud Soul, but Shochi's Rise had Actualizer, and you know how that usually goes. Heading into the last week of the regular season, NRG, Maryville, Supernova, and CCG have locked top 6, but everyone down from Conviction to Dorado could still clinch a playoff spot, so there is a lot riding on these last few matches. And there you have it, your Week 7 NACL recap brought to you by Philips Norelco OneBlade. Make sure to follow us on socials, and of course, tune in for Week 8 as we wrap up the regular season on twitch.tv/NACL. We'll see you there.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
The two sweetest words in a regular split of competitive League of Legends. Game 3. That's what we have on tap here between Supernova and Maryville Hawk. Thanks to Supernova not only winning that game pretty convincingly, but I have to give them even more praise because they stuck to the same sort of identity they tried in Game 1. And second time it really worked out. A scaling 80 carry pick for Levitate, and his Senna really shined out in this one.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And man, at the start of the season, we were saying that, or at least I was thinking that, there was a clear top couple of teams, Maryville, NRG, maybe Conviction up there, and Supernova, they were the team I had lurking right below. Maybe they can punch up, but I'm not sure they're up there with the contenders. And just like going onto Hisoka, that is a massive punch that Supernova just landed off of the back of primarily their 80 carry Levitate. A monster performance in the bottom lane. Not only not falling far behind against Gary, Jerry, and Obstinatus, but beating them straight up in the 2 versus 2. The rest of the team stepping up across the board as well. Shochi against Spyrax off a mage. Spyrax was cooking in the team fights, but the extra mid push really giving Supernova a lot more purchase into that early game. And those 2 lanes carrying Supernova through to now a Game 3.
A Game 3 indeed. As we arrive in that final draft, so we get to see Maryville for a final time here in the regular split alongside Supernova, who will get the last playoff bye and get to relax a bit longer alongside NRG. We will have to see here as the draft will get underway pretty shortly. And why Game 3 is super fun on the Fearless format is obviously you got to see all of those champions that are taken off the board. But the real biggest winner of maybe just the single Game 2 win on his own might have just been our very own caster, Mr. Deserux, as it sounds like my guy just completely crushed it on the channel points swing we saw off that Game 2.
Yeah, maybe let's just fly the lower third now, because Eric, the only believer in Supernova, I think he is looking like a rich man. And yeah, you know what? I think it's fair to say we were a little bit foolish because, we were talking after Game 1 like Maryville had won the series. And to be honest, I liked what they brought to the table in the draft in Game 2 as well. But Supernova, damn, did they shut us up.
They did indeed, Hawk. And I want to go back to a conversation we were kind of having in the pregame for this series about how obviously these are 2 playoff teams. They're going to get looks at best of 5s where we feel the game evolves. As we get into this Game 3, and I wouldn't say anyone's champion pool is super pinched as we kind of just jump right forward. I think we had a little bit of an issue with our draft overlay, so that is solved, and we'll just have to take stock what we have. Despite you talking about the Ambessa Prio lowering, K is going to look for a blind Ambessa B1, and this time Levitate goes away from his scaling, and he's picking the Caitlyn to play for a kill lane, it looks like.
Ambessa most certainly still around after the nerfs, but blind B1 in Game 3, I don't know. Caitlyn's been banned the entire series, by the way. And, something like a Caitlyn Nico or a Caitlyn Anivia looking extremely oppressive right now for Supernova. I don't know if you answer with like a Jin Nico, Jin Anivia of your own. Ashe could also be paired alongside one of those champions, but definitely a shakeup in the picks and bans. And music already answering another big question, which is where do junglers go when all the bruisers are gone, as Vidrive and Wukong Xin have been fearlessed out and Pantheon Nocturne have hit the bans.
So we'll have to see if that Jin call was another Hawk snipe in the draft. It looks like it will be for Scary Jerry. So funnily enough, right, these 2 champions really serve different purposes in the aspect that Caitlyn likes to play a lot for early game, and Jin is kind of a facilitator for stronger solo lanes that can get the job done. But what I will want to mention is that both Levitate and Scary Jerry have had monstrous performances on these AD carries after they have fully scaled. I know a lot of people remember the Scary Jerry 6-item Jin from earlier this split, so just keep that in the back of your mind as we see these bottom lanes start to manifest fully. It's going to be Obstinatus back on playmaking. I like this from Maryville. He could only do so much with the Melio. Now he can really create opportunities like we saw him do in game 1 on the bar.
And it's pretty important to me that Maryville does get the Nico side of things. I understand that Supernova did want to secure Skarner, but I just in general view Nico as a stronger champion than the Anivia currently. The Anivia has been annoying. Some players have played it very well. Some players have not. And, you know, Zyko, he's one of the ones that he had a great game on it in the support position. Could also go to Shochi as a flex, potentially. Shochi did not have a good game on the Anivia. So would maybe prefer it goes into the support position, but I just feel that Nico, as you said, the word playmaking, it to me brings more to the table in that department. So I think I like what Maryville's putting together so far. They definitely need frontline and an answer to Skarner, as that champion looking quite tanky for what Maryville has at the moment.
Good call there, Hawk. I will say for Bach, not that I expect Hoarder to go for it, but if we talk about right now in competitive play, the Zenivia is technically a 3 flex. We've seen it play top, we've seen it play mid, we played seed support. So, you know, it's most likely, like you called out, a flex between Shochi and Zyko. So curious where Bach's head is at in this draft, especially as we go through the second bands. We do see the Victor band come through here from Niles and the Saints. So they are signaling with their band path that they believe this Anivia is going to pair up with Zyko to make that really powerful double range bottom lane.
It's funny because we've barely seen Maryville in any game 3 so far this split, so we actually don't really know where they're going to go in their bags of tricks. You know, things like Ari and Hui are fairly safe blinds that I could see coming out here still available for Maryville should they want to go that direction. But I definitely do think, I don't think this is a Shochi Anivia. It was really not a great game on it last week or the week before when he played it. And while it is a relatively safe blind, I do think you open yourself up to a position where Spyrax can just look to dominate the lane again. Expecting to see just a mid blind here. I don't think you go Hoarder. Although they do have the answer into Mbessa if they want it.
Yeah, so I might just take the easy one there. Definitely taking their time.
Rek'Sai's still open.
This selection.
Oh, it's Twisted Fate!
Twisted Fate come through. All right, so
that's one of the champions that we talked about, Slayer.
Yeah, exactly.
This is one of the champions that's really been cropping up. Insanity has been the main purveyor of this in the NACL, but now we're going to get Shochi a look on this pick. It's not the Rek'Sai answer, interestingly, into the Mbessa, at least not yet.
Not yet, indeed. I'm just going to make the super flex joke again. Back to my LPL enjoyers, if you're out there. Birdall played a Twisted Fate top last night. So there's a lot of flex between the Anivia and TF. Likely we're not going to get here in this one. We do see the Anivia already locked in. The Annie get locked in here for Spyrax. I really like this because it adds another playmaking dynamic here to the Nico. But this puts so much pressure on K to get some of these kills. Not anymore. This is a very common pairing we see with Annie, the Nefiri, and Yuji is going to look to try and carry this one home. A much different draft approach from Maryville compared not only to what we've seen in this series so far, Hawk, but what we've seen really all split long from the Saints.
And we were requesting damage from Maryville. Nefiri most certainly going to bring it to the table. But perhaps there's a reason they were saving Hoarder's pick. Maybe they don't need a Rek'Sai. They've already got frontline of the Skarner. So let's just go Vayne. Hoarder, for the second week in a row in a game 3, he's going to pull out the Vayne. He's going to try to put Supernova into a first round bye.
There are so many unique interactions in this game, man. We've got such a kill lane the top side where we've really ignored them for a lot of this series. We've got the huge map pressure that a TF brings from Shochi to make playmaking. And with the Anivia and the support with the Skarner, curious to see how that OP wall Anivia has can be utilized for those Ixtal impacts from music. Very different strategy approaches to this game, though, Hawk. Supernova, they're going to want to play the map as much as possible. Side lane threat, Vayne flank counters, all of that. Maryville are looking to group Supernova up into a Pop Blossom Timbers combo that sets this Naafiri wild. So 2 very different approaches should make this game very fun in a Game 3 scenario.
And I'm going to tell you, Slayer, this is the first game in this series where I favor Supernova and what they've been able to bring to the table. Maryville, so much mid-game focus in their composition. They will be outscaled, and they want to make this game a war. There are 5 mouths to feed on their side. But this Twisted Fate for Shochi, if it is able to survive the lane, it will be able to counter so much of the skirmish potential that Maryville wants to bring a lot of reactive and proactive pressure in order to single out members and turn fights into Supernova's favor. Volatile side lanes that Supernova, if they're able to win, can start to create a full court press that will scale very well. They're the ones with the front line. And to me, I am just looking right back at mid, right back at bottom, where the 2 lanes have been decided this series. While yes, we got the Vayne for Hoarder. We'll have to pay attention to that one as well. If this Twisted Fate survives the lane, if it doesn't get pushed in too hard by this Annie, that is a massive pressure difference in favor of Supernova. And if Jerry and Obstinatus have a blunder like they did in Game 2, I think Maryville is going to be on the receiving end of a Game 3 beatdown. But if it looks a little bit more like Game 1, if Psycho's not able to have the big Anivia performance, a major win condition, as this game, it is fireworks across the board. Armageddon compositions on both sides. I just can't wait.
It really feels like we use the word chaos to describe Shochi, chaotic nature of Supernova. This really feels like we've entered like the home aesthetic of Supernova's strategy in the NACL and forced Maryville to adapt to it, like you mentioned, with the chaos and the big word that we'll use in this one, volatility of this Game 3 draft. A playoffs vibe being brought already to our final regular split week as we go to a decisive Game 3 that will decide who gets to relax and prep longer in those NACL playoffs with a second seed bye. And we're on to the rift for one final time for Supernova and Maryville in this regular split. We already have level 1 shenanigans underway as we see Yuji get a ward on to Music's Raptors.
Very importantly, the Naafiri itself not going to bring a lot of gank setup, but he does have good setup from both the Annie, the Jin, and the Nico on this bottom side of the map. I think the scary thing for K on this B1 Ambessa is he is probably not going to get a lot of help. It's going to be very difficult for Yuji to really get onto this Vayne early on. Obviously, once the ultimate comes through, there is some potential, but not a lot of CC. And that's a big smite win for Music, so neither jungler is going to hit 2. But Music gets more of the camp.
But Yuji, because he's just such more of a threat on this Naafiri this early, he gets to force the vert jungle here. So despite the fact that, like you called out, they kind of split that first Raptor camp, Yuji gets access to the red buff. Now here's where I'm curious to see if Yuji just, so he's going to go full vertical. Sometimes we see junglers off of that early play try and sprint towards their own Raptors to guard them and get a camp lead. That's not going to be the case for Yuji. Probably was too costly time-wise. So we have vertical jungle going on for this early Game 1.
I think Maryville really needs to not make this a vertical, actually. They need to deny this third quadrant, or rather second quadrant here from Music, because as I just talked about, I think the Vayne not really under that much pressure on this weak side of the map. Meanwhile, this Skarner really could make things a bit spicy down here on the bottom side. So yeah, Yuji, he went for the reset, he got a longsword, he's going to try to redeploy and defend his camps. You cannot let Music start taking over this full residence in the bottom side. I think it's too much pressure on a Jerry and Obstinatus that way.
Looking at the late states right now for Maryville, Spyrex is serious shove, Scary Jerry and Obstinatus also do. So I love this play from Yuji. He is going to secure his Raptors, but Music is looking to sack all of his camps.
Though. No vision.
To make this gank happen. Scary Jerry already backing up. Heal comes across from Obstinatus, trying to slow down Scary Jerry. Good root on the Tangle Barb into the Deadly Flourish from Obstinatus. Is going to get Scary Jerry out. He has a crit shot here. Levitate had to barrier and heal. Scary Jerry also very low. The gank does not find any kills, and Yuji is now rocked back up to the party, looking to rewrap the gank. Obstinatus flash, Tangle Bar forces Levitate to flash on his own. Psycho as well with the flash as Yuji goes untargetable over the wall and gets Psycho into that passive form. Maybe the biggest win of this elongated early game.
Very close margins as Scary Jerry got taken to a single auto by Levitate, as
Oh,
here's
no,
exhaust
Hoarder.
dropped. Hoarder, solo kill pressure.
Flash for Flash,
got
we
him.
get that last auto, it's first blood, and Hoarder finally grabs himself a solo bolo in this series.
No help on the top side for K. He's gonna have to TP back to a wave pushing against him as well.
Oh, no, Shoji.
Shoji's fine. It's enough distance.
UG has Flash, though. It's going to force Flash for Flash. Does Hound's Pursuit come out? Nope. Shoji's going to just flash over that red buff wall. So, you talked about that Twisted Fate not getting bullied early. Now going to be a clear target without that summoner.
Yuji gets the Raptor respawn, but I mean, not really much benefit coming through here from the 3 quadrant for Yuji. He ended up trying to counter gank on the bottom side, which meant that he wasn't accelerating his advantage in the clear. Now, Music is still pretty homeless on this Skarner, so there's at least that. Yuji's got a lot of camps to go do, but with the solo kill in top and the survival in bottom, I think Supernova is pretty okay with how this early game has started off.
We kind of joked about it a bit during our break there, Hawk, that we've not really had to talk about the top laners at all. Rarely been a conversation just because of the nature of these
Top
first
lane
two
has
games.
not mattered much this series.
I mean, hey, it really matters now in this early game, especially I know you've gotten to talk to Hoarder multiple times off of MVP-like performances. Well, in this chaotic 3-game set we've gotten from these two teams, no better way to try and set yourself up for another chat with Hoarder if he can commit on this 600 gold lead to win the biggest game of Supernova's season so far.
And I mean, I respect the confidence going for the Vayne. The rest of the team having the confidence in their top laner to put him in a carry position. I think drafting a composition that does enable it nicely to boot. Still, though, things are early. One solo kill obviously goes a long way, but it's not everything. As Spyrax, nice level 6 proc, and this is what I was talking about. Shochi, it's going to be a little bit difficult against this Annie to really generate any sort of pressure for himself and get active on the map. So while this
nice
Twisted Fate does
walls, that guy.
theoretically bring numbers, it's not guaranteed.
Lens on that Flash Frost, having to come out from Scary Jerry. Good Tangle Bar from Obstinance again, catches Music, and that installs Impact over the walls. So Music definitely having a presence in this bottom lane early, but Maryville, for the most part, have done a pretty good job dissuading it, not having to use Flash just yet off of their Jhin.
And now we're seeing the jungle CS advantage reflect.
Yep.
It's UG up a significant number of camps already, about 5 through this early game. And he's going to transition that lead that he has into this Dragon, the pressure that he has from mid as well from Spyrax. And I don't really think there's an answer here for Supernova, as Music, desperate to find any camps that he can, needs to get to this 3rd Raptor spawn.
Yeah, Zyko is just on top of using that wall to make sure to guarantee that stun, but Obstinatus with a double Tangle Barb of his own. Both these supports showing they are very proficient on their key CC abilities early in this laning phase.
If Jerry ticks 6, things could get a little spicy. I don't think he's that close, though. He's about halfway.
Not even halfway, yep. But, hey, that Dragon did get done and dusted there from UG, and the Grubs are still about a minute and a half away, so the jungle gap really widening here for Maryville, for UG to be able to control a lot of the tempo of this early game, but Hoarder already with those tier 2 boots done. He has a 10 CS lead with that solo kill. I expect that count to balloon even further as this early game goes on.
Music even looking for a walk of his own in the top side, but UG spotting him out and just continuing to get more and more camps. You want to give credit to K too, despite getting solo killed, he is keeping the CS within striking distance at least of this Vayne. Obviously, Hoarder going to want to continue to grow that lead. This is another nice chain of roots.
Egg passive making it hard
Jerry's
to really
very close to 6.
Zyko
This is dangerous.
for a
One more
kill,
minion.
yeah.
He's got it.
There we go. Good call. Curtain call coming out here. Levitate, 90 caliber net to dodge the first one. Second shot forces the egg passive. Fourth shot doesn't really find the kill because Shochi with Destiny calling jumps on top of Scary Jerry and finds the second kill of the game.
And here comes Shochi, enter Twisted Fate to the scene, as it's Scary Jerry thinking he's got him with the curtain call, but Zyko's got the egg, and Shochi's got the ult. Now, counterpunch, topside, Yuji, he's 6. They need to turn this lane around.
Final hour invisibility won't matter because K hits the clutch public execution. No matter how much you nerf that timer, K still likes the best angle, and Maryville are finally on the board.
And that's an important counterplay. As soon as Destiny Gate is no longer available, UG sees the opportunity to take a play that cannot be answered. Music on the bottom side of the map, and that gets K right back into this top lane. Hoarder still not having the flash from the initial solo kill. Grubs to follow. Maryville, they're the ones controlling the objectives. Marginal gold advantage, but still, bottom lane, mid lane. Those are the lanes that have dictated this series so far. Shochi tilting them ever so slightly towards Supernova.
Thanks to that large CS lead from Spyrax. Every lane right now for Maryville up, and they're up even further thanks to the early objectives they've gotten, but here comes Music. Spyrax flashes away from him. Could have threatened the Impale. Good gold card there from Shochi, so now Spyrax loses access to a lot of his playmaking as he tries to get onto that first item to make this Tibbers a serious threat. UG has gotten that repeat spawn of Raptors away from Music, so right now Maryville really showed up in the creep score leads through their mid-jungle.
And it's this mid-jungle that has won them so many of their games.
Spyrax. Oh my
yeah,
Lord.
I mean, and that's the thing, this Twisted Fate, he's, yes, able to go bottom, he's able to answer a lot of the plays, but against this Annie, the lane is just such an uphill battle. And he has too much free damage, too much free push that the Twisted Fate can't really answer back. And this was what got Supernova in game one. It's the reason why, despite being down kills, Maryville is up in gold, but it's ever so slight. This game still hanging in the balance 10 minutes in as here's a gank.
Here comes Music. Another flash that he forces just by threatening the idea of an Impale. So the concept of an Impale has gotten Music to drop flash off both Maryville solo lanes. We see the power of that Glacial Storm make Obstinatus' life hell in this lane up against Zyko. Starting to see why Anivia feels just like such a powerful pick on this patch. As Yuju look to regank here onto Hoarder. Public Execution does not hit, but Hound's Pursuit is a targeted dash from Yuji, and he gets his first taste of blood in this game 3.
That's a big mistake from Hoarder. With Flash up,
Destiny
dying
bot side.
to...
Oh, Shochi is going to catch Scary Jerry mispositioned between turrets. We're just trading kills on either side of the map right now, huh?
Yeah, things getting really out of control. That one, I mean, it's mistakes on both sides.
God.
Jerry extending a fight, getting too low. K dying for no reason under his tower. And Hoarder with Flash up and full river vision dying to Yuji. Now Shochi's going to get traded. It's a 2 for 2.
Man.
Oh my.
We have gotten, we've lost our fundamentals in game 3, unfortunately, with respecting our opponents. Yep, and there's that trade like you called back.
You know,
so who's the biggest winner? I feel like it's Yuji. He picked up 2 of those kills.
It's Yuji. Yuji got 2 kills for himself. And no one really is getting extra waves for it. So it's 100% Yuji as the big winner. This Nafiri 5 pick on blue side. Yuji on a carry. You know, it doesn't happen a lot. But when it does, when it does, it's usually pretty explosive. And looking like the carry right now for Maryville. At the end of it all, it is Supernova that actually does tilt the gold back in their favor. It's about to be traded back to even here by Jerry as a nice route from Obstinatus. And Fireworks just going to continue. You say we've lost our fundamentals, Slayer, and yeah, you'd be right. But I'm going to say you're 2 LPL pill. This is the NACL, baby. This is what it's all about.
Chaos on all sides. I love it. Makes for some fun League of Legends. Spyrax getting trapped by Music and Shochi. Lucky to get that stun back up, but Shochi is looking to chase down.
You're just going to cook
Flashes
here.
forward, finds that kill with Yuji's Hound's Pursuit. Can he find this trade? Pop Blossom Obstinatus grabs onto 2, and the Darkened Daggers hit their mark. Yuji goes on a killing spree. It's Zyko's Blast Frost that stuns up Yuji away from finding a double. His top side. Public Execution hits blind from K, and he gets a solo kill back on the Hoarder.
Oh, Hoarder is really starting to fall apart after that initial solo kill. He's died 3 times in a row. He dashed back in to the Public Execution trying to dodge it. Even with the slower cast time, just in a hands check at a high pressure moment, Hoarder not able to find the right sequence. A massive solo kill for K. Yuji getting another kill on this Nafiri. And while, yes, Shochi gets a 1/3 of his own, again, the CS difference means that Spyrax, he's playing Annie. He's just fine.
Now we'll see if the Grubs can really start to unlock our next phase of the game here, Hawk. The fact that we need to get to one of those first turrets down. And saw Scary Jerry able to get some decent chunk damage. K gets a lot on that top side after the solo kill. That could really accentuate this Maryville lead further. Zyko flashing forward to get the wall down and trap Obstinatus. Flash Frost will land again. And Music, maybe with a couple more slaps of the Scorpion Claws, will find that kill. With a response here from Supernova is also to find the kill onto Spyrax. Levitate picks that one up. Bot lane supremacy to Supernova.
Shoji just has such a good eye for a proactive play as Spyrax.
Oh my
God, it's another
Hoarder?
solo.
Walk him down, King. There we go. Gets the third proc on the final hour queue, and we're just trading solo kills up top side.
I mean, it's just straight hands check. Supernova, 3 unanswered kills. It's a solo kill in top. Hoarder really needing that bounce back kill. And Shochi, such a great eye for proactivity. Obstinatus gets caught in the jungle. Shochi thinks, hey, I'm gonna participate to make sure that kill goes down. But he realized, wait a minute, I'm not even needed. Spyrax got absorbed into the play, gravitated towards the proactivity. His Levitate doesn't know how to count now.
No! He's gonna get dropped here with one last auto from Obstinatus. We gotta count our minions, man.
Oh my goodness, there's 14 kills in 14 minutes. You know what, I'm gonna stop the hindsight analysis. I think we're just gonna soak in the chaos. Kings of Collegiate versus Heart of Amateur, the 2 LPL teams of the NACL, if you will. They are going blow for blow. They are taking the hands check straight up.
Well, where will they go next with this chaotic fight style? The Herald is in about 30 seconds, but with those grubs we talked about, Scary Jerry's trying to protect this wave. He will be able to finally knock down the first structure of this game, and it is a valuable one, Hawk. That mid-tier 1 turret allows for a lot more proactivity in the jungle. And as we see it, Yuji sets up for another public execution from K, and he dodges out on the impale from Music as a last-ditch effort to try and save his life. How pursuit forward, Yuji gets his first reset, and now Hoarder's the next target. K and Yuji picking up kills, but Supernova bring all 5 to try and find a response to get these trade kills. Yuji is as good as done for unless he can dash one more time. Ace in the hole, finds its mark, shut down over to Levitate.
It is traded for a mid lane tier 1, likely a top lane tier 1 too, as Spyrax is pushing. So even though it's a 2 for 2, even though it's a lot of gold, back to Levitate. I think Maryville gonna be very happy with that sequence. 15 minutes into the game, Shochi and Levitate, the carries of Supernova in the 2 lanes that have defined this series. They're the ones with big gold leads. But Yuji, the 2-time MVP of the NACL, one of the greatest players in North American Tier 2 history. He's got the largest individual gold lead in the game, 4-1 and 2 on this Nefiri. Obstinatus, he's caught again.
No.
Flash, not gonna matter.
Golden card follows him for Shochi, but he gets into the brush. Really smart pathing there. So Obstinatus uses the rocket belt, uses the flash, and gets away from that Destiny. Curtain call coming out to Levitate. They think they have a catch on to him if they land these slows. Can they get Spyrax close enough? Nope. Music is going to use that spell's impact to protect his AD carry. So a lot of ults looking for picks, but not really finding anything.
Importantly, Supernova does maintain their combat ultimates. Destiny Gate not really going to mean a huge difference. As Supernova, similar to Game 2, they're overgrouping a little bit. So Maryville is going to open up the map. All 3 Tier 1 towers set the fall rate here over the last couple minutes or so of these extended sequences. K getting a lot of individual CS, and Maryville has opened up a bit of a gold lead for themselves just off the back of that alone.
Glad you pointed out, Hawk, the map play really superior is, Hoarder is on final hour.
Herald, too.
He's trying to just run down K right now. The Herald's going to go down. Can Hoarder find this solo kill? He drops the exhaust through. K using vision really well, forcing Hoarder to walk closer and closer. Public execution can be flashed in the picture from Hoarder as we do go live. Hoarder doesn't have access to the final hour anymore, but Zyko is here. This should secure that side lane kill, unless K, the Eclipse Shield, that needed to be a clutch flash frost there from Zyko. Hoarder does finally get that kill with help from his support.
Well played by both top laners, but I think K getting a little too cute, trying to proxy the next wave, not anticipating Hoarder to come defend the turret. The turret did ultimately fall, so it is still all 3 outers going the way of Maryville, but a kill traded back as these top laners just exchanging blows. Both of them have died more than they've killed. This game is just bedlam.
I think they've had more kills and deaths in this one game alone than they had in the last 2 games. Or at least they've had more camera time
at least
in
at this
game.
point in the game. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I would say. And
all
gold
right.
is just completely in the balance. What's separating these teams right now is the Grubs and the Herald, which are both in Maryville's pocket. They've also got the towers, but the gold is even. The Dragons are even. Supernova grouped up around mid. A difficult composition to face check.
Difficult indeed. And while the gold is close, I think this is potential time to focus on some of these items, but nope. Supernova going to make a pick on Opsimas again, who does get the Pop Blossom down. He will drop, but Supernova invested a lot to pick off the support of Maryville, but Hoarder is unleashed, trying to go after Spyrax. Flash from Yuji with the gold card will find the kill onto Spyrax. Curtain call coming across from Scary Jerry, but it's too little, too late. The pounce is in from Supernova. It's not Maryville's jungle anymore. Levitate flash for a 5th shot. Oh, the Q just a couple of pixels short. And the red buff will not find the kill, but it's still a massive win for Supernova nonetheless.
Sonata's just frequently being too far out of the team, maybe a bit inexperienced against this Twisted Fate pick, as that is multiple times in a row. He's been caught out. Maryville thinking it might have been bait. They send their mid-jungle into the fight, but instead they just get dunked as a confident flash came through from Shochi. Second dragon secured, Supernova into the lead.
It's again, Maryville trying to lean onto being okay, giving up strong side of the map to play for pushes inside waves. It has gotten K a lot more gold and solo levels. They use the Herald as well. That tier 2 turret is very low, but not off the map just yet. So all these kills are going over towards Supernova, but again, we feel like Maryville are playing the map much better, and that's why this game is still pretty much on a knife's edge.
And it's a very similar dynamic to Game 2, where Maryville, they need to be able to try and spread the map, create uneven numbers fights. Is a nice catch onto Zyko. That's how you do it, because it's going to be difficult to win the 5v5s against Supernova. Supernova, they're the ones with the double 80 carries. They're the ones with the true tank frontline. Maryville not having access to those tools, their creativity will have to carry them. A good start, as they do pick off the support, and it's going to give them control over out of the map.
As we take stock of the game state here at 20 minutes, I think it's an important note to add for both of these 80 carries. Jin and Caitlyn have had a couple different competitive build paths. I can tell you confidently with these items from both Scary Jerry and Levitate, they are fully indexing into scaling into absolute monsters in this game, especially with the Stormrazor path from Scary Jerry. No hubris, no yomus. He is maximizing for crit, maximizing for move speed that'll give him time to put some seriously deadly autos down if he is allowed to scale up. And we know Caitlyn with 6 items is a scary prospect as well. So these two are going to be the kind of late game insurance policies for both of these teams.
2 items on basically everyone in this game. Hoarder, of all people, the one furthest behind. He's really not been able to get a lead over K. Definitely not an insignificant advantage for Maryville being able to keep this Vayne down. His Twisted Fate ultimate was popped. 10 stacks on the Roa for Shochi. Tinging over just now.
Yes, TP as well on the bot side. Now it's Supernova that are kind of playing the map.
Finally a turret
here. Yep.
I mean, remember, side lanes in general, very good for Supernova. Between the Vayne and the Twisted Fate, they have good answers to Maryville's 1-3-1.
First turret of the game claimed by Supernova. Flash from Spyrax. He has caught on to Zyko, who does not have that passive to save him. Curtain Call Bullet will find that kill. Maryville dialing up the pressure now on that map spread from Supernova as they find a pick in the mid lane.
And really what we're seeing is just any team that's not grouped getting heavily punished for it. I will say, though, I think Annie Flash traded for Anivia's life.
Oh, public execution hits. Shochi's going to TP out, though, with the yellow card. Nice use of the summoner. Oh my God,
he's going to join the fight.
He's TPing the fight, but the fight's kind of over. Hoarder gets picked off. They're on top of Levitate. Yuji has his target. Sight set on to Levitate. He finds the first kill. The second one to be Music. Spyrax on the double. Maryville break open game 3.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a Baron. Maryville, they're definitely going to get into the lead here. Still not a significant gold lead, but a lot of map control going their way. We didn't see exactly what happened. I was about to say, I'm not sure that Annie Flash traded for Justin Nivia's life is worth it. But somehow, the rest of the 3-man for Supernova gets caught out by the 4-man, maybe thinking Maryville had based and getting caught by a vision play.
Well,
regardless, it's 3 unanswered kills. It's a Baron going over. If they can kill K, it is at least something back here for SN. It will take a Baron buff away from this 1-3-1.
Oh, gonna need a flash frost stun. Does he get to the Hextech portal? Oh, he does! The yellow card's following him! And it kills him! Oh, that is unfortunate for K. He nearly outruns the double.
What an interaction! Oh my goodness, the hunter-killer inbound as Levitate, or rather Shochi, calls in his score streak, able to get it. That's a pretty big find, too, taking down K. He will be alive in time for the Dragon, has teleport, but no Baron to set up for a split push on the top side of the map for Maryville. I think we're looking at a protracted team fight. Soul point, 45 seconds for Supernova.
Hawk, I could write a billion reasons why we're eating good with this first series, but one of the more underrated aspects, we've gotten some premier souls this entire time to set up as win cons. We're again getting Hextech, and it's just one of the best when it comes to Dragon Souls, and it's another game where that Hextech Soul slow, like you talked about from Game 2, would be so helpful for both of these compositions.
I mean, Levitate on another super ranged AD carry against a dive comp. I mean, come on, man. Like, that's what I'm here for. As Levitate continues to have a great series, one of the main gold advantages right now for Supernova. He has 3 items on this Caitlyn. Supernova inside track on mid. TP from K.
Deadly Force
Obstinatus on a flank.
Curtain call for the slow. Obstinatus, cosplaying as one of the wolves of Yuji's pack. Is he going to try and group up with Yuji and use that as a way in? Oh my god, this would be some sick ingenuity.
Supernova getting forced to the top side of the map. Remember, no Baron. Maryville took it already, so they're very out of position here.
Oh, Hound's pursued, but they trap Yuji.
What?
It was a bait. He gets slammed into the wall, and Shochi goes on a killing spree. Now Supernova know they can go forward. Music's flashing for the slow, and Hoarder coming in with that final hour, trying to make this the final fight of the series. K gets on the Levitate, but a clutch flash sets up the Impale. Levitate lives once more, and it's to the demise of the Saints.
Such a bizarre setup for Maryville. They already forced Supernova to the top. Oh, Shochi.
He over-aggresses to look for a yellow card, so something back for Maryville.
Is that a throw? Can Supernova get the Dragon against the 3-man unit of Maryville? They're still pretty healthy. Obstinata, Spyrax, Jerry, a lot of resources to play with. No ultis. Zyko, he's going to try to zone.
Zyko playing Bouncer. Yep, he's got the egg. He's got the Glacial Storm, the Flash Frost stun, and there's no juggler for Maryville, so just like Game 2, Supernova onto Hextech Soul Point.
I'm just so surprised to see Maryville. They won the space from Supernova. No Baron to worry about on the top side of the map. And Yuji just sends it on to Levitate and dies. A tremendous mistake that really opens up a win condition for Supernova. This Baron now completely wasted for Maryville. Their potentially game-winning advantage gone by the wayside. And so the game will continue 25 minutes in with no decision, no discernible advantages really either way. Just a brawl.
It's the Dragon Soul win con for Supernova versus Maryville. Looking at Yuji on that 3K gold difference. Needs to have the big impact as we get a look back at the precision play thanks to Philips Norelco. One blade. It was K. I'm glad we picked this one because this is one of the wackiest gold cards you're going to see in League of Legends.
I mean, it's actually just a hunter-killer drone from Black Ops right there, following him all the way. It's back to live. Maryville still wanting to continue to pressure Spyrax.
Drops Timber's hammer. Obstinatus, though, gets a decent pop loss, but there's no damage follow-up. How does Yuji ever get into there? He doesn't. Obstinatus dies. Yellow card lands on to Spyrax. He goes into the stasis, but Supernova are still pushing it. Shochi is on the flank. Great Condemn comes across from Hoarder, so K can't jump on top of him. Maryville on the back foot. Who can, from Supernova, can close this gap? It's Music with the Ixtal's impact through. Doesn't find any angle without that Impale. Can't go further. Yellow card lands. Hound pursuit, but another great Condemn from Hoarder. Doesn't matter. Yuji finds that first kill. Goes on Target. Resets his cooldowns. Goes after Hoarder once again, but this time Levitate stands tall. Face shaking into K. Will drop. He goes after Scary Jerry, who has the curtain call up. He's got 3 prime targets, and he only finds Psycho, who goes into the egg. Scary Jerry wants to step up to find this trade kill, but Psycho comes back alive and will make Scary Jerry rue the day. He stepped back up towards him. It's the mad
4-shot will kill. 4-shot will kill.
For Scary Jerry. He doesn't have the 4th shot just yet. Music has the first tank, but there's the 4th shot to come through. I think Psycho's the only one that can really eat this.
Take it.
But he's spending so much time buying for Obstinatus. There's the Glacial Storm. And finally, Music gets the final kill of that super long fight.
Maryville continues to try to dive into these 5v5s with reckless abandon, but they just don't have the front line. The engages are disjointed, and another massive fight as Levitate was untouched and Shochi setting up some great gold cards, but you mentioned it, Hoarder, the real MVP. Excellent spacing and condemns. It's a very close fight. It's one that Supernova wins. Taking stock of the cooldowns, not a lot of flashes blown. It's really just Spyrax, Hoarder, and Obstinatus losing out on those. And really, the difference to me is just the front line. Second game in a row where Maryville's not had access. This would be the third game in a row where the team without front line loses. If Maryville can't find more good team fights.
Hard to... it will be understated with his score line and the goal difference towards Yuji, but Music has been such a difference maker in his ability to really soak up a lot of that Maryville damage and be an constant impale engage threat. Yeah, it's going to go under the radar, but needs to be stated.
Maryville, though, setting up a trap. Music is not that tanky. Can't solo face check, but a great Destiny. Shochi sniffs something.
All right, still going to be hard to walk through in a Nivea setup towards this Baron. Scary Jerry, though, going to flash over that wall. Ace in the hole going to chunk him out. So Scary Jerry now losing access to the flash, and with him pushed all the way back under the mid-tier 1 turret, Maryville have to secede the space in the top river, and they're also going to have to give up their mid-tier 1.
I gotta say, man, Zyko, he's really clean on this Anivia. I've not been impressed by some of the supports that have played in this league, but he's great. And I think, okay, Baron not gonna get started. Supernova, they do have a soul to think about in 50 seconds.
Yep.
They might want that more than the Baron. Certainly less risky of a fight to go for. It's reset that comes through from Shochi. He's got Arm Guard now. Shirelia's too, to really just boost the team into the fight. So Shochi definitely indexing for utility.
You've been making a couple of LPL jokes, and I appreciate them, Hawk. You want another example of an LPL moment? That's an LPL gold graph, as we like to call it in the business. Holy moly.
That is one of the more impressive gold graphs we've had so far this season. I mean, the largest peak being 1920 tells a story in and of itself. This game has been so close from start to finish.
This series.
But this is where it could finish. 10 seconds until the Dragon. Supernova priority setup. They have the Caitlyn and Anivia. How do you walk in as Maryville? That has been the question the entire series, really, it feels. This game at the least.
Destiny being used to
Top
spot
wave
all
being
the
dropped, but Maryville has to fight it.
Obstinatus is going to be spotted trying to set up a flank. Music is going to walk right at UG. Not afraid of him. His damage doesn't threaten him. Dragon should be gone. Can UG get in for the steal? No! Music secures the Kemdex soul, but holy moly, Obstinatus, a 4-man pop blossom breaks open the backline. Levitate gets shut down. Obstinatus as clutch as they come. Maryville lose the soul, but they wipe down the fight.
Oh my goodness, Maryville, they actually found their way in, but I don't think they can end. Music alive, everyone else down for 30. Tier 2 standing in their way. He's got a Hextech soul to help him clear. Spyrax is low. Here come the Saints.
Music forced away from the tier 2 turret. The grubs stacking up for Maryville. It's still 20 seconds until Zyko can get in. Music has to find a way to cut down this wave. Spyrax is definitely
so
low. They have Tibbers out now as an extra minion. Music eats the deadly flourish. Flashes to find 1 kill. He's trying to pull the waves, but he's down. 5 seconds until Zyko gets up, but I don't think he can do it. He has to watch his face crumble as the Saints, in a dramatic Game 3, will take the second seed. It's only a matter of autos. Can Yuji get it done? Yuji and K, can they fight it to go? The GA comes up. K needs 2 autos to get the Nexus. Will he fight it? No! Supernova survived! We're still in Game 3!
This game is a black hole! You just sucked me right back in! Supernova has... Oh my goodness, they hang out of their Nexus! Maryville get aced in the base! Supernova! There's no wards behind them! There's a Baron on the map and they have double AD carries! This game shall be equalized! And... lest we not forget, Slayer, they got the soul in that previous fight!
What a swing! What a playoffs atmosphere to kick off our final week of the regular split. Supernova and Maryville keeping it all on the line to get that playoff bye. And the Baron is Supernova's. You called it out, the Hextech Soul is theirs as well. Now it really feels like it's Supernova's game to lose if they can keep their base protected long enough with an exposed Nexus.
And Maryville, they used all of their flashes, finding that incredible 4-man setup from Obstinatus. There is no fight to be had from them until the Elder spawns. They need to try to pre-push these side waves, they need to hunker down, and they need to make sure they can hold on to the bot side of their jungle. If they can do those things, they will be able to find a fight at this Elder, but they cannot lose the game before then.
Getting a replay look back. Love that look from Levitate. He immediately respawns. He comes out of base. He flashes to crit shot Scary Jerry, who was doing the most damage to that Nexus turret. I mean, it's just the thinnest of margins that have now been won by Supernova. And they're going to try and get their wave state into a better spot here with this Baron. Again, kind of like we saw with earlier Barons in Game 2. I don't think it's really going to matter for a push. This Baron's more for defense. Hawk, we're even better than before. We're going to another Elder flip, likely, this time to decide the series.
It's so important for Maryville that they still have control over these waves despite the Baron. We talked about how difficult it is for them to enter these fights against a Skarner, against a Nivea, against a Caitlyn. Just the damage numbers, I mean, just even across the board, everybody carrying really on both sides. Levitate, to me, standing out still as the most important member on Supernova on this Caitlyn. He got one shot around that soul fight. Cannot happen again if Supernova wants to win this series in an absolute classic of the Heart of Amateur versus the Kings of Collegiate here in 2026.
Shout out to our observers with that picture-in-picture. The Nexus turrets have respawned. Supernova can now relax and set up into a much more safe game approach for these next couple of minutes with the Baron. Glad you brought up Levitate. Oh my god, no. The Deadly Flourish catches on to Shochi. He cleanses that snare. Timbers does come out. Shochi will be fine. Nobody can afford to get picked off in this window.
Ults will be back up for Maryville by the time the Elder spawns, but without those tools available, they're probably going to have to cede a bit of their push, as Supernova could very easily go for a counter engage of their own. Still just trying to really maintain control of this bottom side of the map. Everyone knows that this game's going to Elder. There is no questions anywhere. Towers, anything, nothing matters other than this Elder Dragon. Items are pretty much set. It's going to be 4 items for most that it matters for. Hoarder and Spyrax are just lagging a bit behind the rest of the teams. Levitate, he is nearly full build. He's got 5 items on Caitlyn.
Yeah, so Hawk, that's, you know, it's nice when a setup you have early game manifests in the late game. You mentioned Levitate, he's at 5 items, super strong. Scary Jerry, I know he's a little bit behind the curve, but he's fully built for scaling as well. Levitate and Scary Jerry both are going to do disgusting amounts of damage. I feel like they really will decide this fight if it's a traditional battle 5-on-5.
I mean, yeah, Hoarder's just dropping that top wave. He knows he's got to be here for this play, and he wants to be here when it starts. Battle lines have been drawn. Supernova, they have control over their bot side jungle, but Maryville, mid-river. Supernova, though, in their composition, they have a lot more tools to face check. They're the ones with the Skarner, as well as the ones with the Hextech Soul.
But it's Maryville that have complete control of this bottom river.
It's really just all on Levitate.
Yep. This is what Destiny, you called out earlier, was able to unlock to make sure they can cover for all the Maryville flanks. Yuji is looking for it as he saw the TP from Hoarder, but he gets it back off safe. Supernova have to walk into Fog to try and compete for this Elder. They're going to use Destiny to try and spot out all of the Maryville members, except Obsinatus, who is cosplaying as a wolf, so the Destiny doesn't actually spot him. He had a massive Pop Blossom in the last fight. He's going to have to do it again as the Elder Baron. The Elder Dragon has been started up here by Yuji. Down to about half HP. Oh, there's the Pop Blossom onto Hoarder. There's going to go after him. Flash gets him away from Yuji. Exhaust comes down. Music fine on the front line. Ace in the hole is going to kill off Yuji. No jungler for Maryville. The Elder Dragon should be Supernovas. The only way Maryville can fight back is by scrapping, but they have
Jerry
no
has
smite.
4-shot.
The Elder is very low. It's going to have to be Scary Jerry with the 4-shot steal. Can he get it? No, throws it out too early. Supernova to secure the Elder, but they might not even need it to wipe down the fight. Spyrax drops. Elder secured. Supernova are doing it. The 8-0 Maryville are falling across the line. They get wiped out in the Elder fight all the way back from a Game 1 disaster. Supernova are going to take the series and take a hold of the second seed of playoff 5 heading into the NACL playoffs.
Shochi and Levitate, they're into the base. They're actually going to do it. Nobody except for Desirux believed that they had it in them, but it's Levitate, it's Shochi, it's all of Supernova in the most classic match that there is here in North America. What a way to end their regular season.
What a way to shake up the standings and defy the expectations of all. But sweet Desirux, series of the season potentially. Supernova have one hell of an upset.
I mean, an upset or just some damn good League of Legends, some heart coming out from the heart of amateur. Zyko beats his former team. Music's got some collegiate rivalry, some old North Conference beef up there at ISU. Oh my God, they actually did it. Everybody on the team stepping up. That game one was a shellacking.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's crazy, right? Like, the game one feels like a completely different world we were in, Hawk. A different timeline at this point with how one-sided it was. Neither of Supernova's wins were even that dominant as well. Game two is probably their cleanest, but yeah, I mean, you said it best. We were going into game three. We were talking about this series as over after game one. But as you get a look at the final post-game breakdown, Supernova, with their biggest win of the split, showing true resiliency and that they need to be taken seriously as a championship contender here in the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, this series is going to speak very loudly to everyone that's watching the NACL that Supernova is not a team to be trifled with, as they will finish their regular season 7-2 and in the second seed, a playoff bye for Supernova. I don't think that was something that most people would have had on their bingo cards. As man, what a gorgeous gold graph that is. That put that in the Louvre.
Yep, hang that one up for all to see. Really, you know what? This gold graph really embodies what this series was, especially after that game one. We talked about it, right? That coming into the series, we felt like Maryville's all-out blitz was going to really stymie a Supernova team that has kind of struggled with a lot of their early games. And we were super worried once we saw their approach. Really felt like, especially in game two, willing to sack a lot of early resources, play to scale up and group up as 5. But Supernova team fights are just a different breed, and it's what we really feel like got them their win. As 5 strong, Supernova were unbreakable.
I mean, it's so funny, too. You know, Slayer, in game 2, you were like, I really just want to see Supernova, like, flip the game. You know, because game 1 went so badly. They didn't do that. They won. No. And then in game 3, they flipped the game like some madmen, going Twisted Fate, going Anivia, going Vayne, giving up an early Baron. 2 games in a row, giving up an early Baron, and somehow winning in the end.
That is the NACL embodied in a series. Definitely, definitely kind of threw out our entire agenda as well, talking about most valuable player in this series. We were going one certain direction, Hawk, and now we definitely have to pivot. I do want to say before we give out this award that really every member of Supernova in game 2 and game 3 had their moments, especially like even Hoarder in that early game of game 3. When it came down to who was clutch in those late game fights, who needed to be the target that Maryville could not kill off in game 2 and game 3, Hawk, it was always one man, and it's Mr. Levitate that will take our MVP award here for Supernova in their biggest series win of the split.
It's just such a monster series from Levitate, especially because I felt like he had such a bad game 1. So to mentally reset for the Senna, I mean, a horrible start to game 2. He got solo killed, or 2v2 killed at level 1, right? But to keep the mental and to carry like he did in games 2 and 3 is some serious props deserved for this player. Someone that I think we weren't really sure what to expect from him. You know, it had a couple of decent splits in the NACL, but then wasn't playing last split. Was a guy that we felt like was in the middle of the pack for NACL AD carries. And Bach, of all people, has talked a lot about how he feels Levitate. He's a superstar that has yet to reveal himself. And this is the kind of series that can make a superstar when you play the way that he did on the Senna and Caitlyn after how poorly things started. I mean, just so many flowers to give this player and his entire team, as you say, but he not only did he carry, not only did he do damage, he had the extremely difficult task of staying alive against Maryville University Dive.
Yep.
That is incredible.
And that's what doesn't show up in the stats, right? I think, like you mentioned, the game one might kind of skew the stats, but him being the primary target for Maryville in 2 games, in multiple huge deciding series fights, and surviving and thriving is a big market. I will always respect a guy that I see grinding constantly. When we don't see Levitate playing NACL when he isn't scrimming, he is grinding the solo queue to be the best of the best, and it's awesome to see all that come forward into fruition going into the playoffs. But it's time for us, Hawk, to go into that player interview with our MVP. So make sure to give some love over to Levitate, my friend, as you get to talk with our MVP for Supernova Series win.
Oh, yeah. Let's get Joseph on in here. Man, Levitate, dude. I mean, that was an Astro banger. Just to start things off, how are you feeling after that win?
My heart's still pumping, honestly. It was a crazy win. And I mean, really happy to win this one. And I want to give a special shout out to Zyko for this because, yeah, it was against his alum school. So dedicate this win to him.
Gotta dedicate the win to your duo for sure. Zyko being able to take down his former programs definitely gotta feel good. But man, for you, I want to go way back and to you kind of started the split, finding your way to the Supernova team because before you were a second seed of playoff team, just a split ago. Taking some time off. I think some uncertainty surrounding where you'd be at this time in this split. Tell me about your journey, finding your way to the Supernova roster and how you feel about being where you are now.
Process was pretty long. I think it took a while for tryouts to go. I think Supernova had the longest tryouts and like we were the latest team, so we didn't have a lot of scrims going in. Yeah, they're just trying out multiple iterations of rosters, and after a long time, I got the spot. But I mean, I was super grateful to even have the opportunity to play with the org and the roster that we have now. I was really hoping I'd get on the roster, so yeah, I'm really thankful that I did, and I think it's starting to pay off now.
I mean, definitely starting to pay off, man. Bach, your coach, has said in our interviews that he feels like you're the player that he thinks is going to step up the most this split. What do you have to say about how you feel about your personal development and your improvement over the course of the split?
I think I'm getting better. To be honest, I think if we want to compete for the title, which I obviously think we can, but to have favorable odds, I'm gonna have to play a lot better and improve a lot more. Really not satisfied with how I'm playing currently. I think there's just too much inconsistency for the most part, and I think that's my biggest issue. But also with our team in general. So, yeah, I guess that's kind of the identity of our team is that one day we might show up and look like we could beat anyone like today, and sometimes we just look like maybe the worst team ever. So yeah, I mean, the game one was pretty atrocious, but I'm really glad that we were able to bounce back and have resilience, and I think that's a really important trait for any winning team to have.
It really is. I wanted to take me into your headspace a little bit. Game 3, game 2 as well. On Senna, on Caitlyn, Maryville is just gunning for you every single team fight. How the hell did you stay alive, man? How did you do it?
I think the second game, my team peeled for me pretty well. I mean, I have a Cassante and a Zenzel, which, are really good into their champs, but I don't know. I mean, it's a miracle that I stayed alive in some of these team fights. I should probably play a little more conservatively maybe and play a little bit for my life. Maybe not have so many deaths, but I think the big thing about our comp is, especially kind of in that last game, we have multiple carries, right? So if they use quite literally everything to get on top of me, then it's going to be favorable for my team as well. So just not playing too vegan and trying to take as much space as possible, because yeah, I mean, our comp is pretty hard to execute, right? We don't have that great of a front line. We're playing 4-range champions. So if everyone just kind of sits there and does nothing, we're just not going to be able to contest objectives and things like that. So just playing with confidence, but yeah, I could probably be a little cleaner on the approaches and not dying so much, but yeah.
Well, you at least did a good enough job of it to secure second seed heading to the playoffs. A bye, just definitely gotta feel very good, and I'm looking forward to seeing more continued growth. Before I let you go, last question I have for you is: do you have any shout outs to the fans out there? Anything else you want to say? Maybe I'm gonna bring up out of the casters, #1 Supernova fan Desrux was the only one that believed in you guys. Anything to say to him or anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, shout out Destrux. I think there was something similar for Conviction, the Conviction series where we 2-0'd. I think maybe 1 or 2 casters voted or like thought that we would
I
win.
did
So
have you guys on that one, so I'm gonna
shout out to you too then. Yeah, shout out to
thanks,
everyone
man.
behind the scenes, the org, coach, players. I think we showed again this week that we have really great resilience and we bounced back from a harsh game 1. So I'm really proud of us for that, and I think we'll be shaping up well for playoffs. So looking forward for playoffs and expect a lot out of us. And final shout outs. I want to shout out my brother Abraham, sister Esther, and childhood friend Anthony, who are currently watching, I believe. So they're also here for my graduation. So yeah, it means a lot. And
Oh, congratulations
thankful to them as well. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, yeah, huge congratulations for graduating. No small feat, to be sure. And shout out to the people that helped you get to where you are. So, Levitate, an absolute pleasure. A gutsy win from you and the team to take second seed. A lot of heart being showed from the heart of Amateur of Supernova. But in the meantime, we can bring Slayer back in here because we have another crazy series to go over. That was only series 1.
Yeah.
I'm already out of breath.
That's only series 1. And while it did have influential playoff stakes, Hawk, arguably this one has the most because it will keep teams out of the playoffs and in the playoffs. And of course, our dream scenario we've been talking about a bit with the 4-way 4 and 5 tie will be a very big reality. Awesome to see the updated standings. Thank you, production, that shows Supernova locked in to second place. I dare you to find somebody besides Tesserux, of course, that had Supernova as a team that would get the bye heading into these playoffs.
Yeah, man. I think a lot of people pretty overwhelmingly had them as the number 4 team. You know, the next team that can punch up in the standings, but a little bit below the big boys. And man, did Supernova prove a lot of people wrong today. I mean, just a truly magnificent win and a team with a lot of moxie that you do not want to run into as you head towards the playoffs. But that's gonna do it.
Yeah,
for this one. So
yeah. Let's fully pivot here. We gotta look at those standings. You saw where Conviction was. You saw where Dorado Gaming is. Let's set the stakes for our final series of the day. Conviction taking on Dorado, and for Conviction, they're kind of the villains of our chaotic scenario going into the final day, Hawk. But it is a simple mission for them. If they want to be in playoffs, win and in.
Yes, exactly. Conviction has the opportunity to make the playoffs very simple. They can win, and they would qualify and knock Dorado out, and then it just comes down to the match between the Citadel and Winthrop tomorrow to determine your 6th playoff team. If Dorado wins, it gets really weird. It sets up Winthrop for a win-and-in scenario tomorrow. It sets up Dorado for potentially a win-and-in scenario against CCG, depending on the result of that Citadel-Winthrop series. The 4-way tie would still be alive. Conviction would be floundering at 4 wins. Things just get absolutely nuts. Worth noting that Conviction, you know, if they lose today, they can still be big Winthrop fans tomorrow, and they could still make it. They can also be CCG fans. So there's a lot of weird scenarios in which anyone can really qualify for the playoffs, but the simplest, most straight to the point way would just be Conviction winning today.
Yes, Conviction win today, but Dorado definitely want to keep those playoff hopes alive. And, you know, to get insight on the mindset of Dorado Gaming, let's, of course, move over so I can have a bit of a conversation with their head coach, Bobby, as we'll bring him on in here. Hello, my friend. Thank you for stepping in for this interview ahead of a massive series here, Bobby. So, first thing I want to talk to you about. Talk to me about, you know, the mentality, the mindset, maybe just the conversations you've been having with the squad ahead of this series with all the stakes that we just outlined for you guys needing to get this win up against Conviction.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. And yeah, we are basically... The thing with this series is that if we win, it's going to be a huge, basically, thing where there is a chance for Conviction not to make playoffs, as you said, basically, right? So here, if we lose, for example, it's going to be like a normal Thursday, right? But if they lose, everyone is going to remember it, basically. So here we are coming with that type of underdogs mindset, right? And
Yep.
we are ready to fight.
I love it. Ready to fight, ready to scrap it out. And, you know, you guys have been just such an inspiring story for that mindset. But also, you know, we saw consistently getting games off of like these other top teams we've had. Really awesome to see you guys scale up. But I kind of want to pick your brain a bit about one player in particular. Of course, your rookie in Redemption here. I really value, I've seen, you know, some convos from other people and some screenshots about how much like raw tape this guy watches. Like how much of a great quality is it to have a guy like that who's constantly watching all the regions, looking for ways to level up his game? How much of a gift is that to you as a coach?
Yeah, it's great, but he could maybe play a little bit more 2v2s than watch LPL, etc. So there's that, you know. But
yeah, that's right.
It is very inspiring to actually work with people that are very passionate and inside the game, if that makes sense, right?
Right.
We're always watching, we're always discussing the game, and it's basically a pleasure to work with these guys.
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch Redemption, as well as just like all these other guys on your Dorado squad that have had, you know, limited time in the NACL, obviously, like with guys like Adam, Hub, even Decoy and Low Jazz. So how have you seen their growth as players, right? Because it's one thing to have like a rookie that you have to prepare to play at this level, but how much growth have you really seen from these other guys into their like sophomore splits in the NACL and as just a team as whole gelling together?
Yeah, I mean, we are basically, in my opinion, we kind of developed into all full-fledged NACL players, right? Now it's basically the question if we can actually make a next step and become an NACL playoffs team, right? That's now the question that we're basically waiting for an answer.
I love to hear it. Let's see if you guys can scale into a playoff team. One last question I want to have about the matchup in particular. Obviously, going to Conviction, you know, it's a much kind of different game plan, at least bot side, knowing that it is the second week of it, but you're going against Tactical and Bounty instead of playing against Meech and Breezy. Has there been, without spoiling any of the draft secrets or any too big coach brain secrets, but has there been a different approach to this game against Conviction, having a new bottom lane coming in for them at all?
Yeah, I mean, we are pretty scared of Tactical, to be honest, but we're not as scared of Bounty. So we are going to try and attack their bot lane for sure.
All right, there we go. We'll keep an eye out for that. Bobby, my last question to you is just, I want to hear a final message of you, an inspirational message. Maybe the players might not be listening, obviously getting prepped for your draft, but to the Dorado fans, the Dorado believers, because this was a team a lot of people had marked for relegation, and now you're on the cusp potentially making playoffs. What's the inspiring message out to all of the Dorado believers?
I mean, we're going to try our best, and yeah, we are getting that win today.
I love it. Getting that win today. Bobby, I'm going to let you get started with that victory march of yours with that Game 1 draft. So we'll hopefully see you guys get that big win on the Rift. And I will bring back in my partner in crime in Hawk. Thank you to Bobby. I love the message. The confidence he had in his squad, and also it's just been a long journey for these guys. You know, sophomores and rookie roster that had low expectations, they really have all blossomed as a team. And regardless of the outcome today, Hawk, this team has been a fun story to follow all split long.
I love the acknowledgement that a win today would be an upset, but it's not something that's unattainable, because Bobby's right. And it was such a great quote that he said, we've developed into fully fledged NACL players at this point. Everyone had Dorado as a bottom 2 team power ranked coming into this season. Yeah, I mean, I'm guilty too. We all did, right? Yeah. And I think the fact that they're even in conversation for a playoff spot in week 8 of the NACL season, the fact that they are completely safe from promotion relegation, the fact that we will see this team again in the summer split guaranteed, is a tremendous achievement that they should be proud of. But now it's about taking that next step. And they've shown us that they can take games off of teams like Supernova, who just secured themselves a top 2 spot for the playoffs. They just got to put it all together against Conviction, a team that has been demonstrably weaker throughout this split. Even in their win against Blue Water to bounce back last week, it was far from definitive or convincing. So now it's time for Dorado. They're NACL players. It's time to show that they maybe can be playoff players.
Yeah, and as we get a look at the Conviction roster, thought it was a really interesting tidbit we heard there from Bobby talking about the Conviction new bottom lane as we get another week of Tactical and Bounty. The direct quote there from Bobby, Hawk, was, "We are afraid of Tactical, not of Bounty, but we will be attacking this new bottom lane to try to find a win here today."
Yeah, I mean, Tactical, he had a pretty good debut week for this Conviction roster. I think Bounty was also strong, but I do understand the sentiment that Tactical is one of the biggest threats here in all of Tier 2 at the AD carry position, a notoriously aggressive and carry forward player. But it wasn't just Tactical that helped elevate Conviction to their win, but it was the whole team, right? I think everybody stepping up. A big bounce back week for me from Sniper to really start looking like a carry player again. What was important for this team, I had been very critical of his performances over the couple of weeks before. And I think for Conviction as a whole, the expectation is still that on paper, regardless of what their bottom lane is, this is a stronger roster than Dorado.
Stronger roster, especially headlined by that mid-jungle duo we saw dominate last year on Luminosity. Prepared back up with Tactical, of course, from Tomio and Insanity. But now we can introduce their challengers on the other side. Dorado Gaming coming up against them. And again, a team full of new faces to the NACL. Well, I got to start the conversation with a guy that I have seen for a while, and you, of course, have as well, Hawk. LoJazz. I feel like he's just such a driving force for this squad, especially in their early game success. He is what really embodies the awesome team play that Dorado have, and they've brought to these last couple of weeks.
He's always been such a good facilitator player on any team that he's on, and he's really gotten to show, I think, what he's capable of here on this Dorado roster. The Church of LoJazz, very much back in service here in 2026 after briefly shuttering its doors in 2025 after the demotion. Definitely good to see this player. Also, Redemption down in the support position, a player with a reasonable claim to the Rookie of the Split award, and he's got 2 more series this week. If Dorado makes playoffs, man, some serious conversations to be had. Obviously, maybe getting ahead of myself there a little bit, but the fact remains that this bottom lane has been actively great for Dorado. They've been able to keep up with many of the best here in the league, and, you know, while they still have their struggles here and there, and they're not quite to the level of the top echelon, they've shown, I mean, as Bobby said, they are bona fide NACL players.
Bona fide NACL players, indeed, in their own right. And when we start the conversation for Dorado with LoJazz, it makes sense that we use him as a bridge into our face-to-face matchup brought to you by Philips Norelco OneBlade. Of course, it is going to be LoJazz going against the big test that is Tomio. If we can see a performance from LoJazz against Tomio, what a cherry on top that'd be to what I would say has been the best single split of LoJazz's short career so far in the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, LoJazz really has just done so much for his team to really get involved around the map. He's first in kill participation amongst junglers. That is really impressive, just edging out Tomio right there. As I do think for Tomio, you know, he's always going to be one of the best players at this level. But I do think he has still struggled to show some of the trademark aggression and proactivity that we have known this player for in the past. Did still put on some really good carry performances. I think of, you know, the Xin Zhao in game 1 last week against Blue Water. Also having a nice mid game on the Shen against NRG. But I mean, these teams, they've not had the most explosive of early games. For Dorado, that's an expectation. They've just really found their wins through solid fundamental team play. Conviction, they are kind of just trying to hand check people in team fights. They've looked a little bit lost as a team, obviously partially attributing to maybe some of the roster changes that they've had. And while they bounced back against Blue Water last week, I think this is a team that if you're not able to generate leads on as Tomio and the rest of the squad, you could be in a little bit of danger of getting out macroed.
Diving into this Game 1 draft, though, we see another Game 1 that starts off with a first selection Orianna, which, by the way, is now down to 2-11 in the NACL, despite how much presence it has in the pick bans. I find that continuing to be interesting. We'll see if Adam can buck that trend with this Premier pickup. It won't have the Jarvan or Nocturne to pair up with. Either the Pantheon, as the junglers take such a center stage in the bans. Varus going to be the lock-in here. Likely for Tactical. I don't believe Sniper's got that Varus top in the bag, and they're going to get Bounty on the board to try and be an early game playmaker, something that you outlined, Hawk, that Conviction needs to improve in.
And this Bard, a big pick for Bounty in their ACL run. Slayer, I know you were a part of covering that. So I'm very surprised that Varus Bard was giving over. This is pretty much the two strongest bot laners in the current meta getting paired together, and Karma's not available either. So I think unless you're going for a Caitlyn lane here as Dorado, you're going to have a very tough time of keeping up in this 2v2. They end up going Ezreal.
Wow.
I'm not really sure how to feel about this one. I mean, I'm expecting jungler to come out, so they'll have time before picking a support, but it just means that Conviction's going to get even more luxury to try to ban some of those away, should they so choose.
Well,
Unless
I agree,
they
you
don't.
know, I agree that like the Ezreal doesn't have like a premier duo buddy, but Ezreal in his entirety is still just like such a seamless AD carry and fits into a lot of comps, right? So the safe route picked up there for Hub, and we get Redemption on the Nico. Redemption's had some high highs and some, you know, classic rookie engage looks on this champion.
Wow.
So we'll see exactly what he can pick up with this one as the Vi we grab for Tomio. So now, I mean, where do we go with a jungle pairing for this Orianna now if you're Lojaz?
I mean, Xin Wukong are the two obvious choices, right? But both of those do have the opportunity to be banned away. Lojaz has been a purveyor of the Skarner, which is definitely something worth noting that could get paired up alongside, would provide good frontline. I'm expecting just Xin Wukong ban here, though. I'm very surprised that Conviction went Vi over Xin. I suppose the Vi does provide better setup for something like this Varus, but also you do have the Bard already. And it is going to put some responsibility here onto Sniper to really pick something that can go in alongside Conviction, who otherwise is shaping up to build a bit of a poke composition. Dorado, I also like what they have. It's just very stalwart, straight front-to-back team fight. Likely going to try to pick themselves something like either a tank top, tank jungle. Rumble, obviously still on the board. That's been a big pick for every top laner. Decoy in the past.
Good call there, Hawk, on the remaining answers. Yeah, you've been balling in these drafts. You haven't nailed a pick yet in this series, but I'll give you a half point for pointing out the two Orianna pairings left, and then we see that Smash and company just say, all right, we're going to ban those away. So Xin and Wukong are both off the board. Jungle Pool pinched here for Lojaz. The Irelia going to draw a ban.
So
classic Sniper.
Shen is open, and this has cropped up as an answer to Vi specifically. And it's something Lojaz has played. It would provide frontline for Dorado. The one thing that they would really still be lacking is setup. Nico does provide some of it, but not all of it. So I am really curious if we are going to see a Shen jungle from Lojaz here in game one of this series. It's a good answer also into Aurora. It just provides a lot of anti-dive.
All right, classic mid-jungle pairing here for Insanity and Tomio, though. They're going to get the Ahri. So Vi Ahri, huge pick potential, right, on this composition. A Chains of Corruption can catch out anybody and blow them up. Vi followed up by Ahri is really seamless, and you talked last game about the disengage and engage threat of a Tempered Fate. So Dorado are really going to have to be on their game, respecting fog channels, you know, respecting side lane pick-off potential as well, picking this Orianna. You had a lot of answers for what we could potentially see in the jungle here from Lojaz. They're going to get the Rumble through as well. So really strong solo laners here. I mean, I would argue Rumble and Orianna might be the strongest top and mid on the patch still, and they're in the hands of Dorado.
This seems to me like it's not going to be a Shen if they're going Rumble. I'm expecting something more along the lines of a Skarner or a Sejuani here for Lojaz.
Nope. Oh my lord.
Lojaz on a carry?
Lojaz locking the Nefiri. Look at that. My guy's smiling ear to ear. He's in his hoodie mellow form right now, man. Look out.
Lojaz on a carry. Now, this is not something that we've come to expect very much from Dorado, as we do just get Mbessa answer into the Rumble. So, Conviction is a very simple composition. It's everybody click their buttons on one person. But there's a Nefiri invulnerability. There is an Ezreal shift. A lot of slipperiness for Dorado. No tanks on either side. There are 10 damage champions here on Summoner's Rift. I don't know, maybe 9 on a Bard, depending on how you feel about that champion. And a lot of playmaking on both sides. To me, the big difference is that Conviction has ease of setup. Vi Ahri, Bard, Varus. Just lots of easy CC layering and target selection to go for. For Dorado, it's a lot more complicated. I think huge responsibility on Redemption's shoulders on this Nico to find big pop blossoms akin to what Obstinatus was able to find in our previous game. And I think LoJazz on a carry for really one of the first carry games I feel like I've seen in his career. He's got to play well.
He needs to carry completely outright. I will say it is not the first Nefiri look in LoJazz's career, but it would be him hunting the first win. He does have a 1 game of it. Of course, you called out not this split, though. Yeah, I'm just worried for Dorado that, like, Adam's not getting much help with this Orianna.
No, he's not.
He's going to have to create shockwaves on his own.
And he's a target.
Yeah, he's obviously a target, too. It's like maybe Redemption, Pop Blossom. Redemption's Nico has a huge amount of weight barring on his performance in this one. Dorado trusting in their rookie as they look to create chaos in the playoff picture for the NACL. Conviction winning in, Dorado win, and a whole much more fun coming to our final day of the NACL as we are on the rift for our final series of today in the North American Challengers League.
I mean, I just agree with you that Adam is really in a scary position in this game because Orianna not having the same level of self-peel as something like in Azir, which we saw in the first game today against a Vi that was able to take care of itself so well. Adam is not only not being given the most resources in terms of setup, but also is absolutely a threat to get dove. He's going to have to really play well. I do think he is a player that we feel has stepped up quite a bit from where he was at on the original Polestar roster that he was a part of last year. But up against Insanity, who has historically been one of the best mid laners. I know it's regular season Insanity, but even then, still one of the better players that we have in this league over the course of time.
The bar is always high if you want to beat an Insanity-led team, even in a struggling split here for Conviction. Already we're seeing Insanity with that electrocute get some really good trades here into Adam, continuing to layer these autos down. Insanity might even look for the solo.
Ooh!
Spirit Foxfire does not find that kill, but Adam forced to reset early, and that's going to hanker LoJazz's ability to cleanly CS through his first clear, and, well, maybe some sort of technical difficulty going down that showed off why that 1v1 was so one-sided, potentially.
Do you think that person behind Bounty is playing Overwatch Classic right now? I see some sort of FPS gameplay going on back there.
Oh, I'm trying to see if that... Oh, yeah, that is Valorant.
I think it's Valorant. Oh, well, but yeah, as you say, Adam getting chunked out early. Okay. We got the full screen Valorant Twitch stream here. Boy.
It's definitely nice RGBs on that PC setup.
Yeah, I know. I'm assuming that's at Grandview.
Yes, that would be my bet. Definitely a lot of there's Bounty's got to lock in, man. He's got a lot of people around him.
I know there's really a lot going on.
Loud environment.
Yeah, dude, it's okay. Bounty, I'm gonna say he's got so much aura for the neck tattoo. Like we've not really had a player in the NACL with tattoos that badass. I can't even think of ever. So shout out for having that.
Shouting out I can't remember an NACL player rocking a neck tattoo to this quality. So yeah, I think that's a good shout out. Somebody had a name on their jersey that was walking back there. I'm very confident now this is the Grandview setup that he is playing from. Well, we'll hopefully get word on what exactly this pause is about, but it does give us Hawk some time, maybe to reminisce on. You talked about how the Supernova squad was kind of like the heart of amateur for so many years. I'm always inspired to see Dorado here as a guy, who just recently got to make his leap from tier 3 stuff to tier 2 as a caster. I remember when I was early on casting Dorado esports rosters as this org had in like Diamond Leagues, Plat Leagues. And there they were always running competition, constantly winning tier 3 championships. So it's kind of heartwarming to see them come up to NACL last year. You mentioned it, retain their spot with their really fun summer run they had with Sushi last year. And now in this split where they once again were picked to be relegated, they stay up and establish themselves that they are now a true tier 2 org with those grassroots in tier 3 from past.
Yeah, it really is awesome. I think Dorado, just like another one of these great tier 3 orgs that we've seen kind of do everything right and ascend as a result of it, right? And So for them, it is really great to see that success. I know they've been grinding it out, not just in Diamond Leagues, but also like ACL. They've been a mainstay with multiple rosters typically playing at a high level in that league. So it is always very nice to see, when these amateur organizations are able to promote, because also they usually bring with them fresh talent. And it's been the same story for Dorado. You mentioned the Sushi roster. Now on this team as well, a team filled with rookies and sophomores, and their mid laner wearing a T1 jacket, perhaps wanting to live up to his idols. But no kill yet onto Insanity.
Flash, though, that's a valuable get, especially pre-level 6 before Insanity has access to the Spirit Rush. Looks like we had a lag issue with one of our players that has been overcome by this point. So Insanity, or Low Jazz, does take a bit of a detour from his clear. I do think the one benefit of this Vi Nefiri matchup is both Tomio and Low Jazz will happily just full clear through to get through that first full clear that's so important for both of these champions kits. But on that first reset, I'm curious where Tomio's head's at. As you called it, a jungler that made his name on his smart early game aggression with this Vi.
I mean, Tomio's definitely going to be pretty happy. He just completed a power full clear and maybe has a window to play for both crabs, but no. Looks like he's going to path towards the top side, respecting the bot push that Dorado does have, not going to challenge Low Jazz on the bottom side of the map. But obviously with Low Jazz stopping off for that little bit of a gank mid, does mean that this Nefiri is a bit behind in the clear, which is going to feel good for Conviction.
Yep, we're just going to make a long trek back up to get his first set of wolves. And it does allow for Tomio to start getting in his bag. He's going to use that scrying plant to spot out all of Low Jazz's top camps, not yet respawned. So we're going to give even more info to Tomio on where Low Jazz is at in his clear and where he might be on the map as he gets back out of the rift with a longsword and a ruby crystal, and he is heading right towards the bot side.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, he was maybe hovering in case a dive came down, is my guess, onto the low mana, low HP tactical and bounty. But once the window passes, the wave starts to get cleared out, he immediately starts going back up towards topside to ensure that he can continue his full clear. That little bit of a detour does bring Low Jazz right up into parity with him, though, on the clear timer. And both these junglers very much wanting to get towards level 6 as fast as possible. They're going to be on a very similar pace.
Interesting adjustment coming across here for Hub's Ezreal, by the way. First of all, it's both AD carries working with teleport, which we rarely get a matchup where both ADs are running TP. It's usually maybe one. I think both these champions can run it. He also goes with the Doran's bow instead of the blade, which helps you with early trading. So Hub, it's funny, he goes through the Doran's bow, which really helps out for Ezreal's level 1 power spike, but then he also goes with the Cole on that back. So Hub kind of playing all fields of the Ezreal scale is, Redemption.
Yeah.
He's pretending to be a part of the pack. I didn't even notice that.
Insanity's wave is super cooked right here. Like, he has no TP, no flash, and he's level 5, so he knows he can't step up. So this is going to get Adam just that little bit of a lead. Good hover, I think, from Redemption. Because it also means that Low Jazz doesn't have to commit to the same hover, saving just that little bit of time. But things going to remain quiet. Dorado early games have been historically very quiet throughout this season, unless things go horribly wrong for them. As nice chain through the Nico clone.
Yep. So Redemption has to flash. Tomio showing that Vault Breaker. Key Summoner off of Redemption. Do love to see that Hub, by the way, walked back to lane while tactical TP'd. So while he did get pushed under the turret, it kind of get left alone with that Redemption roam. It's just well covered for, because even if Hub gets chunked out, he could have TP'd back. Now has that TP advantage. We'll see how that affects Hub's ability to play the wave states.
You were talking about those TPs. TP on Ezreal, pretty common. Tactical is a much braver man than me for taking TP on this Varus against Rumble, Nefiri, Nico. I don't know if I'm built for that, Slayer.
I think I've seen more TPs on Varus's than Ezreal's.
Really?
I think Varus is, for me, the AD carry I see take the TP mode. And I'm saying AD carry, by the way, because I refuse to ever acknowledge any of you Cretans playing mages in this bottom lane that would obviously take teleport.
Yeah, no, like, mage players in the bottom lane, they're like they're just different. Different derogatory, mind you.
yeah, exactly. This is a negative connotation I'm bringing to you, mage bot
Screw
players.
you if you play mages in the bottom lane, am I right? AD carry main.
Hey, you're speaking truth out here, Hawk. That's all I have to say here, is we do see that Tomio, with some bottom lane pressure, is going to solo out this first Hextech Drake. As much as I love the Hextech Soul Bonanza we had in our first series, it's nice to see that we will not have that for our first game of Conviction versus Dorado.
Tomio's going to lose maybe a jungle camp for it. Insanity going to try to sniff this one out. Does not have push in top as Chains of Corruption.
Hub is dead. One auto goes through, and the new look Conviction bot lane have a first kill, and Insanity and Tomio pounce on a low Jazz invade to find the second one to really break open this early game. Conviction already out to about $1.5 grand gold lead.
Ooh, TP right back into the minion wave. Now, there's two ways of looking at this. The first way is that if Hub had not teleport, he never dies there. But the second way is that because Hub has teleport, he can do the classic get solo killed into better wave state true combo that I love to talk about.
Ah, there we go.
As this is the worst wave state I have ever seen for a Varus in a long time.
Yeah. Good thing 400 gold will make up for that. As that his kill is what's really keeping him topped off in the gold lead department. Getting a kill onto Insanity as well, obviously very potent. So Insanity won't have access to that Spirit Rush just yet, but cease and desist into an Insanity combo, the classic Ari Vi, is very scary for, as you mentioned in the draft, everybody on the map, because we have no tanks. So basically anybody that gets Vi ulted, I think, at this point in the game will get one shot if Insanity is nearby.
Yeah, most certainly, unless they have some sort of means of avoiding it like Low Jazz does. But to me, that kill mid is the more consequential of the two kills. Tomio really starting to open up a good lead. Remember, Low Jazz was going for top camps in trade for the dragon, ends up dying for it. So Tomio kind of gets to have his cake and eat it too. Puts Insanity back up in a good position in this mid lane. And obviously, Tactical showing us why Bobby was afraid of him on the bottom side of the map. But at least with the TP, Hub was able to keep, you know, things relatively close despite the extra kill gold going over.
Yep, he's going to be up basically a wave's worth of CS if he can farm well under his turret here. So should be fine in dandy in that aspect. And now that we're approaching ultimates being online and the playmaking taking an uptick, this is where we already start to get kind of worried, Hawk, about how difficult it is for Dorado to do any playmaking in this mid game, especially to set up this Nefiri. This is, again, a comp that a comp decision that I've seen rarely for the amount of setup it brings for a Nefiri. We've got a bottom lane dive, a Bruin, Tomio and Bounty. Tempered Fate is going to grab Hub as well as the turret. Vault Breaker perfectly timed from Tomio. Hub doesn't even get to move by the time he drops, and Redemption will fall next. Really clean dive there for Conviction. They're out to a 4-0 lead in game one.
Yeah, it's just too easy. There's no TPs to answer. At least Decoy doesn't want to use his from all the way on top side. Would probably arrive too late. Maybe trade back.
Oh, and Sandy's out of mana. He is dead. Nice bait and switch there from Adam.
Well, I mean, that's big to get something back. Obviously, Conviction, they're still winning out on the play. They get the 2 kills for none. It was also a bigger wave under the bot lane tower that Hub will lose. But they do at least get a kill for their mid jungle, setting up some of their own pick potential. Potentially be strong in this game, but Conviction up 1.8 thousand gold. Low Jazz maybe only gets one, but
nope.
We didn't even have E.
80 carry TP. I saw Tactical TP mid as we get a replay back on just the clean mechanics here from Tomio in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too easy. Nice old setup from Bounty, and there's no counterpunch to be had. Hub and Redemption were already half HP. Trade back really is the more interesting thing. Insanity just not having the mana. Or maybe didn't have the Spirit Rush available, I'm realizing. It looked like it was on cooldown in that replay. So either way, ends up going down with the Flash getting expended to keep Dorado at least relevant in this game. Give them some lane that can become a win condition.
Well, we do fear for the Orianna Shockwave setup, like you mentioned, is on track to be ahead here and to likely get a Blackfire Torch done first item. Potential for that Leandries as well. Adam trying to get to that first item. Power Spike. Grubs and Dragon, though, both going over to Tomio. This is, again, what we wanted to see from a guy that has been pristine at tempo control of early jungle. So that really adds further to this Conviction lead at 2-0 in the gold. And finally, we get a look at top lane where Sniper is doing classic Sniper carry things. And Bounty hitting more of these nice Tempered Fates. He forces another Redemption Flash.
Bounty having a really nice game so far. We've seen a couple of
Adam.
good performances. Is Adam?
He sets it up for himself there. One auto short from finding the kill onto Insanity. The red buff won't find the burn, but Low Jazz will go track down with the pack to find Insanity. trying to wait a long time to get that execute, and he won't get it. Adam gets the kill. Who needs set up for your shockwave? You can throw it on your own head and flash on top of your opponent.
All right, Adam, that was pretty clean. Really nice recall of the ball to get the bonus resistances. Flash Sombrero onto Insanity. Just one-shotting the Ahri out of the fight. Insanity barely lives the initial combo, but obviously had no way out. Now Dorado play their own.
Oh, he tried to use the clone fake out. The Pop Blossom doesn't land. Tactical does flash away from Hub as Low Jazz tries to get the kill on the Bounty. Flash forward from Hub again, but he can't hit the W or the True Shot Barrage. Tactical sidesteps it all, and there's no kill to be found on the bot side. Meanwhile, Adam greeds for an extra mid-wave, and Tomio will make him pay.
Dorado, this is like the third time this game that one play has been made, and they're trying to make a second play too late. Conviction already having time to get their chess pieces back out on the map. They try to go for this secondary play on bottom. Obviously, they don't, or no, they do. They do lose Redemption, as well as multiple summoner spells. Split target focus means both Tactical and Bounty walk out, as well as, I think Hub, if he lands that W ult, Tactical might die anyway. Regardless, bad kind of goes to worse, because then they lose Adam, so his outplay in mid doesn't end up really mattering. And now with Dorado, more members being down, it just means second Dragon goes to Conviction.
Yep, and now they're going to hunt even further for Redemption, who's continuously been the target of Bounty's ire. It's the Cosmic Binding into the Tempered Fate combo despite the Tangle Barb, and another perfectly timed Vault Breaker gets Tomio a killing spree.
Tomio's just having such a nice game. As now Hub, he's just caught in a 1v3. There's no one here. Low Jazz is top.
Shortly. Oh, again, Bounty. Just constant stun barrages on this Bard. We've seen some amazing Bard gameplay. It was obstinate on its first. Bounty picking the slack up right off in his own game one.
You know, I'm going to be honest, Slayer. I think maybe Dorado should have also been afraid of Bounty. 105 on this Bard. Highest kill participation on the team. The second great Bard performance we've seen from a support today.
Yeah, and also, it's so resounding for this Conviction bottom lane to be dominating as they have been. For the first mention, obviously, that these two guys have swapped in to a very precarious situation to try and save a disaster start to Conviction split, but also just how much extra pressure that this alleviates this top side, right? Sniper's got to do his own thing. Tomio has been in his bag. It's all been because this bottom lane is just running it.
Yeah, they really, truly have been difference makers. Is now Insanity going to try to spread the love to the last lane that hasn't died.
Public execution, charm combo, masterful CC layering. Pick potential all across the rift here for Conviction. They've found kills in all three lanes now.
And 4,000 gold in the lead, approaching 15 minutes here as Dorado, generally, they try to play slow early games, but I said sometimes they can look not so slow when things really just don't go according to plan. And this is definitely one of those games as Conviction really looks like a team awoken. This is a team that we were expecting to hand check people coming to split. Although they've struggled to do it for a lot of it, this is, I mean, they're showing it, that they still have it in them to get it done.
And again, series win means Conviction make playoffs, even if they were projected to be, you know, one of those teams in slot for a bye. Getting into the playoffs means you just gotta win your games to make up for no matter how slow the start Conviction might have had for this split here.
I mean, as long as you make it right, it's a clean slate. If you want to win a title, you got to beat everyone anyway.
Yep.
So really, the key is just making it in. Conviction, they would really like to win, to as you say, control their own destiny. Just make sure to guarantee it. Tomio able to finish the Herald before anyone else arrives. Could be a turn here.
Oh my God!
Wait,
all right.
What?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! He tried to drop the Herald, bring out the Battle Herald, but
epic Vault Breaker Herald combo right there from Tomio.
Fake out.
Did he fat finger his R?
You know, R and 4, I guess, are decently close on the keyboard. Battle Herald does successfully crack open the mid-tier 1 turret, and okay, Tomio found a better target in Decoy. Didn't even have to use Cease and Desist, by the way, to go on a rampage. Oh, that charm from Insanity stops Low Jazz in the middle of his Hound Pursuit. There was a Shockwave on top with that, and without a Shockwave, Dorado have no chance in hell to win any sort of scrap. We're 15 minutes in, and one Stasis is the only thing keeping CNV away from an ace.
Okay, Slayer, now remember, this is what Maryville versus Supernova Game 1 looked like too. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But I am going to say this game is over. Game 1 is going to Conviction. They're up way too much gold. It's going to be about 8,000 once this tower falls. Just 16 minutes in the game as Decoy gets caught And in the 4 versus 3, Dorado says, okay, guys, it's time to go. But remember, no setup. The setup is LoJazz just throwing his life away and getting charmed up by Insanity as the rest of the team then arrives to clean up their retreating members.
Very clean gameplay here from Conviction. And what is it through again? Tomio has been all over the map. Tomio and Bounty all over the kill score here. 11 of the 14 kills Bounty has been a part of. Shown why he was picked up by Conviction. You know, there were a couple of names that felt like floating around when we heard the Conviction might switch up their bottom lane. But Bounty comes in and is making a name for himself in the NACL in a precarious situation once more. But the Bard has been clean. Sniper thought might chase for a solo kill without that public execution. Cannot chase down onto Decoy, so Conviction will just relax and set into dominating these side waves and getting lane states proper ahead of a Mountain Drake in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, Soul Point should be a trivial take for them. They have full control over the bottom side of the map. Dorado likely to be confined to their base for the foreseeable future. As Baron, you know, still 2.5 minutes from even spawning. The big game-ending win condition for Conviction. Gonna take some time before it can really even come to fruition. As Dorado, they're resorting to setting up for side lane picks, which, why not, right? I mean, there's not much else you can do.
Not much at all. And it's, again, this is what we really were worried about for Dorado's draft, in the fact that they didn't have a lot of setup to make a lot of these carry-oriented picks work, but it feels even harder, Hawk, from when you're behind. Because, you know, a lot of teams from behind, if you have the right sort of draft, you can kind of just be like, all right, we need to make a fight happen. We have the tools to set up for a fight we would kind of have a decent look on. It really is just going to be LoJazz throwing his life forward, or Redemption sacrificing himself for a huge pop loss. That's the only way I can see a fight start outright on Dorado's terms.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing about drafts like this. Any draft can win from ahead. You can just, you know, like, nay-nay on them and take their lunch money and play better. But that's why, you know, we talk about good and bad drafts, right? If Dorado's behind, it just feels like their composition does not have tools to come back. A Sniper may be caught half HP TP coming.
The Shockwave, though, doesn't land on a Sniper. It was channeled a little bit too early in the Hound's pursuit. Adam's got a flashwave from Holy Execution, but there's the cease and desist through onto LoJazz. Committing very deep for this play is Insanity. The McHale's won't save him. He dives into a Redemption Pop Blossom. Conviction starting to limit test with this big lead they have.
Insanity flying a little too close this time right now. He's carrying the torch of the 3 deaths on the side of Conviction. Ultimately is a 1-for-1. Not too bad if you are Dorado, but with Insanity being the resident inter on the side of Conviction, it does mean that he was not a shutdown, so the gold trade is not even better for them.
No, only a couple of shellings of gold that get to go back over to Dorado. The gold lead is still nearing a 10k gold lead before Baron even hits the Rift. And a lot of that being held in that jungle difference. Tomio is up 3,000 gold right now over LoJazz, making our head-to-head going into this matchup seem pretty lopsided through the first bout.
I will say it is really great to see Tomio playing to this level, though. I had just been talking about how I feel like he's not been as early proactive, not as aggressive as we had expected him to be for a lot of this split, but this game really just getting involved, early dives on bot lane, just blowing this game open before Dorado was ready for it. And I think deserving of a lot of credit, probably for me so far, maybe him or Bounty, looking like MVP candidates up to this point, at least for game 1.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny, you keep drawing parallels back to this is how the Maryville Supernova series started. We felt like after game 1 for Maryville that it was UG or Obstinatus that were
this is
MVP leaders.
That is facts, yeah. This is looking shocking. On a Bard.
On a Bard, too. There were Neferi in both games, but our Neferi in this one is getting Temper Fate on his noggin as Conviction.
That was a pretty epic ult.
Yeah, bully Dorado out of their jungle.
That's what we call, you know, we talk about zoning ults. Can we start talking about aura ults? Where, like, he wasn't even really zoning LoJazz, but he just wanted to let LoJazz know that, like, hey, man, I can ult you anytime I want.
Yeah.
Yeah. I better respect.
I can throw you into a stasis whenever I feel like it, man. So you think twice.
So, that was pretty cool. Baron on the map. Conviction, I think they're looking for a pick before they start it, which is probably more realistically why Bounty threw that out. I don't know how Insanity hit that charm.
I don't know either, but the stun coming across from Bounty gets the kill set up for his top laner.
And Tomio, he's on Baron.
Yep, why not? I mean, he's pretty accelerated. He's got a BF sword in the inventory, by the way, so this is a bit more, this is a pretty damage-oriented vibe that we're going to get here from Tomio with this huge lead. And while Varus teams usually take Baron pretty slow, when you are, scratching up to a potential 10k gold lead, you could do things like this. True Shot Barrage is a Hail Mary there from Hub to try and steal it away, but Conviction, without smite needed, picking up a Baron before 22 minutes.
I'm still really impressed that Insanity even hit that charm. That man is surrounded by dogs, and somehow he got the alpha with the charm. Nice follow through from Bounty as well. And I mean, just clean, clinical conversion from Conviction. There is a Dragon Soul spawning in 90 seconds. I honestly, would be surprised if they even need to let it go that late. With this Baron, should be able to push down these tier 2s, likely break the base.
Yep, just go through the motions, right? Get rid of the tier 2s first. Then they'll likely move into Dragon, pick up the Mountain Soul, and then end the game from there. Or they can pick off Lojaz, who really wanted that Grub, but all he's going to get is a Cosmic Binding. He grabs his hand, the first kill, the Tempered Fate. Also, Decoy's going to instead use the Seekers to delay even longer. Conviction, though, will knock down that bot lane tier 2, and Bounty is still a massive problem on this part.
Yeah, nice double stasis right there from Decoy to get away, but it's not going to matter as
Sniper! Public execution! Let the people watch Decoy run for the hills as the Baron push continues into the Dorado base.
Unfortunately, Dorado has made the cardinal sin of appearing on the same screen as Conviction when they're down 10,000 gold at 20. Which, a very common mistake that we tend to see. Clearly, Dorado, I mean, it happens. They're too far behind. I think the takeaway from this is Orianna B1 not looking like the sauce.
Orianna in the NACL is going to move to 2-13 if this game holds. That's wild to me.
It's not great.
No. We got to figure out our Orianna combos here in the NACL, apparently. Oh, the dogs betray Lojaz. Redemption Flash. Rocket Belts to try and save him. Pop Blossom doesn't hit anybody. Instead, it's Bounty cooking up a double Tempered Fate that will set up a triple for Tactical. Conviction get to mightily walk forward into the base. They are looking to end this thing now.
Yep, that's going to do it for game 1. Conviction, a very dominant win. Even faster than Maryville was able to dispatch Supernova in the game 1 to start the day. As Dorado just not really up to the task. Just started on the bottom side with some nice looks from Tomio and Bounty, to set up the rest of the team and convert to an easy early win.
It's been a day of blowouts in game 1. The only hope now is that Dorado can have a Supernova-like bounce back in our series that could really shake up the playoff picture. But Conviction are 1 win away from punching their ticket to playoffs.
If we could get another game 2-3 turbo banger like we got in the last series from Dorado, I'll be extremely happy just because it means we get to watch some crazy ass League of Legends playoffs on the line. But woof, man, that was a tough game. I mean, Dorado's just, again, I'm calling a lot of parallels, but it's like the same series so far. They just got to do the same thing as Supernova. Mental reset. Okay, we got our doors blown off. Just go into game 2 and try again, and don't let it get that lopsided.
Yeah, Hawk, kind of just hoping that Dorado, first step is maybe a more connected draft, right? That we kind of outlined the problems of that draft in the beginning, and they really manifested in that game 1. But Dorado, they are not down and out just yet. Like we mentioned already, we've had blowouts in game 1s. Can we see a comeback of epic proportions from Dorado to try and create their own little bit of destiny towards playoffs? It'll have to start with a game 2 draft that will come your guys' way after another break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Back with the NACL live stream here of week 8, our final week of the North American Challengers League spring split regular season. And it was a dominating game 1 win for Conviction. And thanks to our pals here from Philips Norelco One Blade, we get a precision replay look back at what was absolute decimation, Hawk, in this game 1.
It's the charm that we had no idea how Insanity landed it, and then a really nice follow-through from Bounty and Sniper to make sure the kill goes over. That was... I mean, the game was basically already over, but that was the one that really sealed it with Conviction, being able to pick up the Baron on the back side of it. And we can take a look now at the post-game stats from that first game. It really was just demolition on the bottom side of the map. I don't think there's really any other way around it. And my main takeaway is that I want LoJazz back on a facilitator jungler because the Nefiri did not do really anything. And it was not able to help the lanes.
Yeah, The damage numbers look bad, and the pick does also not look great, but I think it was just, again, like, we got a little too cute with this draft, right? We didn't necessarily pick for setup in much other lanes besides Redemption's Pop Blossom. Really, I would be curious to talk to Bobby and even LoJazz to see what they thought they saw with that Nefiri angle, but alas, like you mentioned, let's get a facilitator jungler in here, and let's also remind everybody the awesome quote here from Bobby. If we lose, it's another Thursday. If they lose, it'll be memorable. So let's make it a memorable game 2 here, Bobby and Dorado Gaming. Let's get this thing over to a game 3 to make this series as influential as Supernova Maryville was earlier today.
Yeah, exactly. Game 1 was business as usual. Even with Conviction struggles, that was the expectation. Maybe not so one-sided, but the result was the expectation.
Yes.
But if they lose, everyone will remember it. The NACL becomes chaos. Dorado, last chance saloon, one game, and then another to keep your playoff hopes alive and to try to gatekeep Conviction as we're into the draft.
Traditional draft setup, B1 pick available. Jarvan did not make it through our last draft. It will this time round, so Tomio, who was inspirational with his early game Vi, gets a champion that does everything Vi does and better, I would say, on this current patch.
Yeah, Jarvan just so strong. And also Ezreal, one of the premier answers to it in terms of the AD carry position, no longer available. So looking very good. I think Xin, a very logical answer. It's going to be Corki. So Corki is one of those AD carries that could get out. We have seen, a good spread of Corki Nami throughout the NACL. Also some Corki paired with tank supports. If Redemption did want to go more towards one of those playmaking-oriented champs.
Do they lock up their bottom lane duo now, or would we rather see LoJazz say, all right...
Expecting Xin.
Wow, read my brain. Okay, we're on the same page as a unit here, Hawk. I'm taking a quarter point credit, because in my head I was about to say Xin Zhao, and I know you were going to say it, as this will get locked in. I like it. Just get the Xin Zhao now. I don't think there's a bottom lane Conviction's going to like that would take away the Nami.
Yeah, basically... there's nothing that Conviction is likely going to deny away, and it's, does Dorado have a prio pick that they feel they need to go for to get away from Conviction, or do they just want to kind of play cards close to their chest and take something logical? So end up going for that Xin Zhao. I think reasonable expectation here could be Caitlyn Elise, Caitlyn Morgana. We've also seen it as Caitlyn Elise. So Tactical and Bounty, after just blowing Hub and Redemption away in game 1, has said, hey, we're going to do it again. You got to do something about it.
We heard Bobby talk about how he wants Redemption to play out more 2v2s instead of watching so much LPL. Well, Redemption, here's a benefit to you watching so much LPL. You should know all about Caitlyn Elise lanes and how deadly they could be to play up against. So he is going to lock in the Nami. So it will be Corki Nami. And I respect it here from Dorado. Not really that they had another option, I feel like. They kind of had to fight fire with fire, but here's the bottom line here, Hawk. One of these two bottom lanes is going to get a pretty big lead coming out of this 2v2.
I don't know, man. I was wanting to get hyped for the Zyra hover if that was going to come out. But no, Nami, it makes a lot of sense. It's going to be a volatile 2v2. I mean, in general, the Caitlyn Elise are favored in terms of their range. But in the trades, Corki Nami really can output a lot of damage very quickly. They also have the sustain access. As currently drafts are matched, bot lanes and junglers locked in on both sides. I'm expecting just a lot of, strong prio picks to kind of get banned out back and forth. Things like the Gnar have been high prio for Decoy and Sniper specifically. Sion, always a strong pick anytime it does crop up around the league. Aurora, another really strong blind mid laner that has yet to be removed that I'm actually expecting Conviction to remove here. It's Victor instead.
Yeah, Victor instead. All right, so we get four mid lane bans, though, nonetheless. So I feel like that gives
Aurora.
advantage
Yep.
over to Insanity with champion pool-wise. But yeah, you were talking about the Aurora, so nice little lock in there from Adam. Aurora and Xin Zhao. A lot of space creation and a lot of flank threat here with this champion. Already, Dorado doing a lot better supporting their carry and damage potential compared to their Game 1 draft. So good step forward from what we saw to open this series.
Sniper thinking about what he wants to play. He's been putting some tank fries in the bag recently, but also been pulling out the Jace more often than not. He's had one very good game on it and one very bad game on it. So we'll see in his best of 3 on the Jace if he's able to make it another very good game. I think for mid, my expectations are either between Twisted Fate or Anivia here for Insanity. It is going to be the Twisted Fate. He is sort of the one that pioneered this pick in the league. Out of those 5 games played, he has 2 of them, or even maybe 3. He has 3 of them. Has only won 1, but definitely a strong, influential pick in terms of getting around the map. But the Sion answer with the Twisted Fate for Conviction, not a lot of shred towards this tank.
Yeah, Conviction's draft is very clearly looking to pick off where this squad left Game 1, run over bottom lane early, and have much more influential map pressure for one thing, and also just side lane threat, right? So Jace is going to be a problem up against the Sion early. You talked about how Caitlyn and Elise are favored early in the bottom lane, and if Insanity can't get bullied early by this Aurora, it's going to be map pressure city for Conviction. And again, Hawk, back to what you harped on going into this series. I like to see Conviction picking a draft that kind of answers one of our biggest weak points for this squad so far, this split, which has been macro and map play.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely that really wants to play on waves, play on sides. The team fight is definitely not the best, and Dorado is going to have the answers if this one does boil down to 5 versus 5s. That's how Supernova was able to find their upset over Maryville just a couple of hours ago. But there's a lot of damage and a lot of playmaking on the side of Conviction. For me, this is absolutely going to get decided in the bottom lane in this early game. I think whichever one of these bot lane wins is likely just going to win the game, because I don't think either composition really has the best ways to stop an ultra-fed Caitlyn or an ultra-fed Corki. Also want to give a nod to Sniper on the top side. Jace against the tank should be a pretty reasonable lane here. We've seen some Jaces really beat up on some Scions. I think Zamudo did it to Sniper, if I'm not mistaken, in the Jace Scion matchup. Maybe it was somebody else, but regardless.
Somebody got it. So somebody got the beat down, for sure.
Sniper needs to have a good lane. That's the point.
Yep. Needs to come out with a clear lead with this Jace pick. We're on to the rift for what could potentially be the final time of the day. The final time we see Conviction if they can get this 2-0 over. Dorado still clinging on the hope of making this a series many will remember and a playoff ending that none will be able to forget.
Both junglers starting on the top side, so going to get weak-sided, going to give Sniper room to operate in that 1 versus 1, try to take over. As bot push does to go the way to Conviction. Again, range advantage to this Caitlyn and this Elise. It's really up to Corki Nami to find their windows to take big trades and use their sustain to try to create health leads.
Gonna have to wait a bit to do that. Luckily, they do have their jungler pathing down towards them, but so does Conviction. We're going to have Tomio and Lojaz both path down respectfully. I think that's a bit of an advantage to Lojaz, again, because while Jarvan can do a lot of things as well in the early game that Xin Zhao can do, if they do meet on a bot crab and there's not much help from these lanes because they're in neutral spots, favor the Xin Zhao in those early skirmishes into the Jarvan.
Yeah, definitely. Jarvan, a more of a team setup pick, oriented pick when compared with the Xin Zhao. So that is for sure always something to keep your eyes on as these junglers do make their way around Bounty early forward. Definitely favoring the early skirmish, though, for Conviction, as they have a lot of lockdown and a lot of single target damage as early as level 2, really, across the board.
Have to see if that manifests. Obvious point to make here. Sniper has the clear push going into Decoy on the top side. Already about a wave up, but every wave that Decoy can comfortably trade back, CS-wise, will benefit him as he continues to stack that Soul Furnace. See which one of these junglers finish up their clears first. I do think it's a slight edge to Tomio. Oh my god, now he's going to flash for the Cocoon. Immediately barrier has to come out from Hub. And a nice bubble from Redemption makes sure Tactical actually can't push a ton of damage out. Hub doesn't step on the trap, and it's a nice look from Bounty, but only really results in a trade of non-flash summoners.
Yeah, that was a really nicely played trade from Redemption, honestly, because the health trade also ends up pretty even, and Bounty's low on mana, so I think that's going to lose the crab here for Tomio, as despite having some push in bot lane, I think they got a little too big for their britches. And this is a 2v2 that I think you're okay to take if you're Dorado, but they're not going to end up going for it. It's just going to be Lojaz likely dropping a word and basing.
Yeah, so he'll get the tempo base off first, which does give him more power once he comes back out onto the Rift. See if he path towards his top side. I expect it. His Krugs are up next on the respawn. So he'll come back out with that standard Ruby Crystal Longsword pink ward we see many of these jungles go for. And it should set him up kind of nicely to potentially path down towards this first dragon. Redemption, though, is going to get caught as his AD carry resets, eats the Cocoon. But lucky for him, Tactical and Bounty don't have enough damage to one-shot him yet. But that's a warning, Hawk, because he will get one shot basically for the rest of the game if that happens.
Yeah, you get one. You get one Redemption, as he does flash a thumbs up walking out, though. So a little bit of mental warfare there from the Dorado support.
So it's an, as we call it, an aura Cocoon. He's mogging him. I see. Right. The mentality play.
Or, okay, but 5D chest, though. Redemption got hit by the Cocoon intentionally so that he could mog Bounty.
This is like turning into an Inception level of mogging. I'm getting confused.
We're 12 years old and we're like, well, my character is gonna do this thing, and so he beats yours.
Yeah, it's like when you have those imaginary battles with your Lego figures. And
right.
It's like,
yeah. Exactly.
Well, actually, I had a minigun in my back pocket, so you lose. Well, I have a Jedi on. Yeah, you just. That's like a. Once you start arguing back and forth. I have
anti-Elise force field.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually God, so I don't die. That means I win. That's usually how those end, by the way. Someone just claims immortality, and then all the fun's over.
And Lojaz is like, I have mid push, so I could take your Raptors. As my stream stuttered, so I didn't see how many of them he got, but he maybe got some of them, and he did the classic Mog invade, where you take the camp right in front of the enemy jungler.
We're getting a lot of mileage out of the
Slayer, are we losing the plot right now?
A little bit, but you know what? It's valid. It's valid. We're having some fun shenanigans here as some invade shenanigans are cropping up on the map here for Conviction. Coming on Bounty, yet to be spotted. There's the Destiny out here. They're just going to jump Lojaz. He flashes immediately to get back under the turret, and, well, Insanity doesn't even get the yellow card stun, so they do trade Lojaz's flash for that Destiny cooldown. A smaller win than Conviction probably envisioned.
So, Slayer, you're probably not familiar. You're an AD carry player, but non-junglers don't understand. But Lojaz is like, that was so worth. I got my Gromp, worth my flash every day of the week. Did not get counter-invaded. Also, legitimately, flash for Destiny Gate, the first one from Insanity, really not bad. That's going to buy a lot of space for Hub and Redemption for the next few minutes. Likely not another play to come down there from Conviction. But getting the Gromp, man, that's a massive moral victory there for Lojaz.
I'm learning. I'm learning about the jungler state of mind. Tomio's...
you just don't get it unless you're a jungler. But, like, really, getting that camp, it's worth it.
You know, it's also worth it, getting that first Drake uncontested. That's what Tomio's doing with the bot lane pressure. Should be able to shore that one up as the Cocoon will land onto Bounty into the trap combo. This is what makes Caitlyn Elise so feared. And it's first blood once again over to the Conviction bottom lane.
Oh, man, well played by Tactical and Bounty, but I'm going to throw some criticism for Hub. I mean, he knew where Bounty was coming from, when he was coming. Yeah, the bubble to buy time had his flash and just tanks that cocoon. And I was just saying that with Destiny Gate not resulting in anything for Conviction, it felt like the pressure should be off. This is the lane that got out of hand for Dorado last time. And, I mean, that's a bad death for Hub, who is now down 10 CS as the kill.
Again, the positive swing here for Conviction is a new bottom lane that needs to perform. And so far in this series, they have shown, obviously, winning form through game one in this early game so far, but also just massive improvement from their first series, like you mentioned, Conviction really having to go down to the wire against Blue Water. And now, even if it is, you know, a bit of a weaker opponent, performing much better. But I guess they're not necessarily a weaker opponent because Dorado, hey, they're not going to the promo tourney. As much as it pains me to say, Blue Water are.
Blue Water definitely always a fan favorite, but here's the problem for Dorado in this game right now, is that even though there's not been as many kills, not been as many dives from Tomio or anything like that at this point, the gold lead is still about where it was for Conviction last game.
Yeah.
A little over 2,000 just off of really farming better as well as that kill and bot. Insanity is somehow up 20 CS on Adam in the 1v1. I don't think that should really ever happen against Twisted Fate. And Sniper, a little bit less surprisingly, really putting the moves onto Decoy here in the top side.
Yep. Yeah, he's got both of the solo lanes holding on to almost identical CS leads, by the way. Insane just picks up 3 minions. Not going to happen at the same time, but they're still both about 30 CS up. That's a whole lot of waves and a whole lot of gold. This Bounty routinely... I love this play from Bounty, by the way. He's abusing the fact that he has Tri-Brush Ward supremacy, so he walks up and around to circumvent Redemption, and it's really toying with Hub and Redemption. It's making them very scared to ever play on these waves, and we talked about it. Corki Nami need to find windows to go all in with their burst, and Bounty's little game he's playing with this Tri-Brush makes it impossible. Looks like we're having more lag issues.
I think more importantly than anything, it's really just creating space for Tactical to farm basically for free, giving them control over the wave. Because either you have to give the space if you're Bounty and Hub, or you don't give the space and you take the skill check, right, of can you dodge the cocoon. The first time, Hub couldn't. He died. This time he could, so good for him. But yeah, it's definitely a difficult position to be in. And I do think Bounty, so far, having a really great series in only his second week in the NACL. Remember, this is a 3-time CBLOL Academy champion. Didn't really land in the CBLOL, if you will. Played for one of the worst rosters I ever saw in CBLOL 2023 Spring Vivocade. But, you know, came to North America, helped elevate a prestigious Grandview program to their first ever top 4, won an ACL, and is really looking like he's got kind of a second wind here in the NACL now here in North America.
And showing out in this series up against Dorado, but unlike game one, do feel a bit more confidence that this Dorado comp is better positioned to try and come back from early woes. Again, the gold lead is significant, but it doesn't make up completely for the fact that a Dorado 5v5 is a much scarier prospect compared to this Conviction side. See the unstoppable onslaught having to be used by Decoy, trying to run away from Sniper, who continues to get a lot of value on that grasp, stacking HP to match Decoys.
This swap up the top here from Conviction as they are working on those grubs, and Decoy doesn't quite respect a good sidestep.
Nice sidestep for the Cocoon to come down there. Repel having to be used, but the double bubble lands for Redemption. Catches both Tactical and Sniper, but no kill can be found because Insanity comes through with a yellow card. Low Jazz tries to re-engage with that Crescent Guard, but the Cataclysm traps him in place. Tomio gonna flash back out as Low Jazz is the healthiest member. And it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade there. Nice catch by Redemption to get something back for Dorado.
And that does mean it's only one grub going over to Tomio because that fight gets so extended, and Adam gonna take free time in mid. Oh, Low Jazz. Okay, he flashes away.
Yellow card off
but
the
that was a 4v5 for Dorado.
Hub over the wall. He does get Tomio. I like the gumption. He's gonna get traded out, but Bounty will end up going down. See if they gift this kill over to Adam. Yep, that's a really valuable, aggressive Valkyrie there from Hub.
Okay. Hub, that was psychotic, but it works. Ends up being an extended 3-for-2 in favor of Dorado. Grub will be traded with the teleport from Insanity.
Redemption holds the bubble.
Dorado's got to go.
Sandy just walks the one out. They really want this last grub. Oh, they're not going to get it. The Q from Insanity grabs it, so 2 grubs to Conviction, but hey, that's a pretty huge gold swing on this extended play.
And this is part of the reason we say Redemption's one of the better upcoming supports. Yes, he gets deleted, but he did his job. He really helped slow down the engage and help some of the cavalry arrive here from Dorado. So even though it ends up being a 5 versus 4, Dorado was able to take some health bar leads and actually trade up in kills all the while they're mid laning. And because he didn't follow the play, he's going to be able to extra kill on the tail end onto Bounty as Hub made the big nut play right there, jumping forward over the wall. And Conviction's gold lead's been cut in half. And you made a great point before that fight started, Slayer, where in game 1, the massive lead for Conviction was not really a necessity. They, in our opinion, had the better composition. They just happened to get out to a really big lead. In this game, it is much more of a requirement for Conviction to be ahead with the style of composition that they're playing, with the K to Elise Twisted Fate.
And especially the Elise, right? Bounty's done a really good job in the lane, but the one caveat to picking this Elise is it's really hard to keep that value sustained across a game, right? Elise is a champion that is one of the hardest champs to navigate around bigger team fights, traditional 5v5 lines, can constantly be caught looking for those cocoons, and without the repel, it's kind of just a target to get blown up. So Bounty, not saying that he can't navigate those fights well, he's shown the proficiency on the Elise, but again, the hard-hitting point here is that Dorado have some serious legs under them when it comes to those bigger team fights, especially now that the gold lead is really down to a marginal level.
Also being able to equalize the Dragons buys Dorado a lot of extra time in this game. They are still a bit behind in golden experience, as Conviction has just sort of been better in terms of picking up the waves.
Dive time.
The dive.
Sniper's gonna clear out the wave. Knockup doesn't come for low jazz until a bit late. He's tanked up a lot of the turn. I think he's going to have to drop regardless, but Sniper is going to trade out as the cavalry arrives. Redemption goes down, and Tomio going to dunk Hub away. He's able to find that double kill, but Tomio going to make it a win here for Conviction.
Yeah, ends up being a 2 for 2, rather 3 for 2. So Conviction definitely going to feel better about that one, as it's just too long on the dive from Dorado. Well played by Sniper to buy a lot of time there, and Hammerform was his Black Cleaver rush from him. I think he was maybe tankier than the members of Dorado were expecting. You mentioned it, Knockup was not prepped by Low Jazz, also contributing to the delay. Ultimately, it does mean that Conviction just going to get a little bit of gold back for themselves. Continuing to maintain a bit of a gold advantage, but again, they would like to grow it larger in the coming minutes as we approach 15.
Adam jumping over that wall. I thought he might look for a creative angle onto Bounty, but nope. It is just a warding mission between our two supports. You look at some of these gold items coming through here now for Dorado. Big spikes that come in for guys like Hub. Has that Triforce already down. He's going to step into a trap there from Tactical, so does take a decent chunk. But now that we get into these mid-game lane assignments, this is a pretty powerful spot here, Hawk, for Conviction, with this Twisted Fate and with this Jace, into whoever he matches up into.
Yeah, definitely the side lane's going to start to come online. Sniper up so much over Decoy, who is the only member on Summoner's Rift that is yet to complete a legendary item. Bit of a garage sale going on in the Scion inventory. Obviously will become extremely strong later on. I honestly think Decoy is actually the biggest win condition that Dorado is kind of waiting for. I'm not really sure how Conviction will deal with the Scion as the game progresses, but they got a lot of time before then to make plays like this.
Rocket Belt to dodge out on the Flag and Drag, and he's able to use Between Worlds to get out of the Cataclysm. Bounty's going to flash, and he will repel, but Adam gets the flash of his own. Rocket Belt from Bounty
Cinder
will not be able to chase it down. The Cinder speed up, getting Adam out of a sticky situation.
Wow, well played by Adam. I thought he was dead to rights right there. That was a pretty good look from Tomio and the rest of the gang, as this Jarvan making one of his first major appearances here in a proactive play. But Adam able to kite that one out and waste a lot of time from CNV. Critically not going down, has the TP if he wishes to participate in this play. And with ultimates being traded negatively here for Conviction, it's going to give the green light for Dorado to, I think, just take this Herald. It's reset coming out from Bounty and Sniper.
Well, Tomio is going to just look for his Gromp. So a Herald going to come across here. Is it unfortunately seems like we're having some sort of consistent lag issue with one of our players. But hey, that Herald will come up, and Hawk will be a pivotal piece in very likely just getting some valuable gold back for Dorado. They're still at that 2K threshold, but maybe could use that as well to set up for that first Infernal Drake that we'll have hitting the map here. Infernal Soul, very fun in a game with, again, a lack of tanks outside of Decoy.
Yeah, we're still high rolling souls, man. It's a feels good here for this this day of games. The Herald also with in trade for the attempt onto Adam's life, Dorado pushing up in mid. You could see that tower was getting pretty low. So potential to just open that one up, but not even needing to necessarily contest this next dragon as they are just 1-1 at this point. Could utilize the Herald to get gold, to get map control back, put themselves in a better position to take the team fight that would potentially follow in about 5 minutes. But regardless, hopefully getting back into it pretty soon. All right, there we go. We're here.
Perfect timing. You're on it today, Hawk, with these timings. Nonetheless, Herald will go over.
That's why I'm here,
That's why you're here, just for the timings? Man, I was here to chat up with my friend. Damn.
Yep, sorry, man. Just here for the timings. I don't know what you're talking about.
Couldn't possibly know what you're talking about in our... Wow, remember how we kept aging ourselves? At this point, I think... Well, our friendship is a couple years down, and this is just the second cast I've ever had with you at this point. But it's all for the timing. We'll see if the timing of this gank will manifest into something, as Low Jazz does dash on top of Sniper, but Adam was chunked out pretty effectively by Sniper. He's going to flash forward Low Jazz, where the wind becomes lightning. 3 talent strike knock up. Not going to land. It's going to force a repel. Bounty wants to go all out to try and trade Adam because he knew he was as good as dead. Decoy with that unstoppable onslaught provides the frontline Dorado need to make the pick happen.
Oh, it's Andy. He's got to be careful.
Oh, knock up 3 talent strike into the bubble combo for redemption between worlds. Adam finds that kill. He dashes on top of Sniper, baits him in, gets right back out. And Dorado Gaming starting to stack up as a unit and make some waves in this game too.
Very nice Herald usage as well will get them their first tower of the game. And that is the second consecutive successful counter gank we have seen from Dorado. On the top side is Conviction. They send members up to make the play, but they end up losing 2. They end up losing a tower. Dorado is able to reset and redeploy ahead of this dragon with the gold lead yet again being dug into, and time for Conviction's composition starting to run thin.
Hey guys, remember how I said there was problems with the Elise?
Dragon.
Yeah, it gets blown up if it's ever out of position. Hub doing the heavy lifting on that damage. Low Jazz gets the kill, and good call there, Hawk. What's waiting for them in the butt river?
For some reason, I just got reminded of a quote from the Avengers of Loki. Does an ant have a quarrel with a boot? As, I mean, Bounty just walking up in mid says, maybe he wasn't really looking for a fight, but Dorado is a boot, and they just stepped on Bounty right there.
And now they'll kick Dragon out of its proverbial pit. Low Jazz going to secure the first Infernal Drake of the game and get Dragon stacking back onto the Dorado side. So, yeah, only thing we've really noticed these last couple minutes is the gold lead dwindling from Conviction. It is more than half by this point. Sandy was looking for a pick there onto Low Jazz. But once again, Low Jazz trying to turn it right back onto Conviction. No pick to be had there. Instead, it's topside we go, where ultimates are being levied. Decoy gets the Decimating Smash knockup onto Sniper. No real damage here, but hey, he's got the Soul Furnace shield, and he's just gonna solo kill Sniper. All right, Decoy.
Okay, welcome Decoy to the series. I don't think I've said his name once. Massive solo kill, and gold is even, but make no mistake, at this point, Dorado is winning this game. They stopped the dragon stacking definitively. They are starting to win out on the fights, and the gold lead for Conviction all but evaporating with a composition that needs to take over the map. This is a really good spot to be in for CNV.
No Cocoon stun there from Bounty. Yellow card stun nonetheless, but I think Low Jazz is just stalling to try and allow Adam to get this wave up in the bot side. Maybe to try and take this turret, but he overstays. He does. Oh, that was a weird interaction. The Cocoon does land, despite Adam hopping into invisibility.
Fine.
Destiny up from Insanity. It looked like he was going to commit to that play, but nope, they're going to let Adam out.
It's just so opportunistic from Bounty. I mean, the reason Adam's up on that tower is they knew that Tomio had just been top. So while he was coming off of redeploy, he wasn't at the play yet. Adam was perfectly safe to get that tower, and now Dorado,
minions, man.
they can just disrespect.
Who needs minions when you have a side?
Now that's
All right.
what we call the tower mog right there, Slayer.
Ah, okay. Oh, you know what? They heard you say mog one too many times. Hawk. This one's on you, man. You got to hold this one. Hey,
is it Decoy that's the one that's lagging? It's so funny if he's the one lagging and he's like, guys, put me on a tank. I'm on 100 ping. Don't matter. I can just walk at him.
God, I really hope that's not the reality, is that we're just going to have Decoy playing 100 ping and be forced onto weak side tanks. You know what?
Hey, man,
He's making
Masu did it, and he made the LCS.
That's true. And Decoy has been very effective in these last couple of spots. We talked about the solo kill. He obviously shows up to that top lane re-engage. I think his unstoppable onslaught is what stops Conviction from trying to save Bounty and maybe make a bigger play. So these last 5 minutes have been such a stark difference to not only the early game we saw in this game too, but just the overall vibe of this series. This is the first couple minutes we feel like Dorado have had any control over the map in the series.
I mean, like, I really hate to continue to harp on, like, things that have come to pass already, but, like, am I just watching the same series again? It feels so similar.
Like it does.
In terms of, like, character arc, because even, like, down to like, oh, bot lane's gonna start losing again. Hub died to Tactical in game 2, but then like they have the better team fight. They start finding some plays, but the gold is not really going in their favor. They just have the better composition, and I'm just waiting for Conviction to win a big fight, take a Baron, look like they've got control over the game again before Dorado successfully stacks Drakes and somehow wins. Is that the script?
Hey, if that script means that we get an awesome game 2 and an even cooler game 3, I'm co-signing it. I'm with you there, Hawk. Does sound like tech issues wise, we're trying to go for a more permanent fix this time with a router restart. So does give us a bit more time to, I think, once again, well, I was gonna say present the scenarios, but hey, that router got right back up to speed faster than mine ever does. So we're back on the Rift.
If they were actually restarting their router, Decoy must not have Spectrum, because that was impressive.
Or Decoy's computer is just sitting directly next to his router as well. You know, like some houses you gotta like go into the attic to get access. Like at my parents' house, like if you want to reset the router, you have to get on a ladder into the stuffy attic, and then like, you know, go through all that.
Was your router put there in like 2003? Like what?
No, it's because, you know, it's a bigger house and you need somewhere to run all the wires to all the little like Wi-Fi hotspots. So that's why it's up there. But no, I mean, in my apartment, like I'm not even kidding you, I could almost cast and reach my router right now if I tried. So I can see why it'd be so much quicker, potentially.
Yeah, I've got like a little like Wi-Fi extender that I plug my computer into. You know, all the real gamers, we got Ethernet. So.
Yeah,
Decoy, I'm sure he does as well. We're also outing Decoy as the one that's lagging. We're not actually 100% sure of that. Purely going off of the fact that right before the pause, Decoy disconnected. So that's where I'm running with.
Adam getting disconnected from his side wave pressure. And Sandy.
Hey.
Gold card into stun. Adam forced off of that wave. And despite Dorado's swing back, I again really want to emphasize that you need to see Conviction look for, you know, these overload plays. I feel like we haven't really had like a really good Insanity Destiny look. Maybe to try and overload into Sniper or Tomio playing alongside Sniper or Insanity to make some of these picks happen. And part of it is because LoJazz has kind of always been where Tomio walks, doing a really good job counter ganking.
And how much better does LoJazz look on matching these plays on a facilitator like skirmisher like the Xin Zhao, as opposed to more of a not utility-focused carry?
Okay, he gets the speed up from the Nami, but I mean, Tomio has Cataclysm. Ace in the hole going to come down. Good flash. The gold card still lands. Tidal Wave going to push them away.
Is he alive?
Saves his AD carry. Nope. Enhanced Shock Blast from the Sniper flank. Finds the kill onto Hub, and Sniper once more. Flashes on top. Redemption finds the double, and down goes LoJazz. This time, Conviction spring the trap quicker, bring all 5 members to the party, and crash it.
So you know what I said about big team fight into a Baron, Slayer? How about a 4-for-0 as Conviction now up 3,000 gold right back into the driver's seat as it's a monster TP flank from Sniper, able to find himself a double and put Conviction right back into the lead.
Right back in the lead and then some. 3,000 now, but with this Baron power play they're going to look to try and push it even further and cash in on some huge item spikes. We were looking to see Insanity have some impact with that Destiny Overload, and we got it.
And I will say, as we get the precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade, I think we've seen some mental errors from Hub so far in the series, and this is just another one as the play before the replay started with Hub and Redemption just being pushed up too far on mid lane without the support of their team. They need to understand that you cannot be up there unless you have the backup. And a great TP flank from Sniper as the full commit comes through from Conviction. Hub was the only one with an individual gold lead before the start of that play. For Dorado, I think he still has one. Yeah, he still has one. And as once he goes down, doesn't really get off any damage. The fight clearly lost for Dog.
Now trying to chase down Low Jazz. Flag and drag knock up into yellow card stun. Low Jazz's Crescent Guard flash combo with the tidal wave will actually get him out. So fancy footwork to survive there, but with all those key summoners and ults down, the CNV Baron push will only get stronger.
Yeah, I mean, Low Jazz survives, but it just means that that's a lot of resources that are not available for the next play. Does at least mean that Conviction not able to barrel through any towers, at least on that wave. Still a lot of time, though, on this Baron to start opening up a nice Baron power play. In an ideal world, they get all three of these outer turrets. Should help balloon their gold lead to nigh insurmountable levels. They're already at 5K.
Gonna add on more. Bot lane tier 2 gonna be the first to fall. The classic little 4-1 setup. They move over their bottom lane once the bot lane wave reaches that tier 2 turret. Clinical there from Conviction as they grab their first turret of the Baron power play. It is now settling in around 2.5K of a gold swing, and they're going to look to parry that into this very important dragon. So despite Dorado's stumble, they have the clear win con to play for in 3 minutes, 40 seconds time. Infernal Soul could be Dorado's, and they're going to need it to keep their playoff hopes alive.
It's still a lot of time, though, for Dorado, right? Again, they have that great scaling team fight, 2 item Scion. So not a whole lot of pressure to even fight necessarily for that dragon specifically. I think, again, the main thing is just holding on to these turrets and how much control Conviction's able to get. Because while, yes, they have the superior team fight, gold really does talk. Money talks in Summoner's Rift. And if Conviction just gets too much of a lead, it's going to make it very difficult for Dorado to actually stand up to them in the damage. Because you can see already 3 items on Sniper, on Insanity, and Tactical.
The gold lead over 6,000. You said Conviction would ideally like to get all these outer turrets down. Well, that seems like a potential inevitability. Dorado are trying to like overload to see if they can threaten somebody pushing up one of these waves on their own, but I've really just seen Hub and Adam continue clicking back and forth between their own space in the mid and top side, so there wasn't really ever big potential to manifest there. The Baron play will fizzle out, but a successful one for Conviction. Now they'll see if they can get any more gold to break through to maybe 4 item spots. And that alone, like you talked about, might just dissuade Dorado from saying, all right, this is the dragon that we need to contest.
I think Dorado should drop this one. I'm looking at their items. It doesn't seem like Decoy or Adam gets to 3 before this fight. And that to me means that this is not a fight worth taking. You need to get to those big item spikes. Hub is at least there. We actually saw he had the most total gold in the game, despite the deficit that Dorado does face, which is pretty impressive. How much income he's been able to get.
Get rid of all those traps, man. What, we only took 1 redemption? Would that one look at you funny? All right, there we go. Let's just get rid of all of these guys in the mid lane. Interesting trap setup there for Tactical, but you know, pairing off that point for potential future dragons or objectives. Another, you know, underrated part of playing a Caitlyn comp, obviously, is that you get the trap setups that can really kind of shoehorn teams into walking into your setup the way you want them to. So now that Tactical has some serious levels under him and he's got that W fully maxed out level-wise, you can see he went W max second. Setting up around Baron, setting up around, you know, future dragons that Dorado will have to contest. Tactical can force them into a path that they do not want to take.
And Insanity being able to work down that last outer turret does mean that Conviction sort of completing the objective of their Baron, albeit a little delayed. And the side laning really looking good. Good siege, good tower taking ability here from Conviction, even despite having one of their Void Grubs denied, as Decoy's group of the team, he's pretty low on mana for a fight, and Insanity might just have a solo bolo.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's gonna use the Destiny just to make sure he knows he's alone in this escapade between worlds used. There's the Destiny to get Insanity close enough.
Oh my!
One final auto. It does not find its mark, and here comes Decoy springing the track on the other side. Bounty flashing over the Dragon Pit wall, will live, but all the while this crossplay was coming out for Dorado. Sniper nearly hits an inhibitor turret, but now he's got the entire army of Dorado Gaming trying to chase him down. The sneaky TP will get him out.
Just really nice job from Conviction, yo-yoing Dorado around the map. It's a first aside play from Insanity. Okay, engage.
Oh, Tomio, audacious flash knockup, and he is dead as the dragon spawns. Dorado now, 5 versus 4, a jungler up, and maybe given a lifeline to get this Infernal Soul back. Victor trying to stand up tall behind Tactical's damage. They will get rid of Decoy as LoJazz goes low as well. Tactical on the front line into the zombified form, and Decoy does not care, and he nearly finds 2 kills. It's Redemption that has to take up the ace in the hole, and now it's Sandy flashing after this red card. Could do numbers. It's Adam that has to face take it, but the Q! You won for the price of 2. Insanity is walking down all of Dorado. A triple kill to come through. No jungler, no problem. Conviction wiped down the fight again.
Hub the only one alive, but despite blinking health bars, he's not gonna be able to do a damn thing. Soul denied, gold lead extended to nearly 9,000 for Conviction as that fight was so close.
I can't wait to get a replay looking back at that, because we have known Tactical's play style on a knife's edge is the nicer way I've heard it described. We really saw it in this last fight. He was playing as forward as he possibly could on this Caitlyn, and it was the difference maker, because that fight start was a disaster. Exactly what Conviction could not do, losing Tomio.
Yeah, I mean, Tomio, this is like just not it. This engage is not good. And he dies instantly, and it looks really good for Dorado as they have their mid laner arriving, but watch, they're going to start over-chasing into CNV before Adam is really in a great position to follow up, and Tactical is just pumping, man. He is doing so much damage. The only thing that's really able to threaten him is the zombie. And I do think LoJazz not having ult is the biggest, as well as Adam, both of them not having ult is the biggest story in this fight. Because if those cooldowns were available, I think Insanity's not, Tactical's not able to DPS like that. That was a really nice wild cards. It's fight live.
Yeah, we got to fight live, and I mean, Dorado are winning it. The bear was picked up for CNV. Tomio going to use that Cataclysm to trap LoJazz, who over-chases. Tomio has the GA. Not a lot of poke from Dorado as they try and kite back out. Adam's looking for a big weirding over the wall, but Tomio will find him with the Flag and Drag knock-up. Using the Rocket Belt to create some space away from Insanity. Adam tries to go for the trade kill, but Insanity steps away. Tomio finds that kill. And despite the first kill picked up for Dorado, it's again the turn from Conviction through Insanity and company that will find this fight win. Gold card right to the noggin of Redemption. He goes down. Decoy drops. Everybody named Dorado dropping off the map as Conviction now will set their sights on the DOG base.
Just such a nice team fight, a nice series from Conviction. They're going to lock up their playoff spot off of the back of a 5-for-1 ace.
LoJazz to try and keep the fleeting hopes of Dorado playoffs, but it is just going to be another Thursday for Dorado Gaming, and for Conviction, winning it is all they needed. Winning it is what they got. Conviction locking an NACL playoff spot.
And all's well that ends well for Conviction. Despite the trials and tribulations of their regular season, they get to the point in which they were expected to. And as we said, playoffs, once you get there, it all just becomes a clean slate. They're going to have all the time in the world in the best of fives to try and reprove themselves as a top team in this league. A pretty dominant 2-0 over to Dorado. Definitely a great look heading into it.
You know, it may have been a roller coaster that Conviction did not expect here, Hawk, with the way they were ranked going into the season. Obviously changing the roster midway, but the statement we kind of made after the Game 1 win is what resonates to me the most. You got yourself into the playoffs. You're going to have to beat the best competition to win the playoffs. You're in now. Nothing else really matters. Run the playoff gauntlet. Everybody will forget about the start of the spring split for this Conviction team.
And with everyone looking just revitalized individually, not just the team looking better, this is definitely a scary team to face up against. I think a great series from Sniper, that one really big TP flank, was what set Conviction on their warpath to start taking over the game around that 22nd minute. I think Tomio, we're seeing his early proactivity really coming back to fruition, and Sanity getting active on the map, and the man that is going to end up being our MVP for the series today, Tactical, just pumping damage on this Caitlyn and smashing lanes, really both games.
Smashing lanes. You know, Bounty did a lot of heavy lifting in that first game. The Elise was nice. I think this is kind of an MVP that I would mostly give to the bottom lane as a whole. But if we were looking for like a universal sign that it had to be Tactical, it was that, you know, dragon fight. Because again, this game could have really flipped on its head like we were hoping for, basing our script off of this first series script. But it was Tactical that made the difference, doing tactical things that we know him for, playing right on the wire. And this time, he does not miss. Double marksman MVPs on the Slayer cast of the NACL. Oh, how sweet it is.
Slayer, wait, you mind controlled me.
I did.
How did I fall victim to
yes,
this?
Yes, I did.
You're a clever man. Oh, man.
Yeah.
But
also that KDA,
it's
I mean, come on.
Tactical had a very, very good series. Only one death on the series, 950 damage per minute. Very, very high. And, I mean, he is very, very quickly reminded us of who he is here in the NACL and how good he has been over the course of his career, looking like, despite a split off, not really having missed a beat.
Nope, maybe a little bit of rust just to brush off in that first series, but you even mentioned it, and I agree with you that in the Blue Otter series, he was the clutch factor that was able to get Conviction that much-needed first win. And it's always fun to bring Tactical back in because of the high floor that this guy brings, and also I think it's a real good gauge of, you know, what does Tactical do in the NACL again, to gauge how, you know, the marksman pool as a whole looks right now in the NACL. And so far, through 2 weeks, Tactical is yet to be defeated by any of these other NACL AD carries.
Well, except for Energy, but
except for Energy, true.
He has been defeated, but no, you're 100% right. It looks like he's ramping up, and I think this is the best series we've seen from him so far out of the 3 that he's played, and that does speak volumes because it's only been 2 weeks, last week and this one. So to already like have a bit of a growth curve to his game and to already be looking like the Tactical that we knew from before is really terrifying, because that's the kind of thing that can turn Conviction into this team that all of a sudden is a massive playoff threat for even top of the table squads.
Yeah, so we will, and you know, I think it's fun as well. The Tactical wins this MVP because we talked a bit about what the makeup of this new bottom lane looks like, and you know, it's always fun to hear from the players themselves to understand how that vibe is coming, how those communications are coming together. So we will shortly have an interview with Tactical to get to pick some brains about it. But I think what's most fun is with Conviction in the playoffs, we have a pretty clear dark horse that some people will potentially try to get behind. But that's a bit of future looking here, Hawk. I am going to give the reins over to you here because I have gotten word that Tactical is in and ready for his MVP interview. So take it away, my friend, with the victorious AD carry.
Yeah, welcome Tactical to the interview booth as a dominant 2-0 win over Dorado did come down, clinching playoffs for your team. First things first, how you feeling having made it despite the trials and tribulations?
Obviously feels good. I came into the team mid-split, so I'm glad we're able to make playoffs still, because that was like, you know, it's really important that we get more games and, you know, potentially win the whole thing. I think we've been improving steadily, and I think our practice has been really good. So hopefully you guys can see what we can do more.
Yeah, I mean, showing itself already. This win probably a bit more one-sided than a lot of us were expecting. So an impressive one there. And I think the question that has really been on everyone's minds has been, of course, coming into the team mid-split. As you mentioned, we thought you were out, and then looks like Conviction just dragged you right back in, man. What's it been like being back, and how did you make your way to the squad?
Yeah, so far the squad's been pretty fun, and in terms of making my way here, I made a tweet saying like I want to try for LCS one last time at the very least. So when I made that, I was reached out to, and this is my choice to come here. So hopefully we can make some good results and good showings.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it was your choice and you found yourself on the roster you wanted to play with. I do think a lot of people have been curious about Bounty as well. Many North American fans not as familiar with this player. Was playing alongside him also part of your choice, or was this something that kind of came together as a part of joining the team? And what's it been like playing alongside Bounty?
Yeah, so we had tryouts. We played with a separate multiple supports, though our time available we had to try out wasn't that long. We just thought he was the best option. And after playing with him, I think he has a really good mindset, and I think he does have that talent for sure. So I hope he can keep trying. He does get really hypey sometimes, so we like his energy, but sometimes it can be a bit crazy.
I love it. I like him. He's bringing maybe a little CBLOL spirit to the NACL. That's awesome to hear. Well, Tactical, looking ahead, you already talked about it a little bit. You've made playoffs, and then just going in, to the best of fives. Any expectations you want to set? Anything else as you look ahead?
I'd say expectations, results-wise, I'm not sure, but at the very least, I think we should have a good showing in our gameplay. I think focusing on our gameplay will lead to results, so I think we should just focus on ourselves, and yeah, I think the results will naturally show.
Awesome. Any shout-outs, anything else you want to say to the fans before I let you go?
Shout out to my teammates today. I think today we're on the same page a lot, so it was really nice to see and hear that. Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much again, Tactical. Shout out to Conviction for a dominant playoff clinching 2-0 win over Dorado. You can bring Slayer back on in here to close out the day. As I know I'm just happy to hear Tactical talk about Bounty's energy. Because that is so CBLOL, man. Like I love it.
And we need more of that, right? Like I was really inspired at watching, as much as it hurt me to watch Tatu do some disgusting things earlier this year in NA teams. Like the energy that guy brought, it's just infectious. Especially Hawk, you and I with our sports foundation and fandoms wise, right? Like we know what like huge passion looks like, and we really
you need a locker room guy.
You need a locker room guy, and that's what Bounty seems to be providing. Our day has come to an end, though, our penultimate day of the spring split here for NACL. So let's take a look at the results we got from today. And folks, if you missed Supernova versus Maryville, bar none, Hawk, these people need to go watch the VOD back. You need to relive this series from start to finish. That was an awesome one. But Conviction again, the 2-0 over Dorado, showing that we may potentially have a dark horse team sneaking into the playoffs as well.
Yeah, Conviction is definitely looking like a threat. I think this is a team that should not be counted out for their early to mid-split struggles. And I am with you. I'm going to put up Maryville Supernova as the best series of the split so far. I can't really think of a better one. Maybe there was another banger between like Supernova and was it like Citadel or so, it was another banger.
Supernova Citadel was really good the first. Yeah, it was early in the year. That's a good shout.
But this was a good one. And it puts Supernova in that second place, in that bye. Conviction with their win, they're temporarily up, rocketed into fourth place, clinch into the playoffs with 5 wins as well. And now it all comes down to tomorrow, first series of the day. Winthrop versus the Citadel, the greatest rivalry in North America.
Yep.
Ole Miss against Winthrop for the billionth time this season. Winner makes playoffs. Could it be any better?
Playoffs. Awesome. Yeah, it'll be an awesome game. Luckily, nobody could get 3-0'd in this matchup like, unfortunately, one of the squads was in the CLOL space. So the last time these two matched up. But yes, controlling your destiny in the hands of both Winthrop and CTG. And then CCG will have a chance to play for, moving up in the seedings area if they can beat Dorado, who unfortunately now do not have a shot to make those playoffs. We have avoided the chaotic final day, unfortunately, Hawk, but hey, at least you mentioned that first series, the second to last series of the split, is going to be must-watch television.
Yeah, I mean, these playoff series have really delivered. You said Maryville Supernova was a banger from start to finish. I would contend that maybe people only need to watch games 2 and 3.
Well, but they got to watch game 1 to understand.
That's true. That's true.
Like if you don't watch the game 1 like domination, you don't get to really experience the Supernova comeback.
You're right. Supernova really did go through the hero's journey in that
did.
series, so I'll give you that for sure. And I mean, man, here's just hoping more bangers tomorrow before we head into playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs right around the corner. That will do it though for our day here. Ben, it was always a pleasure, man, getting to chop it up as we do when we're hanging out. But this time we got to do it on a cast. That is my final showing of the NACL Spring Split. I guess my rookie split here at the NACL. So make sure, guys, to stay locked for those huge playoff matches. Best of fives come along. It's been a pleasure bringing you the greatest stories the Tier 2 North American League of Legends have to bring. And I'll see you guys in summer, but make sure, of course, to stay locked to the NACL for the Spring Split playoffs. Our final day of the regular split tomorrow, and then it's best of fives time, and we're getting even closer to crowning a champion. But until then, tune in tomorrow, Winthrop Citadel, for that final playoff spot. We'll see you there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.